Chapter 183. Branch Master. 2 direct disciples are here to report. In the branch hall, a branch deacon came in to report. Another 2? The branch master was called Wang Gan and was a low-leveled heaven realm martial artist. Regarding the true disciples, he had a headache. These true disciples were all very powerful, but they were also a little too reckless. They would rush to wherever there was danger. It must be known that the sect had given the branch halls a death quota. Only 1 true disciple could die a year. Unfortunately, this year, a silver-grade true disciple had his blood essence sucked dry. If another one died, he, as a branch hall master, would lose a lot of points. Once his points fell below the passing line, he would be removed from the branch hall master position. Let them in, Wang Gan said helplessly. Although it was a headache, he also knew that true disciples needed to experience battles in order to grow. Since he was sitting in the position of a branch hall master, he had to worry about these things. Li Fuqin and Xiang Tianqiang entered the branch hall. Direct disciple Li Fuqin, direct disciple Xiang Tianqiang, greets branch master Wang. The 2 of them greeted in unison. You are Li Fuqin. Hearing Li Fuqin's name, Wang Gan was shocked. He had long heard of Li Fuqin's name. During the trip to the 100 Herbs hidden domain, Li Fuqin used his own strength to slaughter the disciples of the 3 sections. He was even stronger than Sword Maniac. Yes, Li Fuqin replied. Wang Gan frowned. You have only been a direct disciple for a few months. Why are you in such a hurry to hunt demon Dao martial artists? Besides, you don't lack contribution points, right? Li Fuqin's cultivation level was too low. If Li Fuqin was at the mid-levels of the Earth realm, Wang Gan wouldn't have stopped him. With Li Fuqin's combat strength, he could easily go against high-leveled Earth realm martial artists. As long as Heaven realm martial artists didn't appear, he wouldn't be in any danger. Li Fuqin said, Only with danger can I better hone myself. If not, there would be no meaning for me to come here. If Li Fuqin cultivated step by step, he would be able to progress step by step to the peak level of the Earth realm, Heaven realm, Reincarnation realm, or even beyond the Reincarnation realm. But it would be too slow. Perhaps by the time he reached that stage, it would already be decades later. Apart from that, the world was changing too quickly. Who knew if the Azure Water sect would face a crisis of sect annihilation? Who knew when the 4th sect war would occur? He didn't want to be defenseless when the time came. Even if Xiang Tianqiang didn't invite him this time, he would still come out to train after a period of time. Wang Qian shook his head. He already knew that his persuasion was useless. It's your first time here. How about this? I'll assign you to Group 10's 3rd and 5th teams. It just so happens that they're both lacking members. The 7th branch had a total of 10 groups. Every group leader was a peak stage Earth realm martial artist. In comparison, the 10th group's mission was the lightest, and he had arranged for quite a number of direct disciples to be assigned to it. Thank you, Hall Chief Wang. Li Fuqin and Xiang Tianqiang cupped their fists. Group 10 was located in the northwest of the villa. The 2 of them walked over. After a while, the 2 of them arrived at a large courtyard. This courtyard was divided into a large hall, a large courtyard, and 5 small courtyards. Each small courtyard had 5 small courtyards. Outside the hall, direct disciples Li Fuqin and Xiang Tianqiang report for duty. In the hall, a burly man like a bear raised his head. Come in. Greetings to Group Leader Qin. Hearing the introduction, Li Fuqin and Xiang Tianqiang entered the hall and greeted the burly man. This burly man was the group leader of Group 10, Chen Daxiong. He was at the peak stage of the Earth realm and had a higher status than regular outer sect elders and city lords. He was considered a high-class outer sect elder. What arrangements does Hall Chief Wang have for you? Chen Daxiong yawned and asked. Li Fuqin replied, Hall Chief Wang asked us to join the 3rd and 5th teams. Oh, Then you will join the 3rd and 5th teams. Qin Daxiong nodded. Group Leader Qin. We still don't know the leaders of the 3rd and 5th teams. Xiang Tianqiang said. Qin Daxiong waved his hand. Don't worry, you will get to know them in a few days. Anyway, our Group 10's mission is the lightest. Li Fuqin and Xiang Tianqiang looked at each other after Li Fuqin and Xiang Tianqiang left. Qin Daxiong muttered to himself, My Group 10 is about to become a collection point for direct disciples. This won't do. I have to discuss with Hall Chief Wang to let me be the group leader of the other groups. Li Fuqin was a member of the 3rd team and went to the 3rd courtyard. Xiang Tianqiang was a member of the 5th team and went to the 5th courtyard. Just like what Qin Daxiong said, a few days later, they got to know their respective group leaders. The leader of the 3rd team was called Su Qinghai and was at the 7th level of the Earth Realm. He was originally an outer sect elder, but couldn't stand the peaceful life in the Azure Water sect and came to the Divine Wind Hall's 7th branch. You are our group's 2nd direct disciple. Our group originally had 2 direct disciples, but one of them died. In Li Fuqin's courtyard, Su Qinghai and Li Fuqin were drinking tea and chatting. Didn't you say Group 10 is rather free? How did he die? Li Fuqin inquired. Su Qinghai laughed bitterly. This direct disciple felt that Group 10 was too free, so he sneaked out and wanted to hunt a demon Dao martial artist by himself. As a result, he was sucked dry of his blood essence by a demon Dao martial artist who cultivated a blood-sucking technique. By the time we found him, he was already a dried-up corpse. Even his hair and teeth had fallen off. Li Fuqin went silent. This was fate. Since he came to the Divine Wind Hall, he had to be prepared for death. Of course, he wouldn't be like this direct disciple and hunt demon Dao martial artists by himself. It wasn't necessary. He believed that there would always be a chance to hunt demon Dao martial artists. That's right, Jiang Ruohai is currently in seclusion. Once he is out, you can get to know each other. The Jiang Ruohai that Su Qinghai mentioned was the other direct disciple. All right, Li Fuqin nodded. Days passed by, and in the blink of the eye, Li Fuqin had already been at the 7th branch for a week. The other groups would have missions every few days, but only Group 10 had not made any moves. Li Fuqin wasn't in a hurry. During the day, he cultivated the true Inferno technique in his courtyard. At night, he would head to the outside of the 7th branch to cultivate the Black Wind 3 clones. The Black Wind 3 clones was a mystic class, mid-tier light body technique. When cultivated to the subperfection stage, 1 clone could be formed. When cultivated to the perfection stage, 2 clones could be formed. Including the main body, there would be 3 clones, hence why it was called the Black Wind 3 clones. You are Li Fuqin. On this day, Li Fuqin, who was cultivating the true Inferno technique in his courtyard, was awakened by a voice on the wall. Li Fuqin frowned slightly, Jiang Ruohai. He could feel a trace of hostility from Jiang Ruohai. If it was anyone else, they would have knocked on the door first, but Jiang Ruohai stood on the wall. You better stay away from Chen Fanghua Shimi in the future. Jiang Ruohai spoke indifferently. Based on what? He didn't know what relationship Jiang Ruohai and Chen Fanghua had, but it had nothing to do with him. Based on the fact that you aren't a match for me now. That might not be the case. Li Fuqin didn't have any interest in Chen Fanghua. At this current stage, there wasn't any woman that could make him fall in love with her. But this didn't stop him from becoming friends with Chen Fanghua. Since they were friends, they would naturally visit each other frequently. You want to try? Chapter 184. You aren't a match for me. I advise you not to make a move. Jiang Ruohai was only at the 3rd level of the Earth Realm. Li Fuqin had absolute confidence in defeating him. Boasting shamelessly, Jiang Ruohai made his move. Like a gust of wind, Jiang Ruohai arrived in front of Li Fuqin and executed a dense cloud palm style. The densely packed palm shadows covered all of Li Fuchen's space to evade. I said it before, you aren't a match for me. Li Fuchen's figure had long vanished like a phantom. Jiang Ruohai's pupils shrank. When did he break through the palm technique's blockade? Scanning his surroundings, Jiang Ruohai spotted Li Fuchen. Executing his light body technique, Jiang Ruohai quickly chased after him and struck out with both palms. His figure suddenly rotated. 1, 2, 3. A series of afterimages appeared, and Li Fuchen vanished from Jiang Ruohai's sight again. You comprehended light body technique intent? Jiang Ruohai's pupils shrank. The Azure Water sect was a sword Dao sect. Sect disciples focused more on sword arts, and other martial arts were just supplementary. There were very few who could cultivate martial arts other than sword arts to the trance stage. In Jiang Ruohai's opinion, one must at least be at the heaven realm in order to cultivate a mystic class, low-tier martial art to the trance stage and comprehend the intent. Li Fuchen didn't speak and stood on the big tree in the courtyard. So what if you comprehended light body technique intent? I don't believe you can be faster than my sword. Jiang Ruohai unsheathed his sword and slashed out 3 times in a row. The surging sword intent made everyone feel as though they were looking at a lake. Crackle! The big tree was split into 3 and immediately turned into dregs. I see you. Don't even think of escaping. With his sword intent locked on, Jiang Ruohai saw a shadow leaping into the sky. He let out a cold smile. Being in the air, there was no way for him to borrow strength. He wanted to see how his opponent was going to dodge. Clear water sky. The surging sword intent rushed into the sky, and a straight sword chi was shot at Li Fuchen. Are you sure you can see me? Li Fuchen appeared behind Jiang Ruohai and sent him flying with a punch, landing awkwardly on the ground. Jiang Ruohai had an unpleasant expression. Li Fuchen's light body technique was too incredible. From start to finish, he didn't even touch the corner of Li Fuchen's clothes. Admittedly, he still had some trump cards that he hadn't used yet, but so did Li Fuchen. Gather! Quick, everyone gather. Just when Jiang Ruohai was about to fight again, Su Qinghai's voice sounded. Just as Jiang Ruohai was about to make another move, Su Qinghai. Gathering now. Did something big happen? Li Fuchen didn't care about Jiang Ruohai. In the main hall, all 25 members of the 5 squads of Group 10 were present, including Chen Daxiong. There were 26 of them. Li Fuchen took a glance and noticed that there were 7 direct disciples. The reason why he had determined that these people were true inheritors was because of their age. The others were all above 40 or 50 years old. Feng. Long Li, Tian, I Feng, I Li. Now the chance is here. According to the scouts, a branch of the Devil's Hand Guild has been discovered in the eastern outskirts of Black Mountain City. Since Group 1, 2, and 3 are out on missions, the remaining 7 groups will set off together to eliminate the Devil's Hand Guild branch. That's great. I have been here for 2 months and have only completed 1 small mission. I haven't even met a true demon Dao martial artist. One of the direct disciples was excited. Chen Daxiong glanced at the person and said, "The Devil's Hand Guild is one of the top 10 demon Dao organizations in the Azure Water region. Even if it is just a branch, it is not to be underestimated. Do not be careless, or you may lose your life." He was afraid that these direct disciples would be rash and rush to the front line. All right, gather with the other 6 groups now. Chen Daxiong waved his hand and walked towards the plaza. At the plaza, the other 6 groups had already arrived. Fuchen Shitty look. That is a motionless sword Xixiang. Xiang Tianqiang came to Li Fuchen's side and pointed at a stern-looking youth on the plaza. Emotionless sword? Li Fuchen looked over. During Sword Maniac's batch, those who were on par with Sword Maniac were Sword Tiger and Emotionless Sword. The 3 of them were older than Li Fuchen by quite a bit. It was obvious how strong they were. At least Li Fuchen didn't think that the current him would be a match for the three of them. He reckoned that he would be instantly eliminated by them. Seemingly sensing Li Fuchen's gaze, emotionless, Sword looked over. The instant they exchanged glances, Li Fuchen felt a slight sting in his eyes. The opponent's chi presence was too sharp. Even Chun Daxiong's gaze didn't have such killing power. What's more, Li Fuchen could faintly feel that the opponent's spirit was extremely formidable. It was much stronger than any sect disciple he had seen before. It was almost on par with a Heaven Realm martial artist. No wonder he is called a motionless sword. Li Fuchen was shocked. What a terrifying gaze. Xiang Tianxiang's body shuddered. His spirit was far inferior to Li Fuchen's. Even though a motionless sword wasn't looking at him directly, but the corner of his eyes made him feel extremely uncomfortable, causing his entire body to feel a stinging pain. Wang Gan walked out from the hall. This mission will be led by Group 4's leader, Luo Hui. The rest of the group will follow his orders and set off immediately. Yes, everyone replied in unison. A total of 182 men rode on 182 Class 2 demonic blood horses and left the 7th branch at lightning speed. At the same time, thousands of branch disciples rode on Class 2 demonic blood horses and followed behind. Encircling the Devil's Hand Guild's branch was a battle of experts against experts and soldiers against soldiers. No one was to be spared. The purpose of the branch disciples was to kill those origin realm members of the Devil's Hand Guild. The eastern outskirts of Black Mountain City wasn't too far from the 7th branch. 3 days later, everyone arrived. From afar, an ordinary-looking manor entered everyone's vision. Luo Hui waved his hand, "Kill!" According to the intel, this ordinary-looking manor was a small clan on the surface, but it was already under the control of the Devil's Hand Guild. Kill! Thousands of men got off their horses and surrounded the manor from all sides. Inside the manor, damn it, the branch must have been leaked. Everyone rush out. The leader of the Devil's Hand Guild's branch was a peak-level Earth realm martial artist. Beside him, there were 5 to 6 other peak-level Earth realm martial artists. Kill! The Devil's Hand Guild members rushed out like a tidal wave. There were more than 2,000 Origin realm martial artists and more than 100 Earth realm martial artists. It was a formidable force. So many Earth realm martial artists. This was Li Fuchen's first time witnessing so many Earth realm martial artists in a fight. The spectacular scene made the blood in his body feel like it was on fire. Boom, boom, boom. The first to clash were the Earth realm martial artists. Earth realm martial artists were already able to release their chi. Before both sides even made contact, the horrifying chi forces had already clashed. In an instant, sand and pebbles were sent flying, a violent gale was created, and there were even patches of blood. There were members of the Devil's Hand Guild and also the 7th branch's Earth realm martial artists. Die. Li Fuchen executed his meteor rain sword. One of the Devil's Hand Guild's Earth realm martial artists was pierced to death by the sword chi. The rest of them were strong enough to block Li Fuchen's meteor rain sword. Chapter 185. After a few waves of long-range attacks, the Earth realm martial artists from both sides started to engage in close combat. Li Fuchen's opponent was a 5th-level Earth realm demon Dao martial artist with a scar on his face. This demon Dao martial artist's cultivation technique should be a mystic class cultivation technique. Furthermore, it was a corrosive mystic class cultivation technique. His chi had an intense corrosive nature. Before Li Fuchen's sword chi could even get close, it was corroded by the opponent's chi and dissipated. Kid, after corroding your body, it should be able to increase my corrosive spirit chi by quite a bit. Zhao? Dakue sneered. The corrosive spirit chi that he cultivated was a mystic class mid-tier technique. It was able to corrode the enemy's body and convert the enemy's life essence into corrosive spirit chi for absorption. The degree of tyranny far surpassed most of the blood-sucking techniques. Under normal circumstances, even the 6th level Earth realm martial artists in the sect wouldn't be a match for him. They would be easily infected and corroded by his corrosive spirit chi. With a palm strike, a black palm strike was launched at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's body flashed and dodged the palm strike. Your light body technique isn't bad, but your cultivation level is too low. Zhao Dakue shouted and burst out with his corrosive spirit chi, enveloping a radius of a few dozen meters. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Li Fuchen could hear the hissing sound of the true Inferno Chi. The true Inferno Chi was a blazing hot chi that naturally countered corrosive chi. What's more, Li Fuchen's true Inferno Chi was of a high grade. With the true Inferno technique at the 14th rank, the quality of his chi was comparable to a 2nd or 3rd level Earth realm martial artist. But Zhao Dakue was still a 5th level Earth realm martial artist, and his cultivation level was much higher than Li Fuchen's. As the true Inferno Chi resisted against the corrosive Chi, it was rapidly depleting. Mystical Dragon's secret technique. Activate. Li Fuchen activated the Mystical Dragon's secret technique. In a split second, a large amount of true Inferno Chi was transmuted into Mystical Dragon Chi. The Mystical Dragon Chi was like magma as it surged out and protected Li Fuchen. Right now, his opponent's Chi was no longer able to do anything to Li Fuchen. Once it got near him, it would immediately evaporate. A secret technique that increases one's ability. Zhao Dakue was extremely jealous. He might have cultivated a mystic class, mid-tier technique, but the Devil's Hand Guild didn't have many secret techniques. He only cultivated a 2-star secret technique, and it was an escape-type secret technique. Spirit Corrosive Claw. Extending his right hand, Zhao Dakue clawed at Li Fuchen. Die. Without the need to execute a mystic class, mid-tier sword art, Li Fuchen dodged the claw light and used the meteor sword style to penetrate Zhao Dakue's body. These demonic Dao cultivators all cultivate profound cultivation techniques. Furthermore, they are extremely evil. Ordinary sect cultivators are probably no match for them. Even though he easily killed a 5th level Earth realm demon Dao martial artist, Li Fuchen wasn't complacent. All the Earth realm demon Dao martial artists here were all at least at the 3rd level of the Earth realm, and most of them were at the 6th level of the Earth realm. In terms of cultivation speed, demonic Dao martial artists were much faster than righteous Dao martial artists. Haha, transform. The number of demonic Dao martial artists was much lesser than the members of the 7th branch. But after a round of killing, the demonic Dao martial artists did not fall into a disadvantageous position. One of the demonic Dao martial artists struck out with a palm strike, and an Earth realm martial artist from the 7th branch was forcefully turned into a bloody skeleton. A layer of skin and flesh was melted away. This was also a corrosion-type technique, but it seemed to be even more tyrannical and lethal than Zhao Dakue's corrosion-type technique. A pity that this demonic Dao martial artist didn't stay arrogant for long. A swift sword light flashed by, and his head flew into the sky. The one who made the move was Emotionless Sword. His sword was extremely fast and ruthless. Up till now, he had made 3 moves and instantly killed 3 people. All of them were killed with a single blade. Let me try you. A 7th level Earth realm demon Dao martial artist charged at Emotionless Sword. Emotionless Sword shot out and circled around his opponent a few times. The next moment, the body of the 7th level Earth realm demon Dao martial artist was split into pieces. Such a terrifying sword art. Not only were the members of the 7th branch shocked, but the members of the Devil's Hand Guild were also terrified. Emotionless sword art seemed to be specially made for killing. Every move and stance was extremely vicious and merciless. It was fine if he didn't draw his sword, but once he did, the enemy could only pray. Incredible! This was Li Fuchen's first time seeing a true expert in action. Maybe in a few more years, Dominion's sword Lu Wuhuang and Yuan Tian might not be inferior to a motionless sword, or maybe not by much. But at the current stage, be it the two of them or Li Fuchen himself, there was still a huge gap between them and a motionless swords class. The slaughter was getting more and more intense. On the battlefield, apart from a motionless sword who had the absolute advantage in killing his enemies, the others were in a bitter struggle, including the various group leaders. Demonic Dao martial artists weren't regular martial artists after all. Their qi was very strange. It was either corrosive, poisonous, or hallucinogenic. In short, when martial artists fought, speed and attack power were important. But apart from these two, there were other factors that would affect the outcome, which was why even though the seventh branch had the advantage in numbers, it was impossible to turn the advantage into a victory in a short period of time. If they weren't careful, they might even fall into a dangerous situation. Li Fuchen personally witnessed one of the seventh branch's Earth realm martial artists who thought he had the absolute advantage, but got poisoned by a careless mistake. His combat ability was greatly reduced, and he was slashed by his opponent in a single slash. Apart from that, there were plenty of direct disciples from the seventh branch who were also dragging their feet. Their cultivation levels were too low. They might be able to skip levels to fight, but how much could they skip? Had it not been for one or two high-leveled Earth realm martial artists protecting them at all times, they would have been long dead. In this encirclement, only direct disciples who were at the third level of the Earth realm and above could barely protect themselves. Only direct disciples who were at the fifth level of the Earth realm and above could bravely kill their enemies. Emotionless swords, instant kill, didn't last for long. After he killed 7 or 8 demon Dao martial artists, he was intercepted by a 9th level Earth realm demon Dao martial artist. Emotionless swords cultivation was at the 5th level of the Earth realm. This cultivation level wasn't low, but it wasn't high either. To instantly kill a 9th level Earth realm demon Dao martial artist who cultivated a mystic class cultivation technique was rather difficult. After all, the higher the cultivation level, the higher the probability of comprehending a martial art intent or a cultivation technique intent. The difficulty of skipping levels to do battle wasn't just a small matter. Li Fuchen met an opponent as well. It was a demon Dao martial artist who was at the 6th level of the Earth realm. Li Fuchen had already comprehended an intent, and his ability wasn't just average. He wasn't someone that the previous demon Dao martial artist or the previous city, Lord of Yunwu City, Shen Tu Jinha, could be compared to. Comprehending an intent and not, the difference in ability was at least 2 folds. Your body is quite tough. You actually managed to exchange a blow with me without any damage. I wonder if sucking your blood will allow my cultivation to rise by a level. This was a demonic path martial artist that practiced a blood-sucking cultivation method. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. The blood of a body refinement martial artist contained an extremely pure life essence. It had always been the favorite of martial artists who cultivated blood-sucking techniques. Let's see if you have the life to increase your cultivation level. Urgent as the Starfire. Li Fuchen used the Starfire sword style to attack his opponent. It's useless. I have comprehended an intent too. No, this demonic Dao martial artist had a look of horror on his face. His protective true energy had directly melted away, and a large hole had appeared in his chest. Chapter 186. Emotionless sword intent is obviously a mystic class mid-tier sword intent. The biggest difference between me and him should be our cultivation level. Li Fuchen thought to himself as he killed his opponent with a single blade. 4 sword arts and sword intent. Every increase in grade would result in a huge difference. It was almost a crushing effect. If someone with the same cultivation level was to face someone who comprehended a mystic class high-tier sword intent, Li Fuchen would definitely be killed in a single blade. There would be no suspense. Li Fuchen was like an anomaly. With his first-level Earth realm cultivation, he won consecutive battles. The number of Earth realm demon Dao martial artists that died in his hands was no less than 6 or 7, catching up to a motionless sword. Although there were people in the 7th branch that were stronger than Li Fuchen and a motionless sword, their cultivation levels were too high. They were immediately targeted by the higher-level demon Dao martial artists and didn't have the chance to slay the weaker demon Dao martial artists. "Go kill that kid for me." The Devil's Hand Guild's branch leader was abnormally valiant. He was fighting one against 2 7th branch leaders and was still able to divert his attention to transmit a message to the other demon Dao martial artists. Hearing the command, a demon Dao martial artist with a strange movement technique scuttled towards Li Fuchen. Light body technique, intent. Li Fuchen's senses were sharp. He could feel a ghostly shadow that was approaching him like a fish. Martial artists had their own specializations. Sword Dao martial artists naturally focused on sword skills, which was why they could comprehend sword intent faster. Saber Dao martial artists focused on saber skills and were able to comprehend saber intent faster. This was obviously a demon Dao martial artist that focused on light body techniques. A cold light flashed. A short sword pierced Li Fuchen's body. The demon Dao martial artist frowned slightly. From the feel of the blade, it seemed like he missed. Li Fuchen immediately stopped revolving the True Inferno technique and switched to the Wind Shadow Steps. Using the mystical dragon chi to push the Wind Shadow Steps, the speed was unparalleled, allowing him to evade his opponent's assassination. Starfire Sky. When he reappeared, Li Fuchen was already behind his opponent. Executing the Starfire Sky, the sky was filled with sparks. "My life is over." This demonic path martial artist, who was proficient in Qigong, was horrified. The sparks splashed onto his body, and his Zhen Qi, which was not weak at all, was easily burned through like paper. Then his body melted, and he didn't even have time to scream. Mystic class mid-tier sword intent is enough for me to look down on those in the Disha realm. I just need to keep increasing my cultivation level and my cultivation techniques realm. The first level of the Earth realm was still too low. Had it not been for the mystical dragon secret technique, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to achieve such glory. Damn it! What kind of freaks are the Azure Water sect? The leader of the Devil's Hand branch saw everything and was furious. These sect freaks were completely unfathomable. Others could use their cultivation to determine their strength, but the sect freaks couldn't. Everyone from the Devil's Hand Guild, listen up. Break out of the encirclement with all your might. Don't get caught up in the battle. The Devil's Hand branch leader roared. Everyone from the 7th branch, listen up. Don't let a single one of them escape. Group 4's team leader, Luo Hui, roared. He didn't expect a Devil's Hand branch to be so hard to deal with. They obviously outnumbered them, but their combat strength was so formidable. It seemed like he had underestimated these demon Dao martial artists. One side was trying to break out of the encirclement, while the other side was desperately trying to encircle them. The battle was much more intense than before. Primary Clear Hand. After exchanging dozens of moves, Emotionless Sword finally activated his secret technique. The secret technique he cultivated was a 3-star secret technique called Primary Clear Hand. When the chi flowed to the hand, the power would instantly increase by more than 2-folds. A single blade was enough to sever the opponent's left arm. After 3 blades, the opponent was slain. The Devil's Hand branch might have a formidable combat strength, but their overall strength was still inferior to the 7th branch. As time dragged on, the casualties increased rapidly, and the further it went, the more casualties there were. The Devil's Hand branch leader panicked and shouted, "Elder Scorpion, please make a move." "It's easy for me to make a move. 5 million gold coins." A hunchbacked elder walked out from the manor. "I agree." The Devil's Hand branch leader replied anxiously. Hee hee, then I shall thank you. The hunchbacked elder grinned and released a terrifying chi presence. Within a radius of a few hundred meters, no one could move. Low-leveled heaven realm martial artist. The members of the 7th branch were shocked. The Devil's Hand Guild actually had a low-leveled heaven realm martial artist? This was completely out of their expectations. The Devil's Hand Guild branch leader felt pain and malevolence in his heart. Elder Scorpion is one of the upper echelons of the 5 Poison Gang. The 5 Poison Gang is one of the top 3 Demon Dao organizations in the Azure Water region. There are plenty of experts within. This time, Elder Scorpion is here to invite the Devil's Hand Guild to join the 5 Poison Gang. Because he doesn't know where the headquarters is, he specially looked for me and asked me to send a message to the headquarters. With Elder Scorpion's help, killing all the members of the Azure Water Sect's 7th branch would be as easy as blowing off dust. Low-leveled heaven realm martial artist? Li Fuchen's eyes widened. Heaven realm martial artists were on another level. Any one of them could instantly kill a large group of Earth realm martial artists. It is your honor to die in my hands. Go to hell. Elder Scorpion waved his hand and shot out blue needle-shaped chi forces. Seems like Lu Kuin's luck isn't bad. I actually caught a big fish. Right at this moment, a giant palm descended from the sky and covered the needle-shaped chi forces. Boom, boom. A series of horrifying chi explosions echoed. Within 100 meters, be it the 7th branch's Earth realm martial artists or the Devil's Hand Guild's Earth realm martial artists, they were all sent flying by the chi forces. Each of them vomited fresh blood and had a pale expression. Its vice faction leader, Lu. The 7th branch members were all delighted. Lu Kuin, the 7th branch's vice faction leader, was also a low-leveled heaven realm martial artist. Interesting. Seems like I won't be able to earn these 5 million gold coins. But if I can kill a heaven realm martial artist from the Azure Water sect, I think leader will not treat me badly. Elder Scorpion grinned and suddenly crouched down. He bent his right calf and lifted it up like a scorpion's tail. Swish! Elder Scorpion shot towards Lu Kuin. His right calf extended forward and shot out a blue chi force. At the same time, both of Elder Scorpion's hands were like 2 giant pincers, one on the left and one on the right, viciously clamping down on Lu Kuin. Mystic class, high-tier cultivation technique, blue scorpion technique. No one knew where Demon Dao techniques originated from. All they knew was that it originated from a mysterious source. At the same time, there were countless formidable techniques. Generally speaking, the stronger the Demon Dao organization, the more Demon Dao techniques they would possess. The Evil Fist sect that was flourishing for a period of time was a Demon Dao sect. A pity that Demon Dao sects weren't accepted by the world. Once they appeared, they would be surrounded and annihilated. If not, there would be countless Demon Dao sects in the East Unicorn continent. Bang, 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 bang. The 2 Heavenly Dipper realm martial artists were fighting in the sky. This battle was very fierce. Everyone could not see the movements of the 2. They could only see the 2 figures crisscrossing from time to time. The sound of the explosion was like rolling thunder. Li Fuchen calmed his mind and killed 1 Earth realm martial artist after another from the Devil's Hand Guild. 15 minutes later, the Devil's Hand Guild had suffered heavy casualties. Initially, there were over 100 Earth realm martial artists, but now there were only over 20 left. Those who block me shall die. The Devil's Hand Guild's branch leader abandoned the others and escaped alone. With his formidable ability, not even the 2 7th branch leaders could stop him. Go back! A dense sword light forced the Devil's Hand Guild's branch leader back. PFFF, PFFF. With 2 sword chi penetrating his body, the Devil's Hand Guild's branch leader was killed by the 2 leaders who caught up. The one who intercepted the branch leader was a motionless sword. He acted as though he did something insignificant and turned around to continue killing the other Earth realm martial artists from the Devil's Hand Guild. This child is truly terrifying. Group 4's leader, Luo Hui, sighed. Group 5's leader nodded. How can a gold class direct disciple be so simple? That gold class direct disciple, named Li Fuchen, killed close to 10 demon Dao martial artists by himself. Chapter 187. Even after all the Devil's Hand Guild members were executed, the battle in the sky had yet to end. The higher the rank of the martial Dao, the more impossible it was to determine the victor within a short period of time. Lu Kuan, as the vice branch master of the 7th branch, cultivated a mystic class, high-tier technique, just like Elder Scorpion. In the Azure Water sect, not everyone could cultivate a mystic class, peak-tier technique. Only direct disciples, intersect elders, and a few others could redeem a mystic class, peak-tier technique. Of course, to Lu Kuan, a mystic class, high-tier technique was enough for now. Up till now, he had only cultivated his mystic class, high-tier technique, to the 17th rank and had yet to reach the highest rank, the 18th rank. The two of them had similar techniques and cultivation levels. The only thing they could compete on was their martial arts. Martial arts were ever-changing and varied. It all depended on who was using it. After a few hundred moves, Lu Kuan and Elder Scorpion were still evenly matched. I'm not going to play with you anymore. You made me lose 5 million gold coins. I shall kill 5 of your men then. Elder Scorpion's figure shot down from the sky. His speed was so fast that many couldn't even react in time. You dare! Lu Kuan's eyes were wide open. PFFF, 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 bursts of blood exploded. 5 of the 7th branch's Earth realm martial artists were blasted into smithereens. Among them were the group leaders of the 4th and 5th group. Elder Scorpion originally wanted to kill Emotionless Sword, but Emotionless Sword senses were sharp. The moment Elder Scorpion descended from the sky, Emotionless Sword darted to the side. Li Fuchen was in the vicinity too, but slightly further away than Emotionless Sword. He saw the scene of Elder Scorpion killing the 5 men clearly. A difference in cultivation level. The 2 group leaders were at the peak level of the Earth realm, but they died just like that. Li Fuchen felt a chill in his heart. If Elder Scorpion targeted him, he wouldn't be able to escape death. You are courting death. Lu Kuan chased closely behind Elder Scorpion. You don't have to send me off. If there is a chance, I will take your head. Elder Scorpion increased his speed as though he activated some kind of escape technique and shook off Lu Kuan. Damn it! Lu Kuan stopped his chase, his face ashen. Group leader Luo and group leader Liang are dead, just like that. The other 5 team leaders grieved for the loss of their own kind. We can only blame our bad luck for encountering a Heavenly Dipper realm-level demonic Dao martial artist. AI, this is fate. Yes, if it were us, we wouldn't be able to escape death either. Everyone was in low spirits, and the excitement from wiping out the Devil's Hand Guild's branch had faded. 3 days had passed since the extermination of the Devil's Hand Guild. On the 7th branch's hunter's board, Li Fuchen's name suddenly appeared, followed by a number 9. This meant that Li Fuchen had killed 9 Earth realm demon Dao martial artists. That doesn't sound like much. But in terms of ranking, Li Fuchen had already reached the upper middle tier. On the hunting board, there were a total of over 400 direct disciples' names. Li Fuchen was ranked 198. It must be known that the hunting monument of the Divine Wind Hall and the Iron Blood Hall's branches was the same. In other words, this was the overall ranking, not the branch ranking. Of course, the hunting tablet would be updated, and there will be a delay. Every other month, the hunter's monument would only be updated once. For now, the other branches wouldn't have Li Fuchen's name on it. It would only happen at the beginning of the next month. By then, Li Fuchen's ranking would definitely not be 198. After all, the information of the other branches would be updated as well. More than 400 people, more than 400 of them, have killed less than 20 people. Only the first 20 people have killed more people. Li Fuchen looked up and saw Shuefeng's name, and Shuefeng was a motionless sword. The total number of kills was 98, ranking 5th. Above that were Sword Maniac and Sword Tiger's names. One was ranked 3rd and the other was ranked 1st. One of them had killed 105 people, while the other had killed 145 people. Sword Tiger was a battle maniac, which was why he had more kills than Sword Maniac. But it didn't mean that Sword Tiger's ability was superior to Sword Maniac. All in all, over 400 direct disciples have actually killed over 1,000 Earth Realm demonic Tao martial artists. This is truly a horrifying number. 1,000 Earth Realm martial artists. What kind of concept was that? During the era of Yunwu cities for major clans, there were only a dozen Earth Realm martial artists. But in the mid-sized Silver-rich city, there were about 20 to 30 Earth Realm martial artists. Of course, this wasn't just the number of kills within a year, but the number of kills over a decade. If direct disciples didn't break through to the Heaven Realm before the age of 40, they would automatically become high-class outer sect elders. Some of them became direct disciples at the age of 20, and before the age of 40, they would have been direct disciples for over a decade. It was still acceptable to kill over 1,000 Earth Realm Demon Tao martial artists over a decade. But what Li Fuchen didn't know was that for the past decade, the number of Earth Realm martial artists killed by direct disciples wasn't just 1,000. It was more like double. Many of those who were no longer direct disciples would have their names erased from the hunting tablet. Many of those who were already dead would have their names erased from the hunting tablet. Including the number of people killed by that group of people, the number of people killed was at least double. What Li Fuchen didn't know was that direct disciples didn't just kill demon Tao martial artists, they also killed Earth Realm martial artists from other sections, like the remnants of the evil Fist sect, like the Heaven Fiend sect, Spirit Hidden sect, and Violent Saber sect's Earth Realm martial artists. It was impossible for there to be no friction between neighboring sections. But friction didn't mean war, but small-scale wars were common occurrences. 2 years ago, the Azure Water sect and the Heaven Fiend sect had a war. There were over a dozen Heaven Realm martial artists and over 1,000 Earth Realm martial artists. Days passed by. Group 10 was, as usual, very idle. Even if there were missions, it wouldn't be Group 10's turn, unless it was a large-scale mission. The end of the month, at the beginning of the second month, Li Fuchen's ranking was no longer 198, but had dropped to 215. Li Fuchen didn't mind this. The number of kills was related to the contribution points. Every time an Earth Realm Demon Tao martial artist was killed, he would receive 20,000 contribution points. Li Fuchen didn't lack contribution points. Hence, he didn't mind his ranking or the number of kills. The Devil's Hand Guild's headquarters was located underground. In a dark meeting hall, a group of black figures sat around a table. Our branch has been wiped out by the Azure Water sect's 7th branch. We can't just stay silent and do nothing. We have to retaliate. Of course, we have to retaliate, but we have to be fast. We have to eliminate the 7th branch's strength in the shortest time possible, so that the other branches can't provide reinforcements in time. Let's treat this as a lesson to the Azure Water sect. Let them know that offending our Devil's Hand Guild isn't a good thing. When do we make our move? 3 days later. During these 3 days, we will gather all our men and strive to wipe out the 7th branch in one go. At the same time, we will give a vicious blow to the 6th and 5th branch, which are the closest to the 7th branch. Sure, once we wipe out the 7th branch in 3 days, everyone will join the 5 Poison Guild. They have already sent their men to our branch. Chapter 188. The pale blue soul spirit allowed Li Fuchen's perception to be unbelievably strong. A few months ago, the true Inferno technique had just broken through to the 14th rank. Now, there were signs of breaking through to the 15th rank. As a mystic class, peak tier technique, the true Inferno technique required a long time to break through to every rank. Normally, a few years to break through to the next rank was considered fast. A few months wasn't fast, it was breaking the norm. Under the blazing sun, Li Fuchen sat cross-legged and bathed in the sunlight. Within his body, the true Inferno technique was revolving rapidly, absorbing the traces of scorching energy from heaven and earth. Cultivation techniques also required the absorption of energy, but the quantity required was much lesser than increasing one's cultivation level. It had a higher requirement for the quality of the energy. With the 5 hearts facing sky, Li Fuchen felt that there was a sun in his dantian and a sun in the sky. The 2 suns resonated with each other and produced a subtle connection. Every type of martial arts, including cultivation techniques, contain the laws of heaven and earth. Some contained less, some contained more. Martial arts with less would have a lower grade, while martial arts with more would naturally have a higher grade. It was said that heaven-class martial arts existed in this world. When cultivated to the extreme, it would produce intent that could interfere with the operation of heaven and earth. But no one had ever seen such a thing in the legends. But when an earth-class martial art was cultivated to the extreme, the intent could be separated from the martial art and exist independently. It could even be used to kill. In some of the tombs of absolute experts, there were remnants of various intents. Those who entered would usually be attacked by the intents and have a slim chance of survival. What's more, different intents had different effects. Some true meanings had stronger offensive capabilities, while others had stronger defensive capabilities. Like at the entrance of the tomb, a defensive intent could be laid down. Those who didn't have enough ability would not be able to enter. The true Inferno technique might not be an earth-class technique, but it was very close. The intent of the technique seemed to be related to the sun in the sky. The small sun in his dantian revolved slowly as traces of flames spread out. Li Fuchen's true Inferno technique intent was slowly getting stronger. At this time, the burning heaven art intent was only a pure concept and not the true burning heaven art intent that had reached the large success stage. When a martial artist comprehended a cultivation method, they had to comprehend the cultivation method's intent and gradually strengthen it. Only then would they be able to increase the cultivation method's realm. One day, when Li Fuchen breaks through to the 21st rank of the true Inferno technique, the true Inferno technique intent would be terrifying. He might even be able to kill someone with the true Inferno technique intent. As the sun set, Li Fuchen slowly withdrew his technique and spat out a scorching breath from his mouth. The next day, when the sun rose, Li Fuchen continued to cultivate. Noon of the 3rd day. Today's sun was extremely scorching, as if it wanted to roast the entire world into nothingness. The miniature sun in Li Fuchen's dantian was spinning at a rapid pace, and the flames were much more than 2 days ago. Not knowing how much time had passed, Li Fuchen felt a burning pain in his dantian and meridians. In the next moment, the true Inferno technique burst out. A surging heat wave, with Li Fuchen as the center, spread to the surroundings. The ground was scorched and cracked. "You finally broke through?" Li Fuchen was delighted. The 15th layer of the true Inferno technique was exceptionally powerful. When Xiao Chen sensed it with his mind, the little sun in his dantian became much brighter, like a clump of pure magma. Just by sensing it with his mind, he could feel a wave of heat. Just now, when I felt the burning pain in my dantian and meridians, it seems my cultivation is still too low. If the true Inferno technique was to forcefully break through, it would easily burn the meridians. Only those with a tough body or a high cultivation level would be able to successfully break through. Li Fuchen's body toughness was already top-notch in the Azure Water sect. After all, the Azure Water sect's best body tempering technique was only at the Mystic class high tier. But Li Fuchen's cultivation level was too low. If it was any other first-level Earth realm martial artist who forcefully broke through to the 15th rank of the true Inferno technique, they would definitely be burnt to death. Of course, such people were rare. How many of them could reach Li Fuchen's level of perception? I hope the Ice Fire Flower can be saved for the 17th rank. The next time I break through to the 16th rank, I will use it first. Li Fuchen obtained a stalk of Ice Fire Flower from the 100 Herbs hidden domain. This stalk of Ice Fire Flower could help those who cultivated blazing heat techniques or icy cold techniques to break through without harming their meridians. Li Fuchen felt that it shouldn't be a problem to rely on his own strength to break through to the 16th rank. After all, it was just some burning pain and it wasn't considered much. Now that the true Inferno technique broke through to the 15th rank, Li Fuchen's true Inferno technique intent had a huge improvement. With the advancement of the true Inferno technique intent, Li Fuchen's cultivation bottleneck had loosened up. This meant that Li Fuchen could now break through to the 2nd level of the Earth realm. This is really a chain reaction. Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry to break through. He intended to consolidate the 15th rank of the true Inferno technique first. 2 days later, Li Fuchen took a deep breath and prepared to break through to the 2nd level of the Earth realm. As the true Inferno technique revolved, a large amount of energy gathered from heaven and earth. There were signs of a spirit chi tornado forming. I have to rely on pills. This wasn't the 100 Herbs hidden domain after all. The heaven and earth energy was sparse and unable to form a spirit chi tornado. Just by absorbing the heaven and earth energy, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to break through to the 2nd level of the Earth realm in a short period of time. He could only rely on pills. Consuming a yellow class, peak tier pill, Li Fuchen revolved his cultivation technique to absorb the medicinal effects. A moment later, Li Fuchen consumed another yellow class, peak tier pill. Within 2 hours, Li Fuchen consumed a total of 5 yellow class, peak tier pills. If converted into contribution points, it would be around 40,000 to 50,000. It was all thanks to Li Fuchen's wealth. A few thousand meters up in the sky, a Class 2 spirit beast, cloud-piercing eagle, was flying. On the back of the cloud-piercing eagle stood an Earth realm martial artist. From his attire, he was obviously from the Azure Water sect. This was a scout from the 7th branch and was in charge of scouting the surroundings. The reason why the Devil's Hand Guild's branch was eradicated was because they didn't have any aerial spirit beasts. The method of taming spirit beasts was basically in the hands of the sect. This was the foundation of the sect. If they relied on riding horses or traveling by foot, when the enemies arrived at their doorstep, they probably wouldn't even have the chance to send back any news. The spy was very leisurely, eating fruits while looking down from time to time. From a few thousand meters up in the sky, the scout could see a black tide surging towards the 7th branch. This is the enemy. The scout was shocked. Controlling the cloud-piercing eagle, he turned around and was about to send a message. Die. But right at this moment, in the sky above, a black-clothed man broke through the air and sent a palm strike at the scout. It was a Heaven Realm martial artist. PFFF. The scout, along with the cloud-piercing eagle, exploded at the same time. Swish! A red firework burst into the sky, dazzling and eye-catching. The black-clothed man frowned. He already made his move quickly, but didn't expect the enemy to still release a signal flare. No worries. There is still half a day before we reach the 7th branch. I don't think they will be able to do anything. Another black-clothed man appeared and spoke in a cold tone. 7th branch, branch master. Someone released a red signal flare. A scout rushed into the branch hall. Red signal flare. Wangan's expression was gloomy. A red signal flare meant that there was an enemy invasion. Pass down my orders. Everyone is to head to the 6th branch and set off immediately. This matter concerned the life and death of everyone in the 7th branch. Wangan wouldn't be arrogant enough to stay here and wait for the enemy to come knocking. Everyone doesn't believe in Tai Su's character. They have to believe in the power of the contract. Also, I've been a little stuck these few days. I've reached a turning point in the plot, and it's not easy to grasp. Furthermore, Tai Su is a person who likes to be stuck in a dead end, so it doesn't feel right. It's really painful to write. In any case, my bad habits in the past are indeed affecting me. I'm trying to change them. Tai Su wants to become a professional writer and not look like an amateur writer. Chapter 189. The evacuation was too sudden and too shocking. In the Azure Water Sect's territory, the 7th branch actually had to take the initiative to retreat. How terrifying must the invading enemy be? It's probably the Devil's Hand Guild's headquarters taking revenge. Li Fuqin guessed. As one of the top 10 Devil Dao organizations in the Azure Water region, the Devil's Hand Guild's strength was rather formidable. With the strength of an organization, they were naturally able to force the 7th branch to retreat. Moreover, one should never underestimate the power of a demonic path organization. The strength of a demonic path organization might not be weaker than a sect. Some powerful demonic organizations were even stronger than the sections. However, they could not appear in the open and could only hide underground. If they dared to appear in the open, they would immediately be attacked by many sections. The Evil Fist sect was an example. If the Demon Dao organizations were too weak, then the Azure Water region's Demon Dao organizations would have long been wiped out. How could they allow others to sleep in their beds? Everyone from the 7th branch rode their rank 2 demonic blood horses towards the direction of the 6th branch. In the East Unicorn continent, Class 2 demonic blood horses were considered as the best means of transportation. Every sect would tame hundreds of thousands of Class 2 demonic blood horses. As for Class 1 demonic blood horses, they were used by regular martial artists for transportation. The rank 2 demonic blood horse's speed was fast, and its endurance was shocking. It could maintain its high speed continuously. However, no matter how fast the level 2 demonic blood horse was, it could not be compared to the flying speed of a Heaven Dipper realm martial artist. 5 Heavenly Dipper realm demonic cultivators blocked the path of the 7th branch. As for the 7th branch, there were only 3 Heaven realm martial artists. One of them was Hall Chief Wangan, and the other 2 were Vice Hall Chiefs. Moreover, among the 5 Heavenly Dipper realm Demon Dao martial artists, one is actually a Heavenly Dipper realm middle rank martial artist, although only Heavenly Dipper realm 4th layer, but also Heavenly Dipper realm middle rank. Everyone, charge forward. Don't look back. Wang Qian roared. This was a moment of life and death. Don't think about saving others. It would be good if you could save yourself first. Of course, as the branch master, he could not escape. The 7th branch had more than 10 true disciples. If he escaped and caused all the true disciples to be annihilated, not only would the upper echelons of the sect punish him, even his family would be imprisoned. Charge! Li Fuqin clamped the horse's abdomen and pushed the Class 2 demonic blood horse to its limits. Beside him were Xiang Tianxiang and several other true disciples. Li Fuqin didn't dare to use his light body technique to travel as he was afraid of attracting attention. If he stood out now, he would die the fastest. As long as we reach the 6th branch, we will be saved. Damn it, these demonic organizations are too arrogant. A true disciple cursed. Humph, just you wait. This time, the sect will definitely be furious, and will definitely send a large number of Heavenly Dipper realm martial artists to wipe out the Demon Dao organization. Another successor, disciple, looked gloomy. Li Fuqin glanced at them and seemed to have thought of something. He deliberately kept a distance from them. Xiang Tianxiang was also very smart. Seeing that Li Fuchen intentionally distanced himself, he followed suit. Boom! The intense chi force was like a horrifying storm that engulfed the crowd. At least 7 to 8 Earth realm martial artists died on the spot. As for the Origin realm martial artists, at least a few dozen of them died. All of them, along with their horses, exploded into a mist of blood. The one who made the move was a Heaven Realm Demon Dao martial artist. With his Heaven Realm strength, killing Earth Realm martial artists and Origin Realm martial artists was like killing chickens, killing a whole bunch of them. What a close shave! Looking at the route he took, Xiang Tianxiang's scalp went numb. That route had already become a straight line of death. All the men and horses in that straight line were all dead, including those direct disciples. Shortly after, Xiang Tianxiang looked at Li Fuchen. His eyes were filled with rejoice and disbelief. To be honest, when he distanced himself from Li Fuchen, it was all a subconscious action. And this subconscious action actually saved his life. If he previously admired Li Fuchen's perception, now he started to admire Li Fuchen as a person. This person wasn't human at all. With such incredible perception and temperament, he knew that if direct disciples gathered together, it would attract too much attention. You and I better maintain a certain distance. We both look too young. One look and you can tell that we are direct disciples. Li Fuchen said, and Xiang Tianxiang already understood this point and distanced himself from Li Fuchen. Every time this Heaven Realm Demon Dao martial artist made a move, a large number of lives would be lost. Under his attacks, only 3 of the 7th branch's direct disciples were left. They were emotionless Sword Shui Feng, Li Fuchen, and Xiang Tianxiang. Soon enough, this Heaven Realm Demon Dao martial artist's attention landed on emotionless Sword Shui Feng. With his Heaven Realm perception, he could naturally sense that emotionless Sword Shui Feng's chi presence was extremely sharp and wasn't a regular direct disciple. He should be a gold-class direct disciple. This person grinned and sent a palm strike at Shui Feng. The Class 2 demonic blood horse exploded, while Shui Feng turned into an afterimage and shot out. At the crucial moment, he activated the 2-star secret technique, Divine Movement Leg. Complementing it with his light body technique, his speed reached the limits. He dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. Can you escape? But it's fine too. I, Blood Owl, will play with you first. Blood Owl sent another palm strike at Shui Feng. Shui Feng threw out a handful of Thunder Blast bombs. The so-called Thunder Blast was a firearm that was even more valuable than the Thunderbolt bomb. A single bomb was worth 10,000 contribution points and could easily kill a low-leveled Earth realm martial artist. A handful of Thunder Blast bombs would be worth a few 100,000 contribution points. Only a direct disciple of Shui Feng's caliber would have so many contribution points. A large handful of Thunder Blast bombs still couldn't stop Blood Owl's palm force, but it still created an opening. Shui Feng made use of this opening to shift his center of gravity to the left and shot out diagonally. Rumble. Shui Feng's original position was turned into a huge pit. This pit was enough to bury a few hundred people. Interesting. I would like to see what other tricks you have up your sleeves. Blood Owl flicked his finger and shot out a finger force with shocking speed. It was many times faster than a crossbow bolt. PFFF. Shui Feng's body exploded and turned into shreds. Taking a closer look, it was just a piece of clothing. It turned out that Shui Feng had already executed a cicada shedding secret technique to escape. Luckily, Shui Feng is here to distract us. Li Fuchen rejoiced in his heart. 5 Heaven Realm Demon Dao martial artists. 4 of them dealt with the 7 branch chiefs, while the remaining 1 dealt with the small fries like them. If another one came, he couldn't guarantee that he could survive. A miserable scream came from the back. It was the voice of the branch vice chief, Lu Kuan. 4 against 3 meant that one of them had to face 2 enemies. Lu Kuan's ability was the weakest, but he had two enemies. After withstanding a few hundred moves, he was still killed. Go and kill those small fries. The Devil's Hand Guild leader sent a message to one of them. Yes. The Heaven Realm Demon Dao martial artist flashed and chased after Li Fuchen's group. Not good. Another Heaven Realm Demon Dao martial artist is here. Li Fuchen was constantly paying attention to his back. He felt a powerful qi presence chasing after him. His heart was shocked, and an intense feeling of unwillingness surged in his heart. I must not die here. At this moment, Li Fuchen no longer had any hopes of luck. With his age, he was destined to be the most obvious target. Executing the wind shadow steps and activating the mystical dragon's secret technique, Li Fuchen charged from the class 2 demonic blood horse. His speed wasn't inferior to a motionless sword Shuifeng. Chapter 190. As Li Fuchen expected, this Heavenly Dipper Realm Demon Dao martial artist put the first target on him. As for the Earth Realm martial artist, he just casually sent out an attack. Whether he died or not, he didn't care. A Heavenly Dipper Realm martial artist's flying speed was extremely fast, comparable to a Class 3 flying demonic beast or a flying spirit beast. In just a short moment, he caught up to Li Fuchen. Junior, your speed is so fast. You should be a gold class direct disciple, right? I wonder how it feels to kill a gold class direct disciple? Lai Shan laughed heartily and flicked a finger force at Li Fuchen. Puff! The ground was penetrated with a large hole, and Li Fuchen evaded in advance. His senses are quite strong, as expected of a gold class direct disciple. Lai Shan continuously sent out finger gusts of wind. Pu-pu-pu-pu, large holes appeared on the ground. Li Fuchen utilized the wind shadow steps and shadowless leg to the extreme. His body moved left and right, up and down. It was as though he had lost all weight and could change his direction and speed at any time. Apart from that, Li Fuchen's concentration was at an unprecedented level. There were few times when Lai Shan's finger force was about to be released. Li Fuchen had already predicted his opponent's attack trajectory. Lai Shan was rather surprised. Dodging his attacks once or twice was still acceptable, but dodging every single time was a little too much. Let's see how you dodge this time. Lai Shan took out a weapon from his storage bag. This weapon was a mountain crashing hammer. The head of the mountain crashing hammer was half the size of a millstone. It was forged from the extremely heavy black mountain iron, a low-grade, profound level metal. It weighed 4,800 pounds, not to mention infusing it with true qi. Even without infusing it with true qi, when the hammer smashed down, it would be enough to break the earth and shatter everything. Die. As the hammer blasted down, the heaven and earth energy vibrated. A giant hammer shadow covered Li Fuchen, like a small mountain crashing down. Danger! All the hair on Li Fuchen's body stood up. Every inch of his flesh and blood seemed to be screaming. It was an instinctive reaction. Activating the divine movement leg, Li Fuchen turned into an illusory figure that shot out at an unbelievable speed. Rumble! The hammer shadow smashed 10 meters behind Li Fuchen, the hard ground, as if turned into a water surface. A wave of soil spread out. For a moment, Li Fuchen felt as though the heaven and earth were about to collapse. He was completely unable to control his body and was sent flying along with a powerful shockwave like a straw. Puff! Landing heavily on the ground, Li Fuchen vomited a large mouthful of blood and looked pale. This attack was too powerful. Even though it was just the shockwave, it was enough to seriously injure him. If his physical fitness wasn't so high, just the shockwave alone would have been enough to shatter his bones. Run! Why aren't you running anymore? Lai Shan raised the mountain-blasting hammer high up and planned to smash Li Fuchen into a blood mist. Impudent! Demon cultivators of the demonic Dao, kill them all! 3 figures flew over from the sky. Shockingly, They were 3 Heavenly Dipper realm martial artists. The only Heavenly Dipper realm martial artists who could rush over so quickly were the 3 hall masters of the 6th branch. One of the hall masters unsheathed his sword, and a stream of sword energy swept toward Lai Shan. Clang! Sparks flew into the sky, and Lai Shan was sent flying. The other 2 hall masters followed closely behind him and attacked Lai Shan with their swords. Lai Shan let out a muffled groan, as if he had suffered a serious injury. He hurriedly retreated. The people from the 6th branch are rushing over. You should recuperate properly. One of the hall masters recognized Li Fuchen and transmitted a message. Li Fuchen nodded. His injuries were severe and had to be treated immediately. Retrieving a pill from his storage bag, Li Fuchen felt his heart ache and swallowed it. This was a mystic class, low-tier recuperation pill. It was worth 100,000 contribution points. He didn't expect it to be used so quickly. As for yellow class, peak tier, or half mystic class recuperation pills, although they had decent effects, they weren't as effective as a mystic class, low-tier recuperation pill. A mystic class, low-tier pill was indeed worthy of its name. After 15 minutes, Li Fuchen's injuries had recovered by 30% to 40%. His ruptured internal organs, flesh, and bones were all recovering at a rapid pace. When his injuries were at least 50% recovered, Li Fuchen stood up. Next, he didn't need to circulate his technique to recuperate. The remaining effects of the pill would automatically heal his injuries. It's good to have contribution points. 100,000 contribution points were spent just like that. Li Fuchen was only left with about 7 million contribution points in the sect. The rest were exchanged for various items. There were Thunder Blast, Mystic Class pills, and the Class 3 high-tier Demonic Beast Pelt armor he was wearing was also exchanged for a Class 4 mid-tier Demonic Beast Pelt armor. The higher the grade of the Demonic Beast Pelt armor, the more exaggerated its value. A Class 1 Demonic Beast Pelt armor would at most cost a few dozen gold coins. A Class 2 Demonic Beast Pelt armor would cost a few hundred gold coins. A Class 3 Demonic Beast Pelt armor would cost a few thousand to tens of thousands of gold coins. A Class 4 Demonic Beast Pelt armor would cost at least 100,000 gold coins, which would be 50,000 contribution points. The Class 4 mid-tier Demonic Beast Pelt armor that Li Fuchen was wearing cost him 150,000 contribution points. Other than that, there were other miscellaneous items that cost quite a lot of contribution points. Of course, most of them were used to redeem pills. Antidote pills, recuperation pills, and cultivation assistance pills. Just redeeming pills alone cost Li Fuchen 2 million contribution points. But Li Fuchen didn't feel it was a pity. After all, nothing in this world was worth mentioning when compared to life. Without life, what was the point of having so many contribution points? The 5th and 6th branch halls were the closest to the 7th branch hall. Just as Li Fuchen was hesitating if he should return to participate in the battle, in the sky, another 3 Heaven Realm martial artists flew towards the battlefield. Time to return. Taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen turned and sprinted towards the battlefield. The Devil's Hand Guild's headquarters was invading on a large scale. It wasn't just Heaven Realm martial artists, there were definitely Earth Realm and Origin Realm martial artists. By the time Li Fuchen returned to the battlefield, the battle was already in full swing. Up in the sky, Wang Gan was the only hall master of the 7th branch left. Luckily, the 6 hall masters of the 6th and 5th branch had rushed over. The number of Heaven Realm martial artists of the Devil's Hand cult had also increased from 5 to 8. The situation was still disadvantageous to them. On the ground, the Devil's Hand Guild was densely packed and were wantonly slaughtering the remnants of the 7th branch. Li Fuchen saw the figure of a motionless, sword Xuefeng. Xuefeng was extremely courageous. Even though he was injured, he was still fighting against 3 peak-level Earth Realm martial artists. Although he was at a disadvantage, his life wasn't in danger yet. Kill! Li Fuchen didn't hesitate and joined the battle. Every expert grew up through blood and fire. Since even Heaven Realm martial artists couldn't kill him, he didn't have to fear some Earth Realm martial artists. Li Fuchen's participation had a negligible impact on the entire battlefield. It was fortunate that the battlefield was large enough and spanned across 7 to 8 miles. If not, once Li Fuchen joined, he would immediately attract the attention of the Devil's Hand Guild's experts. 1 hour later, the 7th branch was almost completely wiped out. Xue Feng, Li Fuchen, and the others retreated as they fought, extending the battlefield even further and wider. Demon Dao Demon, how dare you act so presumptuously in my Songlan region? Kill without mercy. Finally, the 6th branch's men arrived. When the 7th branch's scouts realized that the Devil's Hand Guild was invading, they had already released the signal flare. The scouts that passed through the branches released the signal flare one after another, spreading the news very quickly. A few hours ago, the 6th branch's men had already rushed over at full speed. It was fortunate that the various branches weren't too far apart and could reinforce each other in the shortest time possible. If not, no one from the 7th branch would have survived. P.S. I wish everyone a happy Mid-Autumn festival. Today, the Tai Su clan will be having dumplings and mooncakes. Chapter 191. 2 hours later, the men from the 5th branch arrived. The 2 branches joined forces and temporarily withstood the attacks of the Devil's Hand Guild. For Xue Feng and Li Fuchen, this was the situation they wanted. They were both prodigies among prodigies and had a perfect grasp of timing. Every time they made a move, they would basically claim a life. This was something that many people who were stronger than them couldn't do. Unfortunately, there were too many people from the Devil's Hand Guild. They had almost double the number of people from the 2 branches added together. The 6th and 5th branch began to retreat step by step. One more is one more. Li Fuchen's internal injuries had already recovered by about 80%. The Mystic class low-tier recuperation elixirs were extremely potent and had been nourishing his body. PFFF. The black gold sword danced, and an Earth Realm martial artist from the Devil's Hand Guild was pierced through the heart by Li Fuchen. Up until now, more than 10 people had died by his hands. On the other side, Xue Feng had killed at least 20 people. Other than the 9th level of the Earth Realm or the peak stage of the Earth Realm, there was basically no one who could withstand a single sword from him. His sword was extremely fast and ruthless. The nickname Emotionless Sword was not just for show. With the 2 of them around, the situation gradually improved. However, it was also because of this that the 2 of them attracted even more attention. On Li Fuchen's side, there was an 8th level Earth Realm Demon Dao martial artist and a 9th level Earth Realm Demon Dao martial artist. Li Fuchen believed that if it was just one of them, he would still be able to resist. But if there were 2 of them, then the pressure would be too much. He was now at the 2nd level of the Earth Realm. With the addition of the 15th rank of the True Inferno technique and the Mystical Dragon Secret technique, his combat strength was almost at the 6th level of the Earth Realm. There wasn't much difference between him and an 8th level Earth Realm Evil Dao martial artist. Die. The first to make a move was a middle-aged demon Dao martial artist with a goatee who was at the 9th level of the Earth Realm. His weapon was also a sword with a forked tip like a snake's tongue. The sword intent revolved and thrust at Li Fuchen. Vaguely, Li Fuchen seemed to see a poisonous snake shooting over. This seemed to be a sword technique related to snakes. The sword intent comprehended had the characteristics of snakes. Li Fuchen didn't clash head-on with his opponent and executed the 9 revolution sword art. Dang! Li Fuchen's strength was reduced to 30% or 40% after the 9 revolution sword arts, twisting and turning. He couldn't do anything to Li Fuchen. Force dissipation sword technique? The goateed, middle-aged man was displeased. He hated encountering such different martial arts the most. Dancing snakes. The goatee man's sword intent burst out and slashed at Li Fuchen. 100,000 turns. Every time Li Fuchen's 9 revolution sword art turned, it would produce both hard and soft forces, which would neutralize most of the opponent's sword art. Blood-killing palm. On the side, the 8th level Earth Realm man with a sword scar on his face suddenly sent a palm strike at Li Fuchen. In the air, there was a pungent smell of blood that was nauseating. Li Fuchen did not dare to be careless. Demon Dao martial art, 9 out of 10 are very vicious. This blood-kill palm, it is estimated that it is a poisonous palm, cannot be taken. Footwork flash. Li Fuchen figure suddenly disappeared. Under the joint attack of the duo, Li Fuchen found it hard to retaliate. He had to rely on the 9 revolution sword style and the shadowless leg to contend with them. Xue Feng's situation was similar to Li Fuchen's. In fact, he was in a worse state than Li Fuchen. Before the 6th and 5th branch members arrived, he was already surrounded by 3 peak-level Earth Realm martial artists. Now he was surrounded by 2 peak-level Earth Realm martial artists and 3 9th-level Earth Realm martial artists. Just as everyone was losing ground and was in a bitter battle, the deacon's strongest support arrived. Who dares to act so presumptuously in this old man's patrol area? A firm voice was like the rumbling of thunder, causing everyone's blood to boil, only to see 5 figures breaking through the sky and descending. The leader had a chi presence that surged like the sea, covering the sky and earth. He was obviously a high-leveled heaven realm martial artist. The patrol elder is here. Haha, brothers, kill! Below, the Azure Water sect was overjoyed. The Azure Water region was vast. Just relying on the Divine Wind Hall and the Iron Blood Hall wasn't enough to maintain the situation. Hence, the upper echelons of the sect set up 8 patrol areas in the Azure Water region. They were the East, Southeast, South, Southwest, West, Northwest, North, and Northeast patrol areas. Each patrol area had a high-leveled Heaven Realm martial artist and 4 low- and mid-leveled Heaven Realm martial artists overseeing it. These patrol elders would often patrol their own areas, and if there was any situation, they would be able to provide reinforcements. Not good, it's the patrol elder. Why am I so unlucky to bump into him? The Devil's Hand guild leader was shocked. If the 10 branches of the Divine Wind Hall were hunting dogs, then the patrol elder was a goshawk. He was even more terrifying than the hunting dogs and was the nightmare of the Demon Dao. Retreat quickly. The Devil's Hand guild leader couldn't be bothered with the others. After yelling out, he immediately retreated with extreme speed. Wongon escaped from death. His body was covered in blood and his heart was filled with joy. It seemed like the heavens still favored him and allowed him to hold on until now. It was a pity that the 2 vice branch leaders were dead. Trying to leave? Did you get this old man's permission? The leader of the patrol elders drew his artifact sword, and with a single slash, the sky was filled with thunder sword rain. Crackle! The insufferably arrogant Devil's Hand guild leader was instantly drowned in the rain of swords and was dead beyond death. The other 7 Heaven Realm martial artists from the Devil's Hand guild wanted to escape too. But how could they escape? They were all killed, like vegetables being chopped up. With the support of the Heaven Realm martial artists, the situation on the ground was instantly reversed. The originally aggressive Devil's Hand guild members were now wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. They wished their parents had given them a few more legs. The ruler of the Azure Water region is ultimately the Azure Water sect. These Demon Dao organizations can only be arrogant for a moment. Seeing the Devil's Hand guild members dying one by one, Li Fuchen let out a breath of relief. The Azure Water sect's ability was unfathomable and no one could fully grasp it. The Divine Wind Hall and the patrol region was just the tip of the iceberg. If the Azure Water sect burst out with their full strength, even 1,000 Devil's Hand guild members would be slaughtered. In less than 1 hour, the entire Devil's Hand Guild would be annihilated. Those that could escape were just some small cats and dogs that weren't worth mentioning. Greetings to Elder Lin. The 7 branch leaders came in front of the patrol elder and bowed with cupped hands. Elder Lin scanned the battlefield and inquired, "How are the casualties?" Wang Qian said in a sorrowful voice, "My 7th branch was almost completely wiped out. Even the 2-branch vice hall masters are dead. Even the true inheritors suffered heavy casualties. As for how many of them survived, I'm not sure." When he heard that the 2-branch vice leaders had perished in battle, Elder Lin's expression didn't change. But when he heard that direct disciples had suffered heavy casualties, Elder Lin was infuriated. "Damn it, a bunch of rats. We have to sweep the Azure Water region once and exterminate all these Demon Dao organizations. Every few years or 10 years or so, the Azure Billow territory would wipe out a Demon Dao organization. But these Demon Dao organizations were hidden deeply and couldn't be eliminated. It seemed as though there was a faction supporting them from behind the scenes. Other than that, every sweep would result in countless casualties. Some of the Demon Dao organizations were forced to a dead end and would willfully release poison and murder in the surrounding cities. Sometimes, the entire population of a city would be massacred. But with so many direct disciples dead, no matter how troublesome it was, they had to sweep through them. After all, direct disciples were the future pillars of the Azure Water sect. If they didn't pay attention to them, these Demon Dao organizations would continue to be lawless. Chapter 192. After some calculations, out of the 14 direct disciples from the 7th branch, only 3 survived. They were emotionless Sword Shuefeng, Li Fuqin, and Xiang Tianqiang. Xiang Tianqiang's luck was great. The first Heaven Realm demon, Dao martial artist, was chasing after a motionless Sword Shuefeng. The second Heaven Realm demon, Dao martial artist, was chasing after Li Fuqin. Xiang Tianqiang escaped far away and didn't encounter any danger. I wonder what the sect's reaction will be. With the death of 11 direct disciples, even Li Fuqin felt the severity of the situation. A mere Devil's Hand Guild was able to kill 11 of the Azure Water sect's direct disciples. If the top 10 Demon Dao organizations were to erupt at the same time, what would happen? Even though the possibility was minute, but as long as there was a possibility, it was a huge threat. With the 7th branch destroyed, Li Fuqin and the remaining members of the 7th branch were temporarily residing in the 6th branch. A few days later, the news reached the Azure Water sect. The upper echelons of the Azure Water sect were enraged. Within the Azure Water Grand Hall, the sect patriarch, the sect protectors, and the inner sect elders who were ranked highly were all present. Damn those Demon Dao organizations. This time we must uproot them. Of course we have to uproot them. It should have been 12 years since the last purge. I wonder how much information the secret faction has. I don't think so. These Demon Dao organizations are all very crafty. They would change their location every few years. Some of them even have multiple layers. It's hard to differentiate between real and fake. It doesn't matter how much information they have. This time, it is time to purge the Demon Dao organizations. I have always felt that the original strategy wasn't reliable. It is easier said than done to grasp all the information of the Demon Dao organizations and wipe them out in one fell swoop. We should purge them once every few years and force them to leave the Azure Water region. TSK, force them to leave the Azure Water region? Is that possible? When a martial artist cultivates, what do they rely on? Resources. In other regions, they either join other Demon Dao organizations, or they can only live with their tails between their legs, struggling at death's door. But in the Tsanglan region, even though we have the Tsanglan sect, resources are easy to come by. From time to time, we can use commoners or martial artists to practice Demon Dao martial arts, improving at a rapid pace. A Qi realm martial artist who cultivates Demon Dao martial arts will be able to enter the Origin realm within a few years, and the Earth realm within 10 to 20 years. If they are talented, they may be able to reach the heaven realm within 30 to 40 years. In order to maintain such a rapid cultivation speed, you need your own territory. The inner sect elder who spoke had eyes full of wisdom and had a thorough analysis of the Demon Dao organizations. Elder Gu is right. Demon Dao martial arts can improve at a godly speed. Although it is easy to go berserk during the cultivation process, and the higher the cultivation, the higher the chance of going berserk. But such an astonishing speed of improvement still attracted countless people. And in an unfamiliar territory, they have no way to recruit members. Unless it is a last resort, I don't think they will leave the Azure Water region. An inner sect elder supported. Listening to the inner sect elders expressing their opinions, the white-clothed middle-aged man waved his hand. It is useless to argue about this now. Wait for the secret faction leader to come in and see what she has to say. Sect Patriarch, the secret faction leader, has arrived. Outside the door, the guard's voice echoed. Summon her in. The white-clothed middle-aged man said. The secret faction leader was an expressionless middle-aged woman with sharp eyes. Her cultivation was extremely high and had reached the 9th level of the heaven realm. Sima Lu greets, Sect Patriarch. The middle-aged woman bowed and cupped her fist. Sima Lu, tell me about the information that the secret faction has on the nests of the Demon Dao organizations. The white-clothed middle-aged man said. Sima Lu said, after 12 years of hard work, the Secret Hall has already grasped the information of 15 demonic path organizations. 6 of them are the top 10 demonic path organizations. They are the Poisonous Fly Society, Dead Man Valley, and the 5 Poison Society. Oh, they have information on the nest of the 5 Poison Guild? The white-clothed middle-aged man's eyes lit up. 5 Poison is the top 3 Demon Dao organizations in Azure Billow territory. In its organization, there are dozens of Heavenly Dipper realm martial artists. There are 5 leaders. They are 5 Heavenly Dipper realm 9th layer Demon Dao martial artists. They are known as 5 Poison Elders. They are Blue Scorpion Elder, Golden Toad Elder, Red Chain Elder, 1,000 Feet Elder, Gecko Elder. They actually have so much information. It seems like the original plan is still feasible. Hearing that Sima Lu had information on the 15 Demon Dao organizations, everyone was shocked. Taking a deep breath, the white-clothed middle-aged man spoke in an unquestionable tone. It is enough to have information on the nests of the 15 Demon Dao organizations. Even if we can't wipe out all the Demon Dao organizations in the Azure Water region, we will at least wipe out most of them. There is no time to lose. In order to prevent the information from leaking out, the operation shall begin now. Someone invite all the Supreme Elders over. There is no need to invite them. I am here. A gray-haired elder instantly appeared in the Grand Hall. His chi presence was prowess without any anger. In the Grand Hall, only the white-clothed middle-aged man could be on par with him. Elder Xia, you came at the right time. This time, we might need your help to eliminate the 5 Poison Guild. He didn't intend to let all the Supreme Elders participate in the operation. He just wanted to ask which Supreme Elder was willing to join. Since Elder Xia was here, there was naturally no need to inform the other Supreme Elders. A bag of old bones. Just the right time to exercise. Elder Xia nodded. A short moment later, more than 200 inner sect elders made their move. In the skies above the Azure Water sect, the densely packed figures covered the sky. Even if they didn't intentionally release their chi presence, their horrific chi presence caused the air to stagnate. Swish, 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 all the inner sect elders were split into 15 groups and flew out instantly. Among them, no one could see Elder Xia's figure, as though he was invisible. On the first day, 4 Demon Dao organizations were eliminated. On the second day, 8 Demon Dao organizations were eliminated. On the third day, Supreme Elder, the 5 Poison Guild is at the bottom of that short mountain in front. The one who spoke was the upper echelon of the secret faction. Elder Xia nodded and spoke to Grand Elder Zhao Wujin. Seal the area within a 10-mile radius. Don't let a single fly escape. Yes. Zhao Wujin and the inner sect elders split up. This short mountain is a little troublesome. It seems like we have to use the secret technique. Elder Xia took a deep breath. The moment he exhaled, a horrifying qi presence burst out. This qi presence was about to freeze the void and shatter the sky. Within a few miles radius, this qi presence enveloped everything. At the same time, the clouds in the sky started to swirl. Sect origin swords condense. Tens of thousands of sword qi appeared out of nowhere and quickly fused together, forming a giant sword that connected heaven and earth. Fall! Raising his right hand high, Elder Xia swung down ruthlessly. Kacha! The short mountain that was close to 100 meters in height was split into two. Fall! Elder Xia constantly brandished his right hand. The giant sword pierced into the ground, creating huge holes. Each hole was 10 meters wide and unfathomably deep, as though it was going to pierce through the earth. The interior of the 5-poison triad had long since descended into chaos. The might of the 10,000 ancestral swords was too great. Every time it descended, there would be a large number of 5-poison triad members buried alive or killed by the aftershocks of the might emitted by the gigantic sword. It is a reincarnation realm martial artist. Chapter 193. In the East Unicorn Continent, reincarnation realm martial artists were the true rulers. They ruled over the sects, and the sects ruled over the continent. If a sect didn't have a reincarnation realm martial artist overseeing it, then the sect would be eradicated in a blink of an eye. Only a sect with a reincarnation realm martial artist could be passed down. The leader of the 5-poison gang would never have thought that the Azure Water sect would be able to locate their base. For so many years, they would always return to their base through the various underground tunnels. They would never openly come to the short mountain, only allowed on creative novels. Come in the blink of an eye, half of the 5-poison gang's lair had collapsed. The rest of the places had also successively collapsed. Countless rocks and soil collapsed. Don't even talk about heaven realm martial artists. Even reincarnation realm martial artists wouldn't be able to withstand it. Swish, swish, swish. One figure after another shot out from the crack and fled in all directions. Judging from their aura, they were clearly Heavenly Dipper realm martial artists. Scatter, exterminate. Elder Xia sneered and clenched his right fist tightly before releasing it abruptly. Swish, 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 like a fairy scattering flowers or a peacock spreading its tail. The giant sword scattered into tens of thousands of sword chi. Each sword chi could easily kill a heaven realm martial artist. Golden-toed body. An elder in dark gold robes burst out with chi presence. A golden-toed shadow enveloped him and blocked off multiple sword chi. Lizard tail severed. There was another elder in brown robes who took the initiative to sever one of his fingers. This finger exploded into a blood mist and formed into a blood-colored figure. The blood-colored figure blocked off the calamity for him. 4-star secret technique. Interesting. A pity that he still has to die. Elder Xia controlled more sword chi to shoot at the two of them. Crackle. The first to die was the elder in gold robes. The golden-toed shadow that enveloped him finally collapsed after blocking off a dozen sword chi. The next to die was the elder in brown robes. This person's 4-star secret technique was incredible. He could constantly mutilate his body to create a blood-colored figure to face the calamity for him. But the speed of the blood-colored figure couldn't match the speed of the sword chi's destruction. After a dozen sword chi, the blood-colored figure along with the original body exploded into a blood mist. Only 2. Elder Xia frowned. He had killed over 20 Heavenly Dipper realm demonic cultivators, but he had only used up a few dozen of his sword chi. What he was concerned about was where the other 3 leaders of the 5 poison triad were. Had they already died underground? 7 or 8 li away, myriad swords returned to origin. Zhao Wujin let out a loud roar, and several thousand streaks of sword chi shot over, enveloping the blue scorpion elder. The blue scorpion senior elder's ability was extremely formidable. Even among the Azure Water Sect's inner sect elders, he was ranked top 20. A pity that against Zhao Wujin's sect origin swords, he couldn't do anything and was immediately sliced to death by the countless sword chi. On the other side, for inner sect elders joined hands to deal with Grand Elder Qilian. After tens of moves, Grand Elder Qilian was killed. Only Elder Thousand-Legged was nowhere to be seen. Several hours later, Elder Xie and the others could only helplessly give up. According to the information they had, the 5 poison triad's Grand Elder 1,000 Feet was an expert in burrowing into the ground. It was likely that he had already burrowed into the ground and escaped. Although everyone felt helpless about this, they were not too disappointed. Even if a 1,000-legged elder were to cause trouble, he wouldn't amount to much. What's more, if he dared to appear and cause trouble, the Azure Water sect would still be able to find him. This world was huge. There were all sorts of martial arts and secret techniques. Some sects had secret techniques that specialized in tracking. As long as they intercepted a trace of your chi presence, they would be able to chase you to the ends of the world. The news of the destruction of the 15 Demon Dao organizations didn't spread out. The only ones who knew of this inside information were the upper echelons of the Azure Water sect and the remaining Demon Dao organizations. Seeing that the Azure Billow sect was infuriated, the remaining Demon Dao organizations were very obedient and didn't dare to come out to cause trouble. They knew that the Azure Billow sect didn't make a move. Once they made a move, they would be ruthless. In the next few years, it was best to restrain themselves. After staying at the 6th branch for a week, Li Fuchen set off for the Azure Water sect. He had a faint premonition that for a long period of time, the Azure Water region would be very safe. And in a safe era, the Divine Wind Hall and Iron Blood Hall were no different from decorations. Staying here would only be a waste of time. He needed to go back and attempt the Direct Inheritance Tower before heading out to Temper himself. That's right, he was preparing to head out to Temper himself. Cultivating step by step wasn't the life he wanted. He couldn't possibly cultivate until he reached the Heaven Realm in the Azure Water sect. That kind of life was too boring and dry. The Direct Inheritance Tower was harder to pass with each floor. As of now, among the Direct disciples, only 3 had passed the 3rd floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower. Emotionless Sword Shui Feng wasn't one of them. Li Fuchen naturally didn't have the ability to pass the 3rd floor. His goal was to pass the 2nd floor. Arriving at the Direct Inheritance Tower, Li Fuchen saw emotionless Sword Shui Feng. After not seeing him for a few days, Shui Feng's cultivation was actually at the 6th level of the Earth Realm. He should be here to attempt the 3rd floor, right? Li Fuchen thought to himself. Shui Feng noticed Li Fuchen too. He had a good impression of Li Fuchen, and in his heart he had already treated Li Fuchen as one of them. Withdrawing his gaze, Shui Feng entered the Direct Inheritance Tower. A moment later, the lantern on the 3rd floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower lit up. Passed! Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. The 1st floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower was filled with Class 3 mid-tier demonic beasts. The 2nd floor was filled with Class 3 high-tier demonic beasts, and the 3rd floor was filled with Class 3 high-tier demonic beasts. But the 2nd floor was filled with weak Class 3 high-tier demonic beasts, while the 3rd floor was filled with extremely powerful Class 3 high-tier demonic beasts. Walking out of the Direct Inheritance Tower, Shui Feng's eyes seemed to be a little gentler. Sword Maniac was obsessed with sword arts. Apart from going into seclusion, he would be cultivating and had no intention of going out to temper himself. But apart from Sword Maniac, the rest of them had basically gone out to temper themselves. As for Li Fuchen, he was going out to temper himself. He had already planned that once he passed the 3rd floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower, he would head out to temper himself. If you wish to head out to temper yourself, it is best to go to the 100 Battle region. That is a region that is dozens of folds bigger than the Azure Water region. There are countless opportunities and dangers within. It is the best place to temper yourself. While brushing past Li Fuchen, Xue Feng transmitted a message into Li Fuchen's ears. Li Fuchen let out a faint smile. His training location was indeed the 100 Battle region. This was a region without an owner. There were plenty of factions and martial artists within. It was rumored that there was even a hidden tomb of an absolute master. As such, it naturally attracted more martial artists to head there. With more people, there would be more disputes. It was unknown how many martial artists had died in the 100 Battle region and left behind unique martial arts manuals. It could be said that the 100 Battle region was the easiest place to obtain martial arts manuals. Other than that, the 100 Battle region had countless danger zones. It was rumored that it was once the battlefield of absolute masters. But after the absolute masters vanished, the traces they left behind became dangerous zones. As for why Xue Feng knew that he was heading out to temper himself, Li Fuchen didn't think too much about it. Prodigies were always alone, but prodigies always understood each other's thoughts. Chapter 194. Progressed to the 2nd level of the Earth Realm. Comprehended 3 Mystic Class, Mid-Tier Sword Intents. Li Fuchen passed the 2nd floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower without much difficulty. Passing the 2nd floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower allowed one to redeem a direct inheritance. This time, Li Fuchen redeemed a 3-star secret technique. For star secret techniques, could only be redeemed after passing the 4th floor. As for 5-star secret techniques, they could only be redeemed after passing the 7th floor. To Li Fuchen, it was too far away. This 3-star secret art was called the Primary Clear Hand. It could convert the true qi flowing through the hand into primary clear true qi. The explosive power of the true qi was even greater than the mystical dragon's secret art. The mystical dragon's secret art could double the explosive power of true qi, but the primary clear hand could double the explosive power of true qi. But the mystical dragon's secret technique was an all-round enhancement, while the primary clear hand could only enhance the hand. In terms of preciousness, the mystical dragon's secret technique was naturally superior. Other than the 3-star secret technique, Li Fuchen redeemed another mystic class, high-tier sword art. In the Azure Water sect, mystic class, high-tier martial arts weren't considered a true inheritance. Only mystic class, peak-tier martial arts were considered true inheritances. Of course, not everyone could redeem a mystic class, high-tier martial art. Except for direct disciples and inner sect elders, the rest of the upper echelons would need to contribute to the Azure Water sect in order to redeem a mystic class, high-tier martial art. The mystic class, high-tier sword art that Li Fuchen redeemed was called the Blazed Devil Sword Art. This was an extremely fearsome sword art. When cultivated to the extremity, it had the power to repel even gods and ghosts. Li Fuchen didn't expect to comprehend the Blaze Devil Sword intent in a short period of time. It wasn't realistic. Even with his pale blue soul spirit, it was impossible. His perception was sufficient, but his cultivation level was too far off. Even so, Li Fuchen still redeemed it. He didn't know when he would be able to return from this training trip. Perhaps during this period of training, he might be able to comprehend the Blaze Devil Sword intent. Not in a hurry to train, Li Fuchen calmed himself down and concentrated on studying the primary clear hand. As his understanding of the primary clear hand deepened, Li Fuchen realized that the primary clear hand wasn't inferior to the mystical dragon secret technique. Even though it wasn't as all-round as the mystical dragon secret technique, it could still double the burst strength of the hand. In addition, it could also strengthen the hand. Once cultivated to the completion rank, the hand wouldn't be inferior to a yellow class, peak tier weapon. The primary clear hand had a total of 2 ranks. At the first rank, the palm would turn pale pink. When he reached the second level, the color of his palm turned light yellow. Only by cultivating to the second level of perfection would the color of the palm return to normal. Looking at the pink and tender palm, Li Fuchen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This pair of palms were too delicate. If one didn't look carefully, one wouldn't even be able to see the pores. However, unlike a woman's hands, this pair of palms were delicate, but not weak. They looked like they were carved from jade, and they were filled with power. Puff! Without injecting any qi, Li Fuchen stuck his right hand into a yellow class mid-tier ore. Puff, puff, puff! Both of his hands stabbed the ore repeatedly, turning it into a hornet's nest. This is equivalent to a body refining technique for the hand. Li Fuchen was in deep thought. After a period of time, Li Fuchen's palm turned pale yellow. The pale yellow palm gave off a cold feeling, giving off a very violent feeling. It was as if the pair of hands had a mind of its own, ready to take someone's life at any moment. Li Fuchen sized up the familiar, yet unfamiliar palm. He realized that after reaching the second rank of the primary clear hand, there were many fine veined patterns on the skin. Upon closer inspection, these vein patterns obviously contain the secrets of the primary clear hand. This secret technique sure is mystical, Li Fuchen lamented, even though the secret technique was also a martial art. But in fact, it was very different from a martial art. Martial arts required one to comprehend the intent. But the secret technique seemed to be unearthing the mysteries of heaven and earth. The two paths were completely different. One was to create, the other was to unearth. It is time to go out and temper myself. It wasn't an easy task to cultivate the primary clear hand to the completion rank. Apart from opening up all the meridians in the hands, it also required the refinement of the flesh and blood of the hands, making the flesh and blood tougher and able to withstand more force. Which was why perception was useless now. The process that needed to be done couldn't be skipped. You want to go out and temper yourself. In the direct disciple grand hall, Zhao Wujin was surprised. Li Fuchen nodded. Yes. Isn't it a little too early? You're only at the second level of the Earth Realm. It wouldn't be too late to go out after you break through to the 6th level of the Earth Realm. I believe it wouldn't take you more than a few years. Zhao Wujin advised. Tempering oneself was too dangerous. If 10 direct disciples went out to temper themselves, there would always be 1 or 2 who would die outside. To temper oneself, one didn't just need a certain level of ability, but also luck. If one's luck wasn't good, they might just offend a heaven realm martial artist. Li Fuchen replied, I want to grow faster. The Azure Water region is no longer able to satisfy me. Grow faster. Zhao Wujin shook his head with a bitter smile. If he was already dead, how could there be any growth? The so-called growth was built on the foundation of being alive. In short, he didn't understand the thoughts of these gold-class direct disciples. These gold-class direct disciples were all unconventional. Once they set their mind on something, even 10 horses wouldn't be able to pull them back. Only Sword Maniac was slightly better, but he knew that Sword Maniac was a special case. He was obsessed with sword arts and didn't care about anything else. Zhao Wujin seemed to have forgotten that he was once a gold-class direct disciple, even though he wasn't one of the elites. Letting out a sigh, Zhao Wujin said, I know you have made up your mind, so I won't try to persuade you anymore. These are 3 devil break arrows and a crossbow that I personally forged. It is for you to protect yourself. If you meet an opponent you can't defeat, a single devil break arrow might be able to turn the situation around. Devil break arrow. Li Fuchen curiously received the 3 arrows that were a foot long and as thick as a chopstick. The arrows were forged with a mystic class, mid-tier metal, black gold iron. At the arrowhead, there was a black crystal that looked extremely lethal. Zhao Wujin explained, "The body of the arrow isn't anything special. It is just an ordinary black gold iron. But the crystal on the arrowhead is a rare devil break crystal. It specializes in breaking qi. You can try its power." Hearing Zhao Wujin's explanation, Li Fuchen's true inferno qi emerged from his body and formed a qi protection. Holding the devil break arrow in his right hand, Li Fuchen infused his qi into the qi protection and thrust it at it. Pfff. With ease, Li Fuchen's arrow pierced through the qi protection. What a powerful killing power! Li Fuchen took in a deep, cold breath. If anyone used this devil break arrow against him, a single devil break arrow would be enough to claim his life. Of course, the prerequisite was to hit the target. "Thank you, Grand Elder." Li Fuchen expressed his gratitude. Zhao Wujin said, "It won't be too late to thank me after you return." 3 devil break arrows were ultimately just a small trick. If he met an opponent he couldn't defeat, it was still unknown if the devil break arrows would be effective. Leaving the direct disciple Grand Hall, Li Fuchen headed to the resource Grand Hall and redeemed 2 million contribution points worth of elixirs and other items. The next day, Li Fuchen rode on a Class 2 demonic blood horse and galloped out of the Azure Water sect. Chapter 195. Spirit Hidden Region. The region ruled by the Spirit Hidden sect. If Li Fuchen wanted to go to the 100 Battle region, he would have to pass through the Spirit Hidden region first. Just in case, Li Fuchen put on some makeup to make himself look like he was in his 30s, but he still looked handsome. Black Moon City, one of the main cities of the Spirit Hidden region. This main city had a population of a few million and was at least 10 times larger than Cloud Mist City. The wide streets in the city could easily accommodate 16 horses, walking side by side. After resting for a day in Black Moon City, Li Fuchen continued his journey the next morning. In the pitch-black night sky, a lone crescent moon hung above the clouds. The clear and cold moonlight shone upon the land. In the desolate wilderness, a bonfire was gently swaying. Beside the bonfire, a figure was practicing his sword. Occasionally, there would be a flash of a fierce, flaming sword light. The journey of training was lonely and solitary, and the life of a prodigy was also lonely and solitary most of the time. The original Li Fuchen couldn't be considered a prodigy. At most he had some perception. But the day the golden amulet entered his body, it was destined that he would deviate from his original path and walk on a new path. And this path might be longer than he imagined. He didn't know where the mysterious golden amulet would lead him. But it didn't matter. As long as he could continue to grow stronger, it was enough. Above the night sky, a meteor shower appeared, streaking across the sky, resplendent and glorious. After leaving the Spirit Hidden region, Li Fuchen arrived at the Heaven Star region. The Heaven Star sect was an extremely formidable sect. A few decades ago, because of a huge treasure, the Spirit Hidden sect and Heaven Fiend sect joined hands to start a war against the Heaven Star sect. But the final outcome was the defeat of the Spirit Hidden sect and Heaven Fiend sect. Had it not been for the Heaven Star sect having a formidable opponent, the Spirit Hidden sect and Heaven Fiend sect would have suffered a huge loss and suffered a great loss. In the East Unicorn continent, there were many sections. The relationship between sects wasn't as simple as strength or weakness. Under the covetous eyes of countless sects, even the formidable sects would have to think twice before acting. They wouldn't dare to start a war and wouldn't dare to fight to the death with their enemies. Every sect had a strong foundation. If they were to fight to the death, both sides would suffer great losses, and the other sects would benefit from it. Of course, after this battle, the Celestial Star sect had made a name for itself. Under normal circumstances, no other sect would dare to provoke them. During his journey in the Stellar Sky region, Li Fuchen heard plenty of information regarding the elite direct disciples of the Stellar Sky sect. The Celestial Star sect had the Celestial Seven and all of them were at the same level as Sword Maniac and Sword Tiger. Above the Celestial Seven, there was the Celestial Star Young Lord. This Celestial Star Young Lord was the same as Yen Qingguo, a 6-star bone frame. A 6-star bone frame was extremely fearsome, but Yen Qingguo was still young and wasn't able to fully display it. This young patriarch, Celestial Star, was already 21 years old this year, and was 4 to 5 years older than Yen Qingguo. His cultivation was already at the 8th level of the Earth realm. It is said that it even has the strength to kill the Heavenly Dipper realm low-rank martial artist. Whether it is true or false, it is difficult to distinguish. The Heavenly Star Young Master, the Heavenly Star 7? The corner of Li Fuchen's mouth curled up. In this world where geniuses were as common as the rain, it was exciting to carve out a path that belonged to oneself. Otherwise, it would be too boring. After leaving the Heaven Star region, Li Fuchen arrived at the Battle Spirit region. The ruler of the Battle Spirit region was not a sect, but a clan. This clan was called the Battle Spirit Clan. This was an incomparably formidable clan, so formidable that even the Celestial Star sect felt pressured. Decades ago, the reason why the Celestial Star sect didn't pursue the Spirit Hidden sect and the Heaven Fiend sect was because of the Dolin clan. The Dolin clan had an inherited bone frame. It was said that the ancestor of the Dolin clan was an absolute expert who possessed the Battle Spirit bone frame. It was unknown why the Battle Spirit bone frame could actually be inherited by the descendants. Some of the descendants inherited the weaker Battle Spirit bone frame, while some of the descendants inherited the stronger Battle Spirit bone frame. It was fortunate that no one's Battle Spirit bone frame was at the same level as the Dolin clan's ancestor. Otherwise, the entire East Unicorn continent might be ruled by the Dolin clan. Compared to the Celestial Star sect, the Dolin clan had more elite prodigies. The Celestial Star sect had young Lord Celestial Star and the Celestial Seven Sons. The Dolin clan had the Dolin 10 Greats. The Dolin 10 Greats were all at the level of Sword Maniac and Sword Tiger. Even a motionless Sword Shuefeng seemed to be weaker than them. The reason why Li Fuchen made such a judgment was because he had witnessed Shuefeng's ability. Even the weakest of the Dolin 10 Greats had the ability to easily kill a regular peak-level Earth realm demon Dao martial artist. Of course, after passing the 3rd floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower, Shuefeng's ability should have increased by quite a bit. As for who was stronger or weaker, it would only be known after a fight. This world sure is vast. Every sect has so many elite prodigies. I wonder how many elite prodigies there are in the entire East Unicorn continent. After passing through the Battle Spirit region, Li Fuchen finally arrived at the 100 battle regions, 100 battle plains. 100 battle plains, the border of the 100 battle region. One of the former battlefields of absolute experts. No one knew how strong those absolute experts were back then, or how strong they were. They only knew that after the 100 battle plains suffered the devastation of these absolute experts, it became extremely dangerous. There were some extremely dangerous places that even reincarnation realm martial artists would be in danger. Fortunately, the majority of the 100 battle plains was still normal. Riding on the Class 2 demonic blood horse, Li Fuchen galloped on the 100 battle plains. The demonic blood horse neighed, and Li Fuchen got a shock as he rushed into the sky. PFFF. Blood rained down. Below, the Class 2 demonic blood horse's body was pierced. A giant white bone palm came out from the horse's back. White bone palm. Could it be the white skeleton spirit? The white skeleton spirit wasn't a natural life form. It was formed by the resentment of an absolute expert that absorbed the corpses of the 100 battle plains. This absolute expert's resentment was extremely powerful, and the entire 100 battle plains was filled with his resentment. Hence, there were plenty of white skeleton spirits. The weaker white skeleton spirits were still fine, but some of the stronger white skeleton spirits were able to rival reincarnation realm martial artists and even rip them apart. After the Class 2 demonic blood horse was ripped apart, a giant humanoid white skeleton spirit emerged from the ground and roared at Li Fuchen. "There's no need to fight with brute force." Li Fuchen gave up on the idea of fighting with the white skeleton spirit. He executed the wind shadow steps and glided with extreme speed like the fastest bird. The white skeleton spirit's empty eye sockets burned with green flames. The green flames locked onto Li Fuchen and chased after him. Such speed! Li Fuchen knew his speed wasn't slow, but compared to the white skeleton spirit, he was still lacking. From afar, Li Fuchen saw a large-scale merchant group. The merchant group's flag was a rose. Frowning, Li Fuchen didn't go near them. He didn't want to cause trouble for others. "It's the white skeleton spirit. Everyone attack!" Chapter 196. This merchant group had a few dozen Earth Realm martial artists, and 4 of them were at the peak stage of the Earth Realm. Sometimes, the advantage of having more people couldn't be offset. The white skeletal spirit's ability was very strong. It was even stronger than the Class 3 high-tier array demonic beasts on the 3rd floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower. Apart from that, its defense was also very tough. When the attacks from the 4 peak stage Earth Realm martial artists landed on the white skeletal spirit's body, they were only able to leave some marks. Not even a single bone was broken. However, under the attacks of over 10 Earth Realm martial artists, the white skeleton spirit was unable to move freely. If it wanted to get closer, over 10 chi forces would strike it. It would be considered good if it didn't retreat. As for retreating in the white skeleton spirit's intelligence, there was probably no such word. Half an hour later, the white bone spirit turned into a pile of bones. A peak stage Earth Realm martial artist walked over and rummaged around. He soon found a piece of green crystal. This should be the white bone spiritual crystal. Li Fuchen thought to himself. The white bone spiritual crystal was a crystal formed from the body of the white bone spirit. It had many uses. Even the most ordinary white bone spiritual crystal could be sold for more than 100,000 gold coins. Of course, in order to deal with the white skeleton spirit, they would need at least 10 Earth Realm martial artists. "Brother, our young miss invites you over." An Earth Realm martial artist walked over and spoke to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen nodded and followed him to the most luxurious carriage in the caravan. "I am Chen Fully. Greetings, young lady." Chen Fully cupped his fist. A crisp female voice came from the carriage. "We are from the Rose Merchant Guild. I saw that your qigong was not bad. Are you interested in joining the Rose Merchant Guild? We will offer you good benefits." Rose Chamber of Commerce? Li Fuchen did his best to search for information on the 100 Battle region, but realized he had never heard of the Rose Merchant Guild. The Earth Realm martial artist at the side said, "Bro Chin, our Rose Merchant Guild is one of the 2 largest merchant guilds in Blood Color City. We have Heaven Realm martial artists and hundreds of Earth Realm martial artists. If you join us, you'll get a discount when purchasing resources from the Merchant Guild." So it was Blood Color City's Merchant Association. There were many cities in the 100 Battles region, and they were all huge. Blood Color City was a city with a population of 5 million. In the Azure Water region or other regions ruled by sects, a city with a population of a few million would already be considered a major city. However, in the 100 Battle region, a city with a population of a few million would only be considered a medium to large city. A merchant guild in a city with a population of a few million was naturally not included in Li Fuchen's information. After all, it was just a small merchant guild. "Can you let me reconsider?" Li Fuchen didn't say it out loud. "Sure. Why don't you come with us to Blood Color City? Maybe when we get to Blood Color City, you will agree." The lady in the carriage said. The 100 Battle region was a region filled with endless wars. It was common for them to recruit soldiers and buy horses. Li Fuchen's cultivation level might not be high, but his light body technique was formidable and had plenty of uses. Then this Qin will respectfully accept. Li Fuqin cupped his fist again. Just like that, Li Fuqin joined the merchant group and followed them towards the 100 Battle Region's Blood Color City. From these people, he found out that Blood Color City had 2 big trading companies and 3 big families. Every faction had a Heaven Star border martial artist. Among them, the Ma family was the strongest and was the oldest family in Blood Color City, with a history of over 100 years. The other 2 trading companies were about the same strength as the 2 big families. As for the young lady in the carriage, she was the adopted daughter of the trading company's president, L.V. Yao. Chan Xiongdi, where are you from? The 5th level Earth realm martial artist, Huang Biao, asked Li Fuqin. Li Fuqin replied, I am from the Battle Spirit region. I intend to come to the 100 Battle region to take a look. You sure or something? You dare to barge into the 100 battle plains alone? Huang Biao gave a thumbs up. Even though the 100 battle plains was safer, it was still dangerous for Earth realm martial artists. Li Fuqin laughed. I thought it was just a rumor, but now I know it isn't true. Jiang Daqian, who was on the right side of Huang Biao, said, Today is just a small matter. If we encountered a middle-class, white-boned spirit, all of us would have perished here. White-boned spirits were separated into low-class, middle-class, and high-class. Low-class, white-boned spirits corresponded to Earth realm martial artists. Middle-class, white-boned spirits corresponded to Heaven realm martial artists. And high-class, white-boned spirits corresponded to reincarnation realm martial artists. Is there anything stronger than high-class, white-boned spirits? Li Fuqin inquired. Huang Biao nodded. Yes, there definitely is. In the depths of the 100 battle plains, where the resentment chi is the densest, it is said that someone saw a red, white-boned spirit there. Red, white-boned spirit? Just by hearing this name, Li Fuqin could feel the ferocity of this white-boned spirit. For the next few days, Li Fuqin and his group encountered another low-class, white-boned spirit. This low-class, white-boned spirit was obviously weaker than the previous one and was destroyed in just 15 minutes. 5 days later, the merchant group exited the 100 battle plains. Flying Blade City is up ahead. A portion of our merchandise will be sold here, Huang Biao said to Li Fuqin. Li Fuqin nodded. He didn't care where they were going, he could just follow along. To enter the Flying Blade City, one had to pay an entrance fee. A regular person would have to pay 1 silver coin. A regular merchant would have to pay 1 gold coin. And a merchant group would have to pay 10 gold coins. After paying a few hundred gold coins, the group was finally allowed to enter the Flying Blade City. Chun Xiongdi, we will be leaving in 3 days. Let's meet at the Flying Fish Inn, Huang Biao said. No problem, see you in 3 days. From start to finish, Li Fuqin didn't even get to see L.V. Yao. Flying Blade City had a lesser population than Blood Color City, with a population of around 4 million. Within the city, there were countless of martial artists. Even Earth realm martial artists that were rarely seen in the outside world could be seen everywhere. There were even Heaven realm martial artists drinking at the top floor of the inn. Sir Martial Artist, is there anything you need help with? Walking on the streets, a timid little boy mustered up his courage and walked over. Li Fuqin sized up the little boy. Tattered clothes, malnourished body. He should be a child from the slums. In any city, there would be glamour and darkness. Li Fuqin didn't want to help the opposition for no reason and said, If there is an interesting place, bring me there. This gold coin is yours. Li Fuqin took out a gold coin and flicked it into the hands of the young boy. 1 gold coin. The little boy's eyes lit up. This was his first time coming out to make a living. As an introverted boy, he was afraid of meeting strangers. In the past, it was always his sister who came out. Now that she was ill, he had to overcome his inner fear. Let me bring you to the Antique Street. I heard that martial artists who come to Flying Blade City like to try their luck at the Antique Street. The little boy tried to suppress his excitement. All right, let's go to the antique street. Li Fuchen knew very little about the 100 Battle region. This was a good opportunity to experience it. Chapter 197. The antique street was in the shape of a foam, with one main street and 6 side streets. Walking on the main street, Li Fuchen would occasionally enter an antique shop to take a look. These antique shops sold everything, and most of them were strange and bizarre, like a special or some weapon fragments or a withered plant. There was even an antique shop that took out a piece of white bone and said it was a Class 5 demonic beast's bone. Some even said it was a Class 6 demonic beast's bone. Li Fuchen used his consciousness to scan and found out it was just a normal demonic beast's bone. But because of the environment, it looked a little special. Let's take a look. Our shop is selling a batch of weapon fragments. These weapon fragments came from a dangerous place. There might be some high-grade weapon fragments mixed in. At the entrance of an antique shop called Grade Tools Pavilion, a few shop assistants were shouting, "Sir Martial Artist, don't go. This shop often scams people." The boy reminded Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen lowered his head. "Oh, right, I still don't know your name. What is it?" "I am Shao Kong," the boy replied shyly. "Shao Kong, quite a nice name. Are you the only one in your family?" "I have a younger sister." "What about your parents?" "My parents are the same as Sir Martial Artist. They were also formidable martial artists, but they passed away. Only my sister and I are left." Xiao Tsung's eyes were calm, but Li Fuchen could see a trace of sadness. Hearing this, Li Fuchen let out a sigh. Xiao Tsung's situation wasn't an exception. In this world, everyone had the opportunity to cultivate. Many ordinary families had parents who were Qi realm martial artists. When their children grew up, they too would become Qi realm martial artists. As a martial artist, it was inevitable that they would have to venture out to make a living. "Is it safe for your sister to stay at home alone? Why don't you go back first?" Li Fuchen asked. Xiao Tsung shook his head. "Sir Martial Artist, don't worry. I have already locked the door. Also, a person must have integrity. After accepting Sir's gold coins, I will do my job properly." He only brought Li Fuchen to a place and didn't even introduce it, which made him feel uneasy. Li Fuchen laughed. "You go back first. You can bring your sister here too. I will treat you to a meal." Xiao Tsung said with difficulty, "My sister is sick. She used to be the one to come out." After saying that, Xiao Tsung lowered his head, feeling very embarrassed. "If you love your sister, you should go back now. She needs someone to take care of her. Moreover, I will be staying in Flying Blade City for 3 days. Leave me your address. I will look for you and ask you to show me around Flying Blade City." Li Fuchen said, "I live at Leaf Burrow, North City, Flying Blade City. Sir Martial Artist, you are a good person. In the next 2 days, I will bring you around Flying Blade City." Xiao Tsung also felt that it was not good to leave his sick sister at home. If not for the fact that he did not have the money to buy medicine and food for his sister, he would have stayed at home to take care of her. "Good people?" Li Fuchen laughed involuntarily. "All right, Flying Blade City's North City. Leaf Cave, number 952. I'll remember it. I'll look for you tonight." Li Fuchen didn't have the ability to help everyone, but if it was within his capabilities, he would help those in need. Cultivation was not the only thing people lived in this world. "Then, Sir Martial Artist, I'll take my leave first." At this moment, Shalot was already thinking about how many things he could buy with 1 gold coin. He would first prescribe some medicine, then bring back a few buns and biscuits. "Go." Li Fuchen waved his hand. Once Xiao Tsung left, Li Fuchen walked into the Grade Tools Pavilion. He wanted to see how this antique shop would fake. "Sir, please come in." Seeing that there was a customer, the shop assistant was delighted. "These are the weapon shards from the dangerous grounds." Li Fuchen pointed at the basket of weapon shards and asked. The shop assistant replied, "Sir, these are all." A single weapon shard is worth 100 gold coins. If you buy 10, you will get 1 free. The more you buy, the more free. All right, let me take a look. Li Fuchen picked up one of the weapon shards and sized it up. The so-called weapons had tool patterns. The higher the grade of the weapon, the more mystical the tool pattern. Take, for example, Li Fuchen's black gold sword, which had a mystic class, mid-tier tool pattern. Tool patterns could change the weight and sharpness of a weapon. The material used for the black gold sword was the black gold steel. According to the size of the black gold sword and the weight of the black gold steel, Li Fuchen's black gold sword would normally weigh around 10 kilograms. According to the value of the black gold steel, 1 kilogram of black gold steel would be worth a few thousand gold coins. 10 kilograms would be at least 50,000 gold coins. But with the mystic class mid-tier tool pattern imprinted on it, the weight of the black gold sword was at least 50 kilograms. It was incomparably sharp and emitted a faint sword chi. Its value had increased by a few folds and would be priced at around 200,000 gold coins in the outside world. In the East Unicorn continent, those that could forge mystic class, high-tier weapons were already master blacksmiths. Those that could forge mystic class, peak-tier weapons were elite blacksmiths. Such individuals were sought after by any sect. As for those that could forge Earth-class weapons, they were no longer master blacksmiths, but blacksmith grandmasters. A pity that there weren't many blacksmith grandmasters in the entire East Unicorn continent. Or maybe there wasn't even one. At least the Azure Water sect only had one blacksmith grandmaster. If one could obtain an Earth-class weapon shard, it wouldn't have much value to a martial artist. But to a blacksmith, it was undoubtedly a treasure that could only be chanced upon. Blacksmiths could completely comprehend the tool patterns on the Earth-class weapon shard, allowing their own tool pattern proficiency to reach the next level. Picking up a weapon shard, Li Fuchen scanned it with his consciousness. He couldn't help but laugh. This was just a shard of a yellow-class peak-tier weapon. The core tool pattern on it was extremely simple, but this shop had a knack and actually added some tool patterns on it. Looking at it as a whole, 2 different tool patterns were mixed together, giving off a very complicated feeling. But to martial artists that didn't understand, complexity meant mysticism. After all, they wouldn't be able to understand it. A pity that Li Fuchen's consciousness was extremely strong. After progressing to the Earth realm, his consciousness wasn't any weaker than a Heaven realm martial artist. As for how strong it was, he wasn't too sure himself and didn't have a reference. With a sweep of his consciousness, he immediately noticed the subtle differences between the 2 tool patterns. It wasn't as natural as it seemed. Putting down the weapon shard, Li Fuchen picked up another one. This time it was even worse. It was just a yellow-class, high-tier weapon shard and it had some tool patterns added on. In just a short moment, Li Fuchen had already looked through dozens of weapon shards, but there wasn't a single mystic class weapon shard. Let's take a look at a few more. Li Fuchen casually picked up a dull gray metal shard and scanned it with his consciousness. This seems to be a mystic class weapon shard. The tool pattern wasn't on the surface of the weapon, but on the inside of the weapon. A regular martial artist would have to use their chi to feel the tool pattern on a weapon. But Li Fuchen used his chi and consciousness. He could feel that the tool pattern on this metal shard was extremely mystical, and it wasn't added on afterwards. He didn't know what was going on. With his consciousness, Li Fuchen immediately overturned his previous thoughts. This wasn't a regular mystic class weapon shard. At least the black gold sword's tool pattern wasn't as complicated and mystical as this one. Could it be a mystic class high tier or even a mystic class peak tier? Li Fuchen wasn't too sure. Chapter 198. This metal shard, I must buy it. Li Fuchen made up his mind. Because of the discovery of the metal shard, Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry to leave. He continued to rummage around, hoping to find something else. 2 hours later, Li Fuchen had 10 weapon shards in his hands. Among them, only the metal shard was valuable. The rest were yellow-class weapon shards. But just in case, Li Fuchin was prepared to buy them all. "I'll take all 10 of these weapon fragments," Li Fuchin said to the shop assistant. "All right, I will call the shopkeeper over." The shop assistant hurriedly called for the shopkeeper. The Grade Tools Pavilion was huge, and the shopkeeper was inside greeting other customers. Hearing the shop assistant's call, he walked out and said, "Buy 10 weapon shards, get 1 free. A total of 1,000 gold coins." The shopkeeper beamed with joy. 1,000 gold coins wasn't a small sum. Usually, the Grade Tools Pavilion would only earn around 100 to 200 gold coins a day. It seemed like this batch of weapon shards was rather attractive. As long as one person bought it, they would be able to make a huge profit. After paying the gold coins, Li Fuchin left the Grade Tools Pavilion. "I am not sure what grade of weapon shard this metal shard is. Why don't I take a look at the weapon shop?" Making up his mind, Li Fuchin asked for the address of the weapon shop. The weapon shop wasn't on Antique Street. There were dozens of weapon shops in Flying Blade City. The nearest weapon shop was on Iron Horse Street, which was just beside Antique Street. On Iron Horse Street, a steel-forged iron horse stood in the middle of the street. On the right side of the iron horse was a weapon shop named Elite Weapon Pavilion. "Dear customer, what grade of weapon do you require?" The shopkeeper saw a customer and immediately asked passionately. Li Fuchin asked, "What is the highest grade weapon in your shop?" The shopkeeper's eyes lit up. "Our Elite Weapon Pavilion takes the route of quality goods. The highest grade weapon is a Mystic class mid-tier weapon. But we only have one, and it is worth 180,000 gold coins." Those who could forge Mystic class high-tiered weapons were all master blacksmiths. Their Elite Weapon Pavilion didn't have such a person. In fact, there wasn't a need for this. The Flying Blade City might have a population of over 400, but there weren't many who could afford a Mystic class mid-tiered weapon, let alone a Mystic class high-tiered weapon. A regular Earth Realm martial artist wouldn't have the financial capability. Only a Heaven Realm martial artist would have the financial capability. "Oh, then do you know which weapon store in the Flying Blade City has Mystic class high-tier weapons for sale?" Li Fuchin wasn't interested in Mystic class mid-tier weapons. The shopkeeper was a little disappointed, but he still said, "In the Flying Blade City, only the Mystic Tools Pavilion has Mystic class high-tier weapons for sale. But customer, you are an Earth Realm martial artist. It isn't worth it to buy a Mystic class high-tier weapon. You might be targeted easily. Furthermore, an Earth Realm martial artist would find it hard to utilize the full power of a Mystic class high-tier weapon." Li Fuchin smiled and didn't explain anything. The shopkeeper was right. Most of the Earth Realm martial artists used Mystic class low-tier weapons. Very few of them used Mystic class mid-tier weapons. As for Mystic class high-tier weapons, they didn't even dare to use them. In this place where there was endless war, carrying an artifact on one's body would be a capital offense. It would be easy to be targeted. But Li Fuchin didn't intend to buy a Mystic class high-tier weapon. He just wanted to observe the tool patterns within a Mystic class high-tier weapon. After asking around, Li Fuchin arrived at the busiest street in the Flying Blade City, the Flying Blade Street. And the most luxurious place in the Flying Blade Street was undoubtedly the Mystic Tools Pavilion. The Mystic Tools Pavilion, as the name suggested, only sold Mystic class weapons. Yellow class weapons weren't sold. There were plenty of customers inside. Most of them were high-leveled Earth Realm martial artists, but there was also a Heaven Realm martial artist. "Customer, what class of weapon do you require?" Once he entered the door, an attendant came forward to welcome him. As for the shopkeeper, he was serving the Heaven Realm martial artist. Li Fuchin replied, "Mystic class high-tier weapon." The attendant got a shock and thought to himself, could this be a young master from a major clan? A Mystic class high-tier weapon was worth a few 100,000 gold coins. Only those young masters from clans that had a Heaven Realm martial artist overseeing the clan, could afford it. Customer, follow me. The mystic class, high-tier weapons weren't on the first floor, but the second. Arriving at the second floor, the attendant said, Customer, these are all mystic class, high-tier weapons. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, everything is available. These are mystic class, high-tier weapons? They are indeed extraordinary. Li Fuchin picked up a sword. This sword was dark silver in color and wasn't light in his hand. It was around 250 kilograms in weight. When the sword was unsheathed, there was a flash of dark silver light. A strand of Li Fuchin's hair was sliced off. Such intense sword chi. Li Fuchin was rather surprised. The black gold sword only had a trace of faint sword chi. In terms of the density of the sword chi, it wasn't even 30% of this sword. No wonder only blacksmiths who could forge mystic class, high-tier weapons were considered master blacksmiths. The tool pattern proficiency required was too high. With his chi and consciousness entering the sword, Li Fuchin could see the tool pattern within the sword. Frowning slightly, this sword might be a mystic class high-tier weapon, but the tool pattern proficiency was still far inferior to the tool pattern within the metal shard. Seems like this metal shard is at least a shard of a mystic class peak-tier weapon. Li Fuchin lost interest and spoke to the attendant. Bring me to see the mystic class peak-tier weapon. The attendant said with difficulty, Mystic class, peak-tier weapons are our Mystic Tools Pavilion's treasures. If this customer is sincere, I can inform the shopkeeper. If you aren't sincere, mystic class, peak-tier weapons aren't usually shown to others. Why? Can't I even take a look? If I don't take a look, how will I know if I want to buy it? Li Fuchin replied indifferently, perhaps suspecting that Li Fuchin was a young master from a major clan. The attendant didn't dare to be negligent. Then I shall inform the shopkeeper. Soon enough, the shopkeeper ran over. This customer, are you looking for a mystic class peak-tier weapon? May I know your surname? The shopkeeper asked. Li Fuchin replied, Chen. Hearing this, the shopkeeper tried his best to recall. Could it be Storm City's Qin clan? Storm City was a famous city in the 100 Battle region. It had a population of more than 10 million, and the Chun clan status was extremely high. They had over 20 Heaven Realm martial artists. If he was the Chen clan's young master, then he would be an esteemed guest. The shopkeeper inquired carefully, Is this customer from Storm City's Qin clan? Li Fuchin replied vaguely, Why? Am I not a Chun clan's descendant and cannot purchase a mystic class peak-tier weapon? Of course not. Customer, please follow me. Hearing Li Fuchin's words, the shopkeeper was certain that Li Fuchin was an important descendant of the Qin clan. Mystic class, peak-tier weapons were on the third floor of the Mystic Tools Pavilion. On the third floor, 3 mystic class, peak-tier weapons were hung on 3 walls. Each of them gave off a murderous chi presence, as though they would kill at any moment. But none of the 3 mystic class, peak-tier weapons were swords. Picking up one of the mystic class, peak-tier weapons, Li Fuchin's chi and awareness entered it. Such mystical tool patterns. Li Fuchin couldn't help but gasp when he observed with his awareness. This mystic class, peak-tier weapon was a halberd. The halberd's tool patterns were complex and unadorned, but as compared to the metal sheet, it seemed to be inferior. The tool pattern on the metal sheet was only a small portion of the tool pattern and wasn't a complete tool pattern. It was imaginable how mystical a complete tool pattern would be. Chapter 199. No wonder it is the Mystic Tools sect. In the entire East Unicorn continent, only the Mystic Tools sect would sell Mystic class peak-tier weapons. The backer of the Mystic Tools Pavilion wasn't any ordinary person, but the renowned Mystic Tools sect in the East Unicorn continent. The Mystic Tools sect was famous for forging weapons. For other sects, it was already not bad to have one pinnacle blacksmith master. However, Mystic Tools sect had dozens of pinnacle blacksmith masters. As long as they had enough materials, they could continuously forge mystic class peak tier weapons. Almost every city in the realm of 100 battles had a profound tool pavilion, and every profound tool pavilion would sell top grade, profound grade weapons, ranging from 1 to 5. Of course, Mystic Class Peak Tier weapons were extremely expensive. Out of the 3 Mystic Class Peak Tier weapons in the Mystic Weapon Pavilion, the cheapest one cost 6 million gold coins, while the most expensive one cost 8 million gold coins. This was simply daylight robbery. 8 million gold coins piled together was like a small mountain of gold. After hearing Li Fuchin praising the Mystic Tools sect, the Mystic Tools Pavilion shopkeeper spoke proudly. Of course, my Mystic Tools sect has never lacked elite blacksmith masters. Perhaps a blacksmith grandmaster might appear in the future. A forging grandmaster had an extremely esteemed status. To a certain extent, it was even superior to reincarnation realm martial artists. For example, if a forging grandmaster found a sect to be an eyesore, a single word from him might cause countless sects to attack that sect. Li Fuchin replied, "Shopkeeper, I need a mystic class, peak tier artifact sword. I wonder which mystic tool pavilion has it?" Li Fuchin naturally couldn't say that he wasn't here to buy a mystic class, peak tier weapon. If he said that, it would inevitably cause problems. The shopkeeper frowned. He didn't even need to think to know that this deal was over. He replied, "Young Master Chin, there are too many people who use swords and sabers in the East Unicorn continent. I reckon that if you want to purchase a Mystic Class Peak Tier artifact sword, you'll have to make a reservation at my Mystic Tools sect. As for when you will be able to get it, I have no idea." The Chun clan might be a major clan, but it wasn't considered much in the entire East Unicorn continent. If one wanted to reserve a Mystic Class Peak Tier artifact sword, it was normal for them to queue for 8 to 10 years. It was normal for them to not be able to get it for their entire lives. After all, those with backing could cut the queue. If that's the case, then I better go to other cities to try my luck. Li Fuchin pretended to be very disappointed. "Take care, young Master Chin." At the entrance of the Mystic Tools Pavilion, the shopkeeper sent Li Fuchin out. Walking on the street, Li Fuchin was in an excellent mood. If an Earth rank weapon fragment was brought to the Mystic Tools sect, it would definitely be a priceless treasure. Selling it for several million gold coins shouldn't be a problem. Of course, he wouldn't do that. An Earth-class weapon shard had too many implications. It was best to bring it back to the Azure Water sect for the elite master blacksmith to comprehend. If this elite master blacksmith was able to comprehend something and step into the ranks of the Grand Master Blacksmith, the Azure Water sect status would be as stable as a mountain. We'll talk about the future in the future. This Earth-level weapon fragment can be my trump card at this stage. The Earth-class weapon shard didn't even have 1% of its original power, but it was still extremely sharp. Li Fuchin had tried it before. After pouring qi into it, it could easily penetrate his qi protection. The effect of breaking qi wasn't inferior to the Devil Break arrow. It might even be better. The sky gradually darkened, and the red sunset emitted its final radiance. Slowly letting out a breath, Li Fuchin inquired and headed towards the Leaf Cavern. Flying Blade City was huge, with roads leading in all directions. After walking for close to an hour, Li Fuchin arrived at the north side of the city. On a small path towards the Leaf Cavern, Xiao Tsong had just returned. With 1 gold coin and 4 silver coins, he bought the medicine, then spent a few dozen copper coins to buy a few buns and biscuits, as well as a skewer of his sister's favorite candied haws. As for the remaining 5 silver coins, he put them in his pocket, ready to hand them over to his sister to manage. Due to his small and frail body, it took him 6 hours to reach the north side of the city. His face was sallow and his body was emaciated. His lips were chapped, but he was filled with excitement and couldn't wait to fly back home. "Yo, isn't this Xiao Tsong?" He actually bought buns and biscuits. Seems like he earned a fortune today. A few hooligans in their 20s blocked Xiao Tsung's path. Xiao Tsung's eyes were vigilant as he turned and ran into an alley. Little bastard, you dare to run after seeing your Luo Ji. The hooligans were enraged and chased after him to kick him to the ground. One of the hooligans searched Xiao Tsung's pocket and found 5 silver coins. Brother Luo, here are 5 silver coins. Snatching the 5 silver coins, the delinquent called Brother Luo grinned and said, Brother Luo will kindly accept these 5 silver coins. However, if I don't teach you a lesson for daring to run away after seeing your brother Luo, wouldn't I lose my dignity? Brother Luo picked up a bun and took a bite before kicking Xiao Tsung on the back. Xiao Tsung almost fainted. However, being an introvert, he was very stubborn and only bit his lips tightly. You're quite stubborn. This must be the medicine for your sister. Brother Luo looked at the medicine that was scattered all over the ground and stepped on it. You can take the rest, but don't step on my medicine. Xiao Tsung's eyes were red. I insist on stepping on it. What can you do about it? Brother Luo laughed and stepped on it with all his might. Xiao Tsung finally couldn't hold it in anymore. His tears fell like rain. Haha, brothers, let's go. Brother Luo was very happy. The 5 silver coins were enough for him to eat for a few meals. As for the life and death of Xiao Tsung and his sister, it had nothing to do with him. How sad. We're all from the slums. Why are there still scum like you? A voice was heard. Who's that? Brother Luo looked at the source of the voice with vigilance. Li Fuchen walked over slowly. Xiao Tsung saw Li Fuchen and said excitedly, Sir Martial Artist, they snatched my medicine. Li Fuchen nodded and looked at Brother Luo. Brother Luo's legs were trembling. How could he not know that Li Fuchen was a martial artist? They were just ordinary people who didn't have the chance to cultivate. Any Qi realm martial artist could easily torture them to death. Sir Martial Artist, we were just joking with him. Xiao Tsung, I'll return you the silver coins. The extra silver coins can be used to buy the medicine. Sir Martial Artist, we will leave first. Brother Luo and the others took out all their silver coins and placed them in Xiao Tsung's hand. Brother Luo thought to himself, this Sir Martial Artist wouldn't protect Xiao Tsung forever. He will find a chance to take revenge. Who allowed you to leave? With a wave of Li Fuchen's hand, a weak qi burst out. Bang, 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 Brother Luo and the others vomited blood and crashed into the wall of the house. At least half of their bones were broken. Even if they recovered in the future, they would still be crippled. If the rescue wasn't done in time, they might even die on the same day. Xiao Tsung, let's go. Li Fuchen used his right hand to pull Xiao Tsung to his front. Sir Martial Artist, the medicine is gone. It's okay, I have it. Leaves Cove, one of the few slums in Flying Blade City. Here, the dilapidated houses were extremely crowded. A small house could probably house 3 generations of a family. Even moving around was a challenge. Xiao Tsung's house was a small house. It was only 2 meters in length and was no different from a doghouse. Unlocking the door, Xiao Tsung pushed the door open and walked in. Chapter 200. On the dirty bed laid a small figure. It was a 6 or 7-year-old girl. She was breathing weakly like a kitten and looked extremely pitiful. Brother, you are back. The little girl opened her eyes, revealing a trace of joy in her lifeless big eyes. Brother, who is he? Looking at Li Fuchen, the little girl asked. Just as Xiao Tsung was about to introduce, Li Fuchen reached out his right hand and gestured for him to keep quiet. Taking the pulse of the little girl, Li Fuchen spoke slowly, long-term malnutrition coupled with catching a cold. If this drags on for another 2 or 3 days, your sister might not be able to survive. A child's body was weak. For a child who was malnourished for a long period of time, a small illness could easily claim her life. Sir Martial Artist, please save my sister. I only have this one sister. Xiao Tsong begged. Li Fuchen laughed. Don't worry, saving your sister is just a small matter. As he spoke, Li Fuchen retrieved a yellow class, high-tier recuperation pill from his storage bag. With a pinch of his finger, the pill was broken into pieces. Gently opening the little girl's mouth, Li Fuchen stuffed a small piece of the pill into her mouth. He then helped her up and pressed his right hand on her back to circulate his qi to help her refine the pill. For a child, a yellow class, low-tier recuperation pill would suffice. But Li Fuchen felt that the recovery speed was too slow and he wanted immediate results. But a yellow class, high-tier pill was too strong and the little girl wouldn't be able to handle it. Hence, he had to crush it. Visibly, the little girl's face turned rosy and the cold qi was cleansed by Li Fuchen's qi. At the same time, the medicinal effects of the recuperation pill quickly nourished her body. Her skinny body seemed to have some plumpness, and her skin wasn't as dry as before. 15 minutes later, the little girl had completely recovered. Even the symptoms of malnutrition were gone. Apart from being skinny, she was full of energy and didn't look like she was seriously ill. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Tsong was dumbfounded. He didn't expect his sister to recover so quickly. The shopkeeper at the pharmacy said that it would take at least a month for her to recover. How could he know that the pharmacy only sold the most common of herbs, which couldn't even compare to yellow class, low-tier herbs? A single yellow class, high-tier pill was worth a few thousand gold coins. What's more, Li Fuchen personally cleansed the little girl's cold qi and smoothed out her qi and blood. I'm healed. The little girl was very happy. Lying on the bed, she felt very hopeless and insecure. Everything is fine now. Thank you, Lord Martial Artist. Xiao Tsong was even happier than his sister. Your condition isn't much better than your sister's. If you get sick, you might die too. Come, sit up. Li Fuchen got Xiao Tsong to sit on the bed and fed him an elixir. He then revolved his qi to help Xiao Tsong refine the elixir effects and regulate his qi and blood. In less than half a cup of tea's time, Xiao Tsong's complexion was rosy again. The injuries that he had sustained earlier had all healed. His qi and blood were rather lively, and he did not look malnourished at all. So comfortable. Xiao Tsong felt warm all over his body, as if he had returned to the embrace of his parents in his dreams. Croak! Croak! At this moment, the siblings' stomachs began to rumble, causing them to blush. Let's go, I'll take you to dinner. Li Fuchen didn't bring the siblings to feast on fish and meat. He brought them to a kanji shop. Do you have any other relatives? While eating the kanji, Li Fuchen asked. Sister Xiao Chao replied, I heard from my mother that she has a brother in Blood Color City. His name is Zhang Afa, and he is the shopkeeper of a restaurant. Blood Color City, huh? Li Fuchen couldn't just leave the two of them alone. If no one took care of them, no one would know if they died of hunger or illness. Are you willing if I bring you to Blood Color City? Li Fuchen asked. Yes. Xiao Chao nodded. Me too. Xiao Tsong nodded. They knew that Li Fuchen wouldn't always help them, so they hoped that their uncle, Zhang Afa, would take them in. After dinner, Li Fuchen brought the two of them to an inn to rest. In the blink of an eye, it was already the third day. Flying fish in. Chun Xiongdi, why did you bring two kids? Huang Biao asked curiously. Li Fuchen laughed. While I'm at it, they have relatives in Blood Color City. Chun Xiongdi is such a good person. Then let them follow us back to Blood Color City. In his heart, Huang Biao categorized Li Fuchen as a martial artist with a strong sense of justice. This type of martial artist was more trustworthy. The merchant caravan departed from Flying Blade City and headed towards Blood Color City. Sitting in one of the carriages, Xiao Tsong and Xiao Chao sized up the outside curiously. To them, the outside world was unfamiliar and mysterious. This was their first time leaving the city. Roar! A giant demonic beast attacked, giving Xiao Tsong and Xiao Chao a shock. But soon enough, they realized that a martial artist in the caravan killed the demonic beast with a casual strike. Sir Martial Artist, I wish to become a martial artist in the future too, Xiao Tsong said to Li Fuchen. If you want to become a martial artist, then study hard. Only when you're illiterate can you practice martial arts. Li Fuchen patted Xiao Tsong's head. Yes, I will study hard. I want to study hard too and become a martial artist. Xiao didn't want to be left out and raised her hand. The journey from Flying Blade City to Blood Color City was uneventful. On the afternoon of the 6th day, the group arrived at Blood Color City. With the help of the Rose Merchant Guild, Li Fuchen found Xiao Tsong and Xiao Chao's uncle, Zhang Offa, 3 days later. Zhang Offa expressed that he was willing to take in Xiao Tsong and Xiao Chao. Removing a burden, Li Fuchen let out a breath of relief. Chun Xiongdi, it is a pity that you didn't join the Rose Merchant Guild directly. Just becoming a 3rd grade guest doesn't bring you any benefits. Huang Biao felt it was a pity. A 3rd grade guest didn't have any salary or benefits. The only benefit was the ability to purchase items from the Merchant Guild. What I want is freedom. A 3rd grade guest isn't bad. Li Fuchen laughed. The Rose Merchant Guild's guests were separated into 3 grades. A 1st grade guest could only be a Heaven Realm martial artist. A 2nd grade guest was an Elite Earth Realm martial artist. And a 3rd grade guest was an Earth Realm martial artist with some talent. Huang Biao shook his head and didn't say anything else. Arriving at Blood Color City, Li Fuchen naturally planned to take a stroll on the antique street. He believed that the antique street had plenty of good items, but it all depended on whether you had the eyes or not. Li Xiongdi, this is Blood Color City's antique street. Look carefully, you might find something good. On the antique street, a group of youths walked together. One of them was the Heaven Fiend sect's young sect leader, Li Wuxiue. Walking alongside him was the Ma clan's young patriarch, Ma Tianyang. Even though the Ma clan was Blood Color City's #1 clan and the #1 faction, but compared to the Heaven Fiend sect, they paled in comparison. Towards Li Wuxiue, he tried his best to flatter him, hoping to build a good relationship with him. Li Wuxiue's expression was rather arrogant. His eyes only looked around casually and didn't enter the antique shop. A figure flashed in front of him. Li Wuxiue's expression suddenly changed as he shouted, "Catch him!" Chapter 201. Walking out from an antique shop, Li Fuchen immediately saw Li Wuxiue. Although he thought that with his makeup, Li Wuxiue shouldn't be able to recognize him. But just in case, Li Fuchen still turned around immediately with his back facing Li Wuxiue. "Capture him!" Li Wuxiue's roar echoed from behind. A few youths rushed forward and were about to restrain Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen turned around and asked blankly, "Why are you looking for me?" In the city, it was best not to be exposed if possible. The youths around Li Wuxiue all had some background. Li Wuxiue frowned. Looking at the back view, he thought it was Li Fuchen. He didn't expect the front view to be different, and the age wasn't right either. Ma Tianyang said to Li Wuxiue, "Li Xiong, this person offended you. Why don't you bring him back, lock him in the dungeon, and torture him daily? Let him perform the wooden horse ride." Another youth with fair skin said evilly. Li Wuxiue waved his hand, "Get lost!" Since it wasn't Li Fuchen, he couldn't be bothered with him. Hearing this, Li Fuchen quickly left. Something wasn't right. Something wasn't right. After Li Fuchen left, Li Wuxiue felt that something was wrong. The back view is so similar, but the front view is different. He must have put on makeup. Li Wuxiue thought of the crux of the problem. "Quick, find that person for me. Whoever finds him, I, Li Wuxiue, will be eternally grateful." Li Wuxiue roared. Ma Tianyang and the others were stunned. They thought to themselves, "Everyone says we are abnormal, but this Li Wuxiue is even more abnormal. One moment he asks the person to get lost. The next moment he wants to find the person. Is he messing with us?" Even though he was a little depressed, Ma Tianyang still sent someone to chase after Li Fuchen. After leaving Li Wushue's sight, Li Fuchen executed his footwork, and with 3 turns and 4 turns, he left the antique street. Li Wushue must have seen my back view and found it familiar. Once he regains his senses, he will definitely send someone to search for me. Li Fuchen's thoughts were meticulous, and he was secretly planning something. No, the most important thing now is to leave Blood Color City. Li Fuchen's thoughts spun quickly. He thought of himself as Li Wushue, and if he couldn't be found, the next step would be to put up a wanted poster. Once the wanted poster was out, he would definitely be recognized if he walked on the streets. If he wanted to leave Blood Color City, he would be recognized by the city guards, and the city gates would probably be closed. The only thing Li Fuchen could do was to disguise himself again or leave Blood Color City in advance. The former carried a certain amount of risk, while the latter was the best plan. With a bitter smile, Li Fuchen walked towards the city gate. 10 minutes later, Ma Tianyang's men returned, saying that they couldn't find the person. Li Wushue was extremely unwilling and said to Ma Tianyang, "Seal the city gates and put up a wanted poster. I don't believe that we can't catch him." Right now he was filled with regret. He regretted making a decision too quickly. Since their backs were so similar, he should have captured them first. There was no need to let them go. "Brotherly, I'm afraid I don't have the authority to seal the city gates." Ma Tianyang was in a difficult position. Sealing the city gates was something that the Ma clan patriarch could do. He was just a young patriarch of the Ma clan and didn't have the authority to do so. As for putting up a wanted poster, it was a simple matter. Li Wushue said coldly, "Then inform the people who can make the decision. Tell them that my Heaven Fiend sect's young patriarch, Li Wushue, wants to seal the city gates and capture the enemy of the Heaven Fiend sect. His Heaven Fiend sect might not be the strongest sect in the East Unicorn continent, but his Heaven Fiend sect didn't care about a mere Blood Color City. If anyone dared to disobey his orders, he would teach them a lesson sooner or later." The signal flare was shot into the sky, and the gates of Blood Color City were all closed. What is going on? Why did they seal the city gates? I have to rush back. Damn it, what is wrong with Blood Color City? Those who were locked up in Blood Color City were all shouting in anger. At the same time, groups of patrolling soldiers began to paste up Li Fuchen's portrait. There were 2 portraits. One was Li Fuchen's original appearance, and the other was Li Fuchen's disguised appearance. Why does this person look so much like Qin Xiong? On the streets outside the Rose Merchant Guild, Huang Biao frowned as he looked at the portrait. It can't be Chen Xiong, right? Jiang Daqian hesitated. The 2 of them looked at each other. At this moment, Li Fuchen had already left Blood Color City. This Li Wushue is a lingering spirit. If I have the chance, I must eliminate him. Li Fuchen hated the feeling of being chased around. If he didn't escape, he might have been caught. After all, there were plenty of Heaven Realm martial artists in Blood Color City. Furthermore, Li Wushue was probably accompanied by a Heaven Realm martial artist. A few days later, with a wave of Li Wushue's hand, all the furniture in the room exploded. Damn it, this Li Fuchen must still be in the city. I have to capture him. In fact, he had a feeling that Li Fuchen had already left Blood Color City. The enemy was so smart, which made Li Wushue even more furious. Boom! On this day, the Ma clan's main gate, along with the 2 stone lions, were sliced into pieces by a single blade. A sharp sword chi was emitted, just like a terrifying storm. Who dares to act so presumptuously in my Ma clan? 3 figures skimmed out. They were 3 Heaven Realm martial artists. I am the Azure Water sect's inner sect elder. Has your Ma clan overstepped your authority? The newcomer stood in midair and was a middle-aged man. If Li Fuchen was here, he would have recognized him as the inner sect exam's main examiner, Elder Yu Hua, who was at the 6th level of Heaven Realm. Direct disciples had to venture out to temper themselves. Inner sect elders would also venture out to seek for opportunities. Azure Water Sect? The Ma clan's forefathers had a change in expression. When did we overstep our authority? One of the Ma clan's forefathers suppressed his anger and asked. Yu Hua spoke in a cold tone. The person you are looking for is a gold-class direct disciple of our Azure Water Sect. If you don't wish for the Ma clan to be exterminated, withdraw the warrant immediately and apologize to the entire city. If not, the Ma clan shall be exterminated within 3 days. Yu Hua's voice was calm, but the calmer it was, the more fearful the forefathers were. In the East Unicorn Continent, there wasn't a single sect that the Ma clan could afford to offend. If the Azure Water Sect said they were going to exterminate the Ma clan, then they would definitely do so. Even the Heaven Fiend sect couldn't stop them, unless it was the Celestial Star sect or the Dolim clan. Yu Hua left. Not long after he left, all the warrants in the streets and alleys of Blood Color City were withdrawn and replaced with letters of apology. The content was that someone from the Ma clan had abused the law and wronged an innocent person. They were specially apologizing to the wanted person and hoped that the other party would forgive the Ma clan's mistake. Ma clan patriarch Ma Tianba slapped Ma Tianyang's face. Who asked you to curry favor with the Heaven Fiend sect's young sect master? Father, didn't you always say to befriend these sect disciples? Li Wuxiwe is the Heaven Fiend sect's young sect master. If we can befriend him, it will be a good thing for our Ma clan. Ma Tianyang said unwillingly. Ma Tianba said, remember, do not provoke or offend these sect disciples in the future. In short, maintain a certain level of etiquette. His Ma clan couldn't afford to offend either the Heaven Fiend sect or the Azure Water Sect. Yes, father. Ma Tianyang was stunned too. The commotion in Blood Color City naturally couldn't be hidden from Li Wuxiwe. He came to the Ma clan to denounce them. Ma Tianba smiled apologetically. Young Master Li, please don't make things difficult for our Ma clan. Earlier on, the Azure Water Sect's inner sect elder had already warned us that if we don't withdraw the warrants, our Ma clan will be exterminated within 3 days. He dares. Chapter 202. In the 100 Battle region, there were killings everywhere. There were large groups of people killing each other, experts killing each other, martial artists and demonic beasts killing each other. Fresh blood stained every inch of the 100 Battle region. 10 days later, Li Fuchin was already far away from Blood Color City. This was a small valley with a clear stream flowing out from the valley. On both sides of the valley were lush trees. Sitting on a boulder by the stream, Li Fuchin took out his rations and started eating. The rations were abundant, with wine, meat, and snacks. With a storage bag, Li Fuchin didn't have to worry about not having enough space to store his rations. After eating the dry rations, Li Fuchin was preparing to get up. Suddenly, a series of piercing sounds came. In the valley, there were 3 more figures. The first 2 figures were obviously injured. Fresh blood spilled into the stream and dyed the stream red. The next figure that landed was dressed in silver clothes. There was a black claw on the chest with 3 fingers. Silvercloth sect. The first 2 were dressed casually, and Li Fuchin couldn't tell which sect they were from. But for the third figure, Li Fuchin knew that he was a disciple of the Silvercloth sect. From the Silvercloth sect patriarch to the outer sect disciples, they all wore silver robes. The claw on their chest was used to distinguish their ranks. A black claw with 1 finger was an outer sect disciple. A black claw with 2 fingers was an inner sect disciple. A black claw with 3 fingers was a direct disciple, and a golden claw with 3 fingers was a gold-class direct disciple. It was obvious that this was a direct disciple of the Silvercloth sect. Fan Qian Song, Fan Qinyu, the 2 of you will not be able to escape. When I, Lu Guangfeng, make my move, I will not return without blood. The silver-clothed youth had a stern expression. The youth named Fan Qian Song gritted his teeth. Lu Guangfeng, if it wasn't for your poison, Do you think Fan Qiansong, would be afraid of you? In terms of ability, he wasn't any weaker than Lu Guangfeng. But he didn't expect Lu Guangfeng to have a poison pill. When the poison pill exploded, he and his sister were both poisoned. Haha, the winner takes it all. What's the point of saying all this now? Lu Guangfeng mocked. Should I make a move? On top of a large tree, Li Fuqin had a hesitant expression. He could see that Lu Guangfeng's cultivation was at the 8th level of the Earth Realm and was extremely formidable. However, it was said that the Silver Cloth sect and the Heaven Fiend sect were on good terms. The wife of the Heaven Fiend sect leader seemed to be from the Silver Cloth sect, and one of the Silver Cloth sect supreme elders was also related to the Heaven Fiend sect. The friend of the enemy was naturally the enemy, and the enemy of the enemy was naturally the ally. Fine, I can take this opportunity to test the power of the Earth-level weapon shard. Thinking about it, Li Fuqin decided to make a move. Lu Guangfeng was in his 30s, while Fan Qiansong was in his mid-20s. Just now, Fan Qiansong said that before he was poisoned, his strength was not inferior to Lu Guangfeng's. This meant that he was most likely a gold-class direct disciple in the sect. Being on good terms with a gold-class direct disciple was not a bad thing. Lu Guangfeng made his move. His first move was a killer move. Numerous silvery light beams shot towards Fan Qiansong. Fan Qiansong's weapon was a 6-foot-long iron rod. He brandished it and shattered the silver beam, but the force of the silver beam caused him to vomit blood and fly backward. Hiss! In the air, there was the sound of cloth ripping. A black light suddenly appeared and vanished. Not good. Lu Guangfeng was appalled. A dreadful sense of impending death shrouded his spirit, causing his entire body to tremble. A silver-long saber brandished. PFFF. This saber brandished into thin air. The black light shot through Lu Guangfeng's chest and came out from his back. It brought along a large amount of fresh blood, internal organs, and even some bone fragments. This effect is much stronger than I imagined. Li Fuqin didn't doubt the power of the Earth-level weapon shard. But when he shot the shard, it vanished in midair, which shocked him. If he didn't guess it wrongly, this should be part of the effect of the Earth-level weapon. Without this effect, Lu Guangfeng might have blocked the Earth-level weapon shard with a single saber. Collapsing with his back facing the sky, Lu Guangfeng had an unresigned expression. Fan Qiansong and Fan Qinyu, who were prepared to die, let out a joyous expression. No one wanted to die. They weren't an exception. Many thanks to Benefactor for lending a hand. Fan Qiansong and Fan Qinyu are eternally grateful. The two of them cupped their fists in a general direction. With a flash, Li Fuqin asked, "Which sect are you disciples from?" Fan Qinyu replied, "We are disciples from the Carefree sect." Carefree sect? Li Fuqin understood. The Carefree sect's ability was similar to the Azure Water sect, maybe even slightly inferior, but this sect had a great reputation. Carefree, carefree. From the name, one could tell that this sect had an attitude of standing aloof from worldly affairs. Of course, the reason why the Carefree sect was called the Carefree sect wasn't because they stood aloof from worldly affairs. The Carefree sect was most famous for the Carefree Manual. The manual was passed down by the founder of the Carefree sect, Spiritual Master Carefree. That was how the Carefree sect got its name. The poison isn't light. It is better for you to detoxify it first, Li Fuqin said to the two of them. That's right. The two of them weren't afraid that Li Fuqin would harm them. If he really wanted to harm them, they couldn't do anything about it. The two of them immediately sat down and consumed a detoxification pill before circulating their qi to detoxify the poison. As for Li Fuqin, he placed his attention on Lu Guangfeng. Reaching out his hand, Lu Guangfeng's silver long saber landed in his hand. This was a mystic-class, mid-tier artifact saber and was worth around 200,000 gold coins. but it had the silver cloth sex insignia on it and couldn't be sold directly. Soon enough, Li Fuqin found a storage bag on Lu Guangfeng. There were plenty of things in the storage bag. There were 3 gold cards, a few thousand gold coins, plenty of pills, and other miscellaneous items. The 3 gold cards could be exchanged for 550,000 gold coins. The pills were all from the Silver Cloth sect. Some of the pills were different from those from the Azure Water sect. Other than that, there were plenty of life preservation items. There were firearms, poison pills, hidden weapons, and many other miscellaneous items. Worth it. Li Fuqin estimated that Lu Guangfeng's net worth was already over 2 million gold coins. Even though it wasn't comparable to his own, it wasn't to be underestimated. Keeping the storage bag, Li Fuqin looked at Fan Qiansong and Fan Qinyu. The 2 of them weren't in good condition. It seemed like the poison was too deep and a detoxification pill wasn't of much use. "Do you need my help?" Li Fuqin asked. His true Inferno Qi was rather effective in detoxification. Fan Qiansong opened his eyes and forced himself to speak. "I can still hold on for a while. Can Benefactor help my sister detoxify first?" "Sure." Li Fuqin came to the back of the young lady and pressed on her back with his right hand, injecting his true Inferno Qi. With the help of the true Inferno Qi, the effects of the detoxification pill was greatly enhanced. It penetrated deep into the young lady's limbs and even seeped into her bone marrow. In just a short moment, the young lady opened her eyes. Her face was a little red. "Many thanks, Benefactor, for your help." She felt as though her entire body had been seen through by Li Fuqin. Li Fuqin smiled and withdrew his palm. He then walked to Fan Qiansong's back and began to detoxify the poison. After some time, Fan Qiansong regained consciousness and felt that it was a close shave. Chapter 203. May I know the name of my benefactor? Fan Qiansong inquired. Li Fuqin replied, Chen Fuli, Azure Water sect's direct disciple. His disguise made him look like he was in his 30s, which was in line with the age of most direct disciples. So it is an Azure Water sect, Xixiang. Fan Qiansong pays his respects. Hearing that Li Fuqin was from the Azure Water sect, Fan Qiansong and Fan Qinyu had an even better impression of him. The Azure Water sect was considered a reputable sect in the East Unicorn continent. Just like the Carefree sect, they belonged to the righteous path. They were not like some sects that, despite being on the righteous path, relied on their own strength to be domineering and tyrannical, such as the Silver Cloth sect. You don't have to thank me. This Silver Cloth sect is in cahoots with the Heaven Fiend sect. Eliminating a direct disciple from the Silver Cloth sect is a good thing for our Azure Water sect. Li Fuqin replied. Fan Qiansong asked, May I know where Qin Shixiang is heading to next? Li Fuqin shook his head. I don't have a fixed destination. I came to the 100 battle region to temper myself. Fan Qiansong seemed to be hesitating. A moment later, his eyes flashed with determination. Qin Shixiang, I have an incomplete map of the tomb of a reincarnation realm martial artist. I wonder if Qin Shixiang is interested in searching for the tomb together? Originally, he didn't want to reveal this information, but Li Fuqin did save his brother and sister's life. This debt of gratitude had to be repaid, or he wouldn't be at ease. What's more, the tomb was filled with countless dangers. An additional person would mean an additional portion of strength. Reincarnation realm martial artist's tomb? Li Fuqin was surprised. In the era where absolute masters vanished, reincarnation realm martial artists were revered in the East Unicorn continent. The strength of a sect was undoubtedly related to the number of reincarnation realm martial artists. A reincarnation realm martial artist's tomb would definitely hide a large number of absolute arts, some of which were probably not even available in the Azure Water sect. Take, for example, the Azure Water sect's body refinement technique, which was only at the mystic class high tier. With Li Fuqin's high perception, He would definitely break through to a higher rank for the true Inferno technique. The higher the rank, the higher the requirements for the body. Other than that, the Reincarnation Realm's tomb would most likely contain secret techniques. In the Azure Water sect, a 4-star secret technique was only available after passing the 4th floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower. For Li Fuchen, it was too far. An incomplete map. Is there another map? Li Fuchen asked. It was impossible to find the location of the graveyard just by relying on the incomplete map. Fan Qiansong nodded and said, there are a total of 4 pieces of the map. They appeared in an auction, and the direct disciples of 4 great sects participated in the auction. They are my Carefree sect, Earthly Fire sect, Violent Saber sect, and Eternal Spring Valley. The direct disciple of Silver Cloth sect, Lu Guangfeng, somehow found out that I have an incomplete map. That's why he tried to kill me. Hearing the name Violent Saber sect, Li Fuchen raised his brows. Hearing about Eternal Spring Valley, Li Fuchen frowned. The Violent Saber sect was in the vicinity of the Azure Water sect, and Li Fuchen couldn't be more familiar with it. Eternal Spring Valley, on the other hand, was a superpower. In the East Unicorn continent, the sects were divided into several grades according to their strength. Among them, the Carefree sect, Earthfire sect, Violent Saber sect, Spirit Hidden sect, Azure Water sect, Heaven Fiend sect, and Silver Cloth sect were all sects of the same class. Even though the Heaven Fiend sect was slightly stronger than the Azure Water sect, it wasn't by much. As for the Heavenly Star sect, Dolin clan, and Eternal Spring Valley, there were sects of a higher class. Of course, Li Fuchen wasn't afraid of the Eternal Spring Valley. No matter how strong the Eternal Spring Valley was, it was still quite a distance away from the Azure Water sect, and was separated by several regions. Even if he completely offended the Eternal Spring Valley, the Eternal Spring Valley wouldn't be able to do anything to the Azure Water sect. Apart from the war between sects, there had never been a case of a sect being annihilated by another sect. After all, every sect would have their own enemies, and their enemies would not allow them to do as they pleased. Li Fuchen was just a little fearful of the ability of the direct disciples of the Eternal Spring Valley. Fan Qiansong continued. According to the map, the Reincarnation Realm Martial Artist Tomb is in the vicinity of Dense Fog City. 1 week later, the direct disciples of the 4 sects who obtain the map will gather at Dense Fog City. Once everyone is present, they will set off together to search for the location of the tomb. All right, count me in. Let's go to Dense Fog City now. Dense Fog City wasn't too far away, and they would arrive in 3 days. Since the opportunity was right in front of him, Li Fuchen didn't want to miss it. During the journey, the 3 of them got to know each other. From the 2 of them, Li Fuchen learned a lot about the 100 Battle region, which benefited him greatly. 3 days later, the 3 of them arrived at Dense Fog City. Dense Fog City had a radius of 1,000 miles and was shrouded in fog throughout the year. Dense Fog City was still fine as it was only shrouded in a thin layer of fog. As they headed towards the west of Dense Fog City, the fog got thicker and thicker. At a glance, it was all white and nothing could be seen. At an inn, the 3 of them checked in. Nighttime arrived. Li Fuchen began to study the primary clear hand. The pale yellow palm had gradually returned to its original color. It looked very ordinary and nothing special. Only Li Fuchen knew the power contained in this palm and the extent of the palm's toughness. This trip to the Reincarnation Realm Martial Artist Tomb was filled with dangers. It would be good to increase his combat ability. On their side, the one with the highest cultivation was Fan Qiansong at the 5th level of the Earth Realm. Next was Fan Qinyu at the 4th level of the Earth Realm. The last one was him at the 2nd level of the Earth Realm. Their average cultivation level was still too low. Apart from Fan Qinyu, Li Fuchen and Fan Qiansong were gold class, direct disciples of their respective sections. Their combat level couldn't be judged by their actual cultivation level. Had it not been for this, Li Fuchen wouldn't have joined in the fun. This wasn't a chance encounter, but a death wish. Don't even talk about the Eternal Spring Valley. Just the Earth Fire sect and the Violent Saber sect weren't easy to deal with. They were all direct disciples, and it would be extremely difficult for them to challenge someone who was a level higher than them. If the Earth Fire sect or the Violent Saber sect had a 9th level Earth Realm direct disciple, even if it was a Silver class direct disciple, the three of them wouldn't be able to handle it. What's more, there was still a direct disciple from a major faction like the Eternal Spring Valley. My cultivation level is still too low. Li Fuchen shook his head. He placed great importance on this trip to the tomb. Even if he had the Devil Break arrow and the Earth-class weapon shard, he wouldn't be careless. You might have some life preservation items, but others might have better ones. The night passed, and it was the next morning. Li Fuchen woke up early and headed towards the antique street of Dense Fog City. The products on the antique street of Dense Fog City were obviously more abundant than the Flying Blade City and Blood Color City. It was rumored that the fog in Dense Fog City didn't exist a few hundred years ago. The appearance of the fog was also related to the battles between absolute masters. In the fog, it was hard to differentiate the items. There were plenty of strange items, and these strange items naturally became the specialty of Dense Fog City's antique street. Li Fuchen bought a tree branch that emitted fog, and it cost him a total of 10,000 gold coins. Chapter 204. For days later, the entire Nantian tea house was booked by someone. On the 3rd floor of the tea house, Fan Qiansong, Fan Qinyu, and Li Fuchen sat in a corner and occupied a table. The three of them were currently drinking tea quietly while waiting for the direct disciples from the other 3 sections. Thud, thud, the sound of footsteps could be heard as 3 young men walked over. These 3 young men all wore dark red robes with a pattern of earth fire on them, a true disciple of the Earth Fire sect. The leader of the Earth Fire sect's direct disciples was around the same age as Fan Qiansong and was at the 6th level of the Earth Realm. The other 2 were around 30 years old and were around the same age as Fan Qiansong. One was at the 7th level of the Earth Realm, and the other was at the 8th level of the Earth Realm. However, it was obvious that both of them followed the former's lead. Fan Qiansong. The successor disciple of the Earth Fire sect stared at Fan Qiansong with a fake smile. Song Qinghe. Fan Qiansong also said the other party's name. Chen Shixiang, this Song Qinghe is a gold class, direct disciple from the Earth Fire sect. He is extremely formidable, and is even stronger than my brother. Fan Qinyu transmitted a message to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen nodded silently. None of the gold class direct disciples were easy to deal with, let alone a gold class direct disciple who is at the 6th level of the Earth Realm. This person is also a direct disciple of your carefree sect? Song Qinghe pointed at Li Fuchen and asked. Fan Qiansong replied, he is Chen Fuli, Shixiang from the Azure Water sect. This seems to be against the rules. Song Qinghe snorted coldly. Fan Qiansong said, we only have an agreement to not invite Heaven Realm martial artists. When did we say that we cannot invite Earth Realm martial artists? Is your Earth Fire sect afraid? Afraid? What a joke. A mere 2nd level Earth Realm martial artist would probably perish upon entering the tomb. Song Qinghe said with disdain. He didn't even bother about Li Fuchen, who was at the 2nd level of the Earth Realm. So what if Li Fuchen was a gold class direct disciple? He himself was a gold class direct disciple, and his cultivation was 4 levels higher than Li Fuchen. After finding a table and sitting down, the direct disciples of the 2 sects waited patiently. An hour later, footsteps could be heard again. Before he even came up, a sharp and wild aura had already filled the air. Violent Saber sect. Li Fuchen was very familiar with this qi presence and thought to himself. A few breaths later, a true disciple of the Violent Saber sect arrived at the 3rd floor of the tea house. This direct disciple from the Violent Saber sect had an extremely high cultivation level. He was actually at the 7th level of the Earth Realm. His chi presence was as intense as the edge of a saber, causing one's skin to prick and spirit to be suppressed. Terrifyingly strong. Li Fuchen frowned. Perhaps this true disciple of the violent saber sect was not at the same level as a motionless Sword Shuafeng, but he was not far off. Fu Chongshan, are you alone? Song Qinghe remembered that Fu Chongshan had a direct disciple from the violent saber sect with him at that time. One person is enough, Fu Chongshan said proudly. I hope you won't regret it? Song Qinghe also acknowledged Fu Chongshan's strength. It was a pity that after entering the tomb, it would be beneficial to have more people. If it wasn't for the fact that he was in a rush, he would have definitely found a few direct disciples from the same sect to join him. Fu Chongshan smiled coldly and did not say anything. Time passed slowly. Half an hour passed. The disciples of Eternal Spring Valley are too arrogant. We agreed to meet in the morning, but it is almost noon now. Song Qinghe was rather displeased. Earth Fire Sect's disciple, impatient. It seems like you don't have a bright future. An arrogant statement came from downstairs. Song Qinghe was enraged. Had it been anyone else, he would have already taught them a lesson. But because he was fearful of the prowess of Eternal Spring Valley, he didn't dare to provoke them. After all, he was the one who was disrespectful and could only swallow his anger. A unique chi presence that was like a sea of trees pervaded the air. A young man walked up. This young man was rather old and was a few years older than Li Fuchen's current appearance. He was at least 35 years old and had a trace of arrogance on the edge of his mouth. This arrogance wasn't the arrogance of Fu Chongshan's confidence in his own ability, but the arrogance of his status. It was no wonder, as Eternal Spring Valley was an elite sect in the East Unicorn Continent. Even if he wasn't the elite direct disciple of Eternal Spring Valley, it was still something to be proud of. This young man's cultivation was at the 8th level of the Earth Realm. With just his chi presence suppression, he wasn't any weaker than Fu Chongshan. Fan Qianyu transmitted a message. This person is called Wei Shanhe, a silver class direct disciple of Eternal Spring Valley. He might not be a gold class direct disciple, but he has cultivated for a long period of time and is not to be underestimated. Li Fuchen didn't respond. His eyes landed on the staircase. Fu Chongshan's eyes were also looking at the staircase. The light footsteps were like the sound of seeds sprouting in the spring. It was slowly echoing, and by the time everyone noticed its presence, a figure had already appeared in everyone's vision. It was an absolute beauty, dressed in green. This beauty wasn't inferior to Yan Qingguo. She was like a fairy that came from the clouds, extraordinary and refined. Fan Qiansong, Song Qinghe, and Fu Chongshan were all stunned. Only Li Fuchen maintained his composure as he silently sized up this absolute beauty. The green-clothed female's cultivation wasn't considered high and was only at the 4th level of the Earth Realm, but the feeling that she gave Li Fuchen was that she was much stronger than Fu Chongshan. The moment she walked up, the chi field on the 3rd floor of the tea house had been neutralized by her. The heaven and earth were in silence. It seemed as though there was a drizzle that was falling silently. The fog quietly rose, and everything became blurry. 6 starbone frame? In just an instant, Li Fuchen's mind flashed with a thought. This girl was definitely a 6 starbone frame. Only a 6 starbone frame could give him such a huge shock. Fan Qianyu transmitted a message with jealousy. If I didn't guess it wrongly, she is one of the 2 6 starbone frames from Eternal Spring Valley, Sumuyu. 6 starbone frames were rarely seen in this world. When Li Fuchen first met Yan Qingguo, she was still young and didn't display the full potential of a 6 starbone frame. If they were to meet again now, Li Fuchen was certain that her chi presence would undergo a complete transformation. Everyone, this is my Eternal Spring Valley's Su Muyu, Su Shimi. Who knows how many generations of blessings you have accumulated to be able to meet her? Wei Shanhe was obviously in love with Su Muyu. Of course, with his bone frame talent, It was destined that they would only be martial siblings. Song Qinghe stood up and smiled at Su Muyu. Song Qinghe pays his respects to Lady Su Muyu. Su Muyu didn't even look at Song Qinghe and found a seat to sit down. Seeing the situation, Song Qinghe's face turned green and red and was extremely embarrassed. Fan Qiansong found it funny and said, "Since everyone is here, let's not delay and set off." "Hold on." The one who spoke was Fu Chongshan. "What's wrong?" The few of them looked at Fu Chongshan. Fu Chongshan spoke indifferently. "I am the only direct disciple of my violent saber sect, but I have invited direct disciples from other sections. Let's wait a little longer." Just as Fu Chongshan finished speaking, footsteps could be heard again. The first to come up was a black-robed youth who was around 30 years old. His body was covered with a demonic symbol. Seeing this symbol, Li Fuchen's eyes narrowed. This was the symbol of the Heaven Fiend sect. Immediately after, a black-robed youth walked up. Seeing this youth, Li Fuchen couldn't help but have the thought of enemies on a narrow road. This person was obviously Li Wuxue. Chapter 205. The reason why Fu Chongshan invited a direct disciple from the Heaven Fiend sect wasn't because he wanted to befriend them. If he had such a thought, it would be a joke. Between neighboring sects, there was only competition for benefits. Why would there be any friendship? What's more, the Violent Saber sect and Heaven Fiend sect weren't very friendly, just like the relationship between the Azure Water sect and Heaven Fiend sect. The reason why he invited a direct disciple from the Heaven Fiend sect was because he paid a star stone. The so-called star stone was the key to enter the Star Road hidden domain. The Star Road hidden domain was the most mystical place in the East Unicorn continent. This hidden domain wasn't like the other hidden domains, which required a specific time and location to enter. The Star Road hidden domain could be entered as long as one had a star stone and could crush it. But the Star Road hidden domain had restrictions on cultivation level and age. In order to enter the Star Road hidden domain, one must be at the Earth realm and must not be older than 35 years old. Those who could satisfy these two conditions were basically direct disciples from the various sections. Hence, the Star Road hidden domain had another name, the Genius hidden domain. According to those who entered, the Star Road hidden domain had a path to the stars. The stronger one's potential, the further one could walk. Every time one walked for a certain distance, there would be a checkpoint. After passing the checkpoint, one could continue to advance. After passing the checkpoint, one would receive the support of the Star Road hidden domain's energy, which would drastically increase one's cultivation speed. Of course, the Star Road hidden domain's energy would be depleted. Once it was depleted, the cultivation speed would return to normal. Many of the direct disciples who came to the 100 Battle region had entered the Star Road hidden domain before. After they came out, their cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds. It wasn't difficult for them to advance by one level. The mystical Star Road hidden domain wasn't just limited to this, but only those true prodigies could enter the Star Road hidden domain. After they came out, they would usually keep their mouths shut and wouldn't easily reveal anything. Fu Chongshan had entered the Star Road hidden domain once. He wasn't confident that he could progress further in the Star Road hidden domain. Hence, he gave the Star Stone to his fellow sect disciples and chose the opportunity to enter the Reincarnation Realm's tomb. The black-robed youth from the Heaven Fiend sect was called Su Heishan. He was a silver-grade, direct disciple of the Heaven Fiend sect. He had spent a Star Stone in exchange for this opportunity. He had originally planned to come here alone, but he had not expected to meet the young sect master, Li Wuxue, in Blood Color City. Li Wuxue's cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the Earth realm, and his ability was relatively weaker. But as the young clan patriarch, Li Wuxue had plenty of life-saving items on him. After all, he was the son of the clan patriarch. After Li Wuxue revealed some of his trump cards, Su Heishan decided to bring Li Wuxue along. Li Fuchen didn't expect to encounter Li Wuxue here. Li Wuxiue didn't expect to meet Li Fuchen here either. Li Fuchen, it's you. Li Wuxiue roared with rage and then let out a sinister smile. The last time he let Li Fuchen escape, he had been regretting it. He didn't expect the heavens to be so kind to him and actually send him to his doorstep. Li Wuxiue. At this moment, Li Fuchen didn't intend to hide his identity. He wiped his face with his palm and restored his true appearance. Chun Shixiang, Fan Qiansong, and Fan Qinyu were stunned. The Chun Shixiang that they were talking about was actually younger than them. From his appearance, he was at most 20 years of age. To be able to reach the second level of the Earth realm at such a young age, he was definitely considered a first-rate prodigy. Most importantly, Li Fuchen killed Lu Guangfeng in a single strike. Even though they knew that Li Fuchen used an artifact, but an artifact required someone to control it. If the user's ability was too weak, the power of the artifact would be limited. Seeing Li Fuchen's formation, Song Qinghe and Fu Chongshan were a little shocked. A 20-year-old and at the second level of the Earth realm. In any sect, he would be considered a first-rate prodigy. Only elite 5-star bone frames could compare with him. Luckily, Fu Chongshan had left the sect for nearly a year and didn't know about the 100 Herbs hidden domain. Otherwise, he would definitely have animosity towards Li Fuchen. After all, Li Fuchen had killed plenty of good seedlings from the violent saber sect. Wei Shanhe and Su Muyu's eyes landed on Li Fuchen. Wei Shanhe's face revealed a trace of jealousy. Rain, on the other hand, had a curious look on her face. She didn't notice Li Fuchen at first, but after some consideration, she immediately noticed something unusual about Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen gave her an extremely mystical feeling. At times he was like a blazing sun, and at other times he was like a peerless artifact sword, emitting a pressuring chi presence. This person is rather special. The senses of a 6-star bone frame was extremely mystical. To a certain extent, a 6-star bone frame's senses towards a prodigy surpassed that of a heaven realm martial artist. Just like a magnet, there would be a repulsive force and an attractive force. You are Li Fuchen. Su Heishan's chi presence burst out and enveloped Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen killed the White Fiend of the Heaven Fiend sect's Black and White Fiend, and the White Fiend was the best friend of his cousin, Black Fiend. I am. Since things had come to this, Li Fuchen decided to go all out. If they wanted to fight, then he would fight, even if Su Heishan was at the 8th level of the Earth realm. You deserve the death penalty for killing my Heaven Fiend sect's disciple. Hand over your life. A peculiar weapon appeared in Su Heishan's hand. This peculiar weapon was made up of 3 parts, a metal rod, a chain, and a steel ball that was filled with spikes. Meteor hammer, a peculiar weapon that was extremely lethal. Boom! Wielding the metal rod, Su Heishan violently swung his arm. The meteor hammer that was connected to the chain was like a blinding meteor as it blasted at Li Fuchen, activating the primary clear hand. Li Fuchen's hand gathered the purest and unyielding primary clear chi. Drawing the black gold sword, Li Fuchen welcomed the meteor hammer. Rumble! The 3rd floor of the tea house exploded. Li Fuchen was sent flying and landed on the streets. There were also differences between true disciples of sections. True disciples of sects with profound cultivation would definitely have obtained many true teachings. Li Fuchen cultivated a 3-star secret technique. This Su Heishan obviously cultivated a 3-star secret technique too, even though it wasn't very profound. But when executed with his 8th level Earth realm cultivation, he was still able to suppress Li Fuchen. In fact, if Li Fuchen didn't use the Earth class weapon shard to sneak attack the Silvercloth sect's direct disciple, Lu Guangfeng, it would be impossible for Li Fuchen to kill him. Li Fuchen, prepare to die. Su Heishan gave chase. Rotating flow, sword style. Against the overbearing Su Heishan, Li Fuchen burst forth and executed the Mystic class mid-tier rotating flow sword style. In an instant, the flaming sword light spun like a stream of water, turning into a spiral and clashed with Su Heishan. Rumble! A large pit appeared on the streets. This time, Li Fuchen only took 3 steps back. Even though Su Heishan also cultivated a 3-star secret technique, but Li Fuchen's technique rank was obviously much higher, and his 3-star secret technique rank was also higher. With the addition of the Mystic class mid-tier sword intent, Li Fuchen could barely contest with his opponent. This was the difference between elite prodigies and regular prodigies. With the advantage in all aspects, it was enough to offset the disadvantage in cultivation level. Impossible. How did his ability become so strong? Li Wuxiue was rather shocked. The Li Fuchen in the 100 Herbs hidden domain was already terrifying. The current Li Fuchen was even more fearsome than before. But the more fearsome Li Fuchen was, the more it stimulated Li Wuxiue's murderous intent. If he didn't eliminate this person, he would forever be his inner demon. Mystic class mid-tier sword intent. As expected, on the 3rd floor of the tea house, there were only a few places that were still intact. Rain's position was undoubtedly the most intact place. Seeing Li Fuchen's sword style, Rain's eyes flashed with a strange light. Chapter 206. Li Fuchen, you shall die today. Li Fuchen's evilness caused Su Heishan's killing intent to flourish even more. Jiang Yi was only at the 2nd level of the Earth Realm and was able to barely go against him. Once he breaks through to the 3rd level of the Earth Realm, wouldn't he be able to go against him? Once he breaks through to the 4th level of the Earth Realm, would he be able to suppress him? Su Heishan didn't wish for Li Fuchen to continue growing. With his ability burst to the limits, Su Heishan hammered at Li Fuchen again and again. Be it the strength or the attack speed, it was much more ferocious than before. Li Fuchen took a step back. In terms of direct combat strength, I'm obviously weaker than him. There's no need to fight him head-on. Suddenly, Li Fuchen's figure turned blurry. All around Su Heishan, transparent and blurry shadows appeared. This was before Li Fuchen circulated the wind shadow steps. If he did, there wouldn't even be a blurry shadow. However, Su Heishan was too strong. If he did not circulate the true Inferno technique and use the wind shadow art instead, it would not be as simple as being heavily injured if he was hit by him. Li Fuchen didn't want to take the risk. With the shadowless intent executed, Li Fuchen's speed was extremely fast. He came and went without a trace, causing Su Heishan's 18 hammer strikes to miss. Although your movement technique is powerful, don't underestimate me. Su Heishan's movement and attack speed increased as well. There were a few swings that forced Li Fuchen to change his form. Su Heishan was after all at the 8th level of the Earth Realm. Be it his speed or reaction, they were both extremely strong. He was able to keep up with Li Fuchen's tempo. It was just that he wasn't used to it at the start. Open! With the activation of the mystical dragon secret technique, Li Fuchen's speed increased by another notch. The primary clear hand could only increase the explosive power of one's hands, and it didn't increase one's qigong or leg techniques at all. On the other hand, the mystical dragon secret technique increased one's strength in all aspects. Of course, the mystical dragon secret art could only double his strength in all aspects. On the other hand, the clear origin hand could amplify the strength of one's hand by more than double. When one's strength was on par with the opponent, the primary clear hand would be more useful. When one's strength was weaker, the mystical dragon secret art would be more useful. It depends on the situation. This time, Su Heishan couldn't keep up with Li Fuchen's pace. The shadowless leg didn't just possess speed, it also possessed confusion. In terms of pure speed, Su Heishan might not be inferior to Li Fuchen and might even be superior. Unfortunately, a duel between martial artists was not that simple. No matter how fast you were, if you were bewitched by your opponent, your effective speed would be greatly reduced. Damn it! 18 hammers of the mountain smashing hammers. Open! Su Heishan did not like this kind of meticulous battle. He preferred to go all out and clash head-on. The mountain-rumbling hammer art's killer move was unleashed. 18 hammer shadows spread out, and under the mutual influence of the forces, dozens of air vortexes were formed in the air. It was a grand sight. This hammer technique was targeted at martial artists who were fast and had ghostly movements. Your Heaven Fiend sect is too impudent. Break for me. Fan Qiansong roared. Su Heishan started fighting over a single disagreement. He didn't even have time to react. By the time he reacted, the two of them were already on the streets. Seeing that Li Fuchen was able to withstand 3 of Su Heishan's moves, Fan Qiansong wasn't in a hurry to help. He took this opportunity to observe Su Heishan's moves. Now that he saw Li Fuchen at an absolute disadvantage, he couldn't bear it any longer. With a flash, he appeared on the main street as well. With a swing of his metal rod, a rain of rods dispersed Su Heishan's hammer shadows, courting death. This is a matter between my Heaven Fiend sect and the Azure Water sect. You're carefree, sect, better stay out of it. Su Heishan's expression turned gloomy. Fan Qiansong's ability was extremely formidable. His 18-hammer blast mountain was extremely formidable, but it was actually neutralized by his opponent in a single move. Li Fuchen is my Fan Qiansong's benefactor. Finding trouble with Li Fuchen is the same as finding trouble with me. Fan Qiansong spoke coldly. He was a gold-class, direct disciple of the Carefree sect. Even if he was only at the 5th level of the Earth realm, his combat ability was still superior to Su Heishan's. Of course, he wasn't as insane as Li Fuchen. If Li Fuchen was at the 5th level of the Earth realm, he would probably be able to kill Su Heishan in a single move. Fu Chongshan, why aren't you making a move? Su Heishan turned his head and spoke to Fu Chongshan, who was on the 3rd floor of the tea house. Fu Chongshan replied, "Why should I make a move?" He didn't have any intention to help the Heaven Fiend sect. Li Wuxiue said, "Fu Chongshan, do you know that during the 100 Herbs hidden domain, more than half of the 10 disciples from your violent saber sect died in the hands of Li Fuchen, including your violent saber sect's prodigy, Xinfeiha?" In actual fact, Li Fuchen didn't kill that many people. It seemed like Li Wuxiue was exaggerating. Hearing this, Fu Chongshan looked at Li Fuchen and questioned, "Is there such a thing?" So what if it is? Li Fuchen didn't deny it. Even if he killed more or less, it wouldn't stop Fu Chongshan from making a move. Since that was the case, there wasn't a need to show weakness. You deserve to die. Fu Chongshan's body flashed as he skimmed towards Li Fuchen. Clang! As the rod and saber clashed, Fan Qiansong took a dozen steps back. He was a gold-class direct disciple, and so was Fu Chongshan, but Li Fuchen's cultivation level was 2 levels higher than his. "Brother, let me assist you." Fan Qianyu skimmed down too and landed beside Fan Qiansong and Li Fuchen. "Fan Qiansong, get out of the way." Fu Chongshan stared at Fan Qiansong coldly, with a flash of killing intent in his eyes. Fan Qiansong said, "Fu Chongshan, don't forget that I still have an incomplete map with me. Without me, none of you will be able to find the tomb. I can still get it after killing you." Fu Chongshan's killing intent intensified. "Then let's give it a try." Fan Qiansong took a deep breath and released the same killing intent in his eyes. "Fan Qiansong, leave him to me." Li Fuchen had a metal shard in his hand. He had decided that once the battle started again, he would disregard everything and kill the trio from the Heaven Fiend sect and Violent Saber sect. As for the consequences, he couldn't be bothered. Fan Qiansong took a glance at the metal shard in Li Fuchen's hand and made up his mind. He had forgotten that Li Fuchen still had an incredible artifact. "Fu Chongshan, let's attack together and eliminate the 3 of them." Su Heishan spoke in a sinister tone. "That's right. Eliminate them first." In Li Wuxue's hand there was a blood-colored flag which had a majestic blood chi wave on it. Enough. I don't care what grudges you have. Find the tomb first. Before we find the tomb, no one is to make a move. Su Muyu stood up and released a gentle chi presence, dispelling everyone's battle intent and killing intent. But how could battle intent and killing intent be so easily dispelled? In the eyes of Su Heishan and the others, the killing intent only dissipated slightly, but not completely. Do it. Su Heishan insisted on making a move. Presumptuous. It was unknown what secret technique Su Muyu activated, but her body was glowing with a faint radiance. A chi presence that caused all living beings to tremble exploded. Everyone's chi, blood, and vitality seemed to be dissolving. I will kill whoever dares to make a move. Su Muyu had a jade green scythe in her hand. The scythe wasn't ordinary and had the chi presence to harvest all living beings. Su Muyu, what is the meaning of this? Su Muyu was the only existence that made Fu Chongshan apprehensive. He might be at the 7th level of the Earth Realm, but Su Muyu was only at the 4th level of the Earth Realm. But Su Muyu was a 6-star bone frame and was an elite prodigy in the East Unicorn Continent. Her combat strength was definitely not inferior to his. Chapter 207. Fu Chongshan, there is no need to be in such a hurry to settle our grudges. The most important thing now is to find the tomb. Once we find the tomb, we won't have any objections, even if you fight to the death. Seeing that Rain and Wei Shanha had spoken, Song Qinghe had no choice but to stand up and speak. Fu Chongshan and Su Heishan had a gloomy expression, especially Li Wuxiue, who hated Rain and the others. He had a feeling that if he couldn't kill Li Fuchen now, it would be even harder in the future. Damn it. Wait till Li Wuxiue, grow stronger. I want all of you to die. Li Wuxiue cursed in his heart. Letting out a heavy breath, Su Heishan said, Little b asterisk 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 d. I will let you off first. Once we find the tomb, I will make sure you have nowhere to run. It wasn't wise to make a move now. With the strength of the 3 of them, they weren't a match for everyone here. Clang! Sheathing his long saber, Fu Chongshan said, I have to say you are in luck. But once my saber is unsheathed, it must see blood. Since I didn't see any blood this time, next time I will make you pay double the price of death. In his eyes, Li Fuchen was already a dead man. Since he was a dead man, it didn't matter when he died. Perhaps it would be more satisfying to keep him alive for the next kill. Li Fuchen didn't say anything harsh. Harsh words wouldn't allow him to kill them. The following trip to the tomb was an opportunity to kill the 3 of them. As for whether or not he could kill them, it wasn't his concern. Closing his eyes, Li Fuchen withdrew his chi presence, as though nothing had happened. Sensing Li Fuchen's expression, Rain let out a smirk. Su Heishan, Fu Chongshan, and the other 2 were in for it. A true vicious beast would never bluff. The moment they bared their fangs, it would be the moment of your death. Of course, it would be extremely difficult for Li Fuchen to kill the 3 of them. He might even be killed by them. In this world, who could see the future clearly? Very well. After finding the tomb, your matters have nothing to do with me. Since everyone is here, let's combine the maps and depart. Rain signaled to Wei Shanha. Hearing this, Wei Shanha took out the incomplete map and said, This map is very complicated and no one can remember it. Let's combine the maps first to determine the general direction. Just as everyone was merging the maps, there was a large group of patrolling soldiers on the streets. There were also 4 peak stage, Earth, realm martial artists. Everyone, I don't care who you are. Since you have destroyed Fog City's buildings, you will have to compensate according to the law. Otherwise, don't blame my Mystic Tools sect for enforcing the law. One of the peak stage, Earth, realm martial artists said, In the realm of 100 battles, some cities had sects stationed in them, while others didn't. Fog City's location was special, and it was occupied by the Mystic Tools sect. Of course, it was not impossible to occupy a city, but they had to be able to keep it. If they couldn't keep it, there would be no point in occupying it. Furthermore, a sect would have to send a lot of experts to settle down in a certain city. If these experts were killed by an enemy sect, it would be a huge blow to the sect. All in all, only powerful sects would dare to occupy cities in the realm of 100 battles. The majority of the cities were governed by local powers. However, these cities had to pay taxes to the various sections. Every year, the Azure Water sect would send people to the 100 battle region to collect taxes from the cities that didn't have an owner. How much? Fan Qiansong asked. A peak stage Earth realm martial artist sized up the tea house and street. The tea house is 50,000 gold coins. The street is 50,000 gold coins. Here is 50,000 gold coins. Li Fuqin took out a gold card with 50,000 gold coins from his storage bag and tossed it over. Here is 50,000 gold coins too. Su Heishan also tossed over a gold card with 50,000 gold coins. After receiving the gold cards, the 4 peak stage Earth realm martial artists waved their hands. Let's go! As long as they didn't kill anyone, direct disciples of the sect had special privileges in Fog City. They could leave after handing over the gold coins. If it was a martial artist without any background, they would be thrown into jail first. To the west of Fog City, there was a short mountain. The short mountain was shrouded in a thick fog, like a giant that was gradually moving away. Standing on top of the short mountain, Wei Shanha frowned. The fog is too thick. It isn't that easy to find the marker on the map. Since we have this map, we will definitely be able to find the tomb. Song Qing has said, on the map, the short mountain was the first marker. Next, they had to find the second marker. Only after finding 5 markers in a row would the route to the tomb appear. The second marker is a lake. Let's follow the stream, and we might be able to find the lake. Su Muyu looked at the foot of the mountain. Near the waist of the mountain, there was a small waterfall. The water from the waterfall converged into a stream and flowed into the distance. Under the thick fog, it wasn't clear, but with everyone's senses, they could still sense it. The stream was very long, and there seemed to be a mysterious force guiding the water. Fan Qiansong, Fan Qianyu, and Li Fuqin were secretly communicating with each other. Li Fuqin, if we find the tomb, the 3 of us will work together to kill one of them. My brother is right. The ability of the 3 of them is superior to us on the surface. Only by killing one of them will it be beneficial for us. Actually, you don't have to interfere. I have already repaid the favor of me saving your life with this trip to the tomb. What are you saying? I, Fan Qiansong, am not someone who is afraid of death. It doesn't matter who owes whom. I, Fan Qiansong, have already treated you as a friend. Since we are friends, I will naturally sacrifice myself. This has nothing to do with other matters. Friends, huh? Many thanks. Li Fuqin made up his mind to not let the 2 of them fall into danger. At the same time, Su Heishan, Li Wuxue, and Fu Chongshan were also secretly communicating with each other. The moment we find the tomb, we will eliminate the weakest Fan, Qinyu. Even if the remaining 2 fight head-on, they won't be able to defeat us. Su Heishan suggested. Fu Chongshan nodded. That's right. This is the best plan. After all, our overall ability is superior to theirs. They were confident that they could eliminate either Fan Qiansong or Li Fuqin in an instant, but they didn't have absolute confidence. Following the stream, the group arrived at a lake. It was unknown how big this lake was, but the surface of the lake was covered in fog. According to the map, the 3rd marker is a huge waterfall. Could the waterfall be at the end of the lake? Every marker on the map had a connection with each other. The stream on the short mountain led to the lake. Between the lake and the waterfall, there must be some connection. Let's build the boats first. None of them were indecisive individuals. One by one, they used whatever materials they could find and built the boats. In just a short moment, 4 boats were built. Li Fuqin and the other 2 stood on one of the boats, activating their qi. The The boat quickly sailed towards the depths of the lake. After a few hours, everyone could hear the sound of the waterfall. It was rumbling like thunder. With their senses, they could see that the end of the lake was obviously a huge waterfall. Below the waterfall was a bottomless abyss. Go down. Su Muyu didn't slow down the speed of the boat. Swish, swish, swish. The 4 boats rushed out of the lake and soared into the sky before descending. When they felt the water below them, everyone stepped on the boats and used the momentum to fly. Landing at the side of the water, what appeared in front of them was a huge canyon. And this canyon was obviously the 4th marker. This is indeed the land of fog. I wonder how many secrets are hidden here. Li Fuchin lamented. Chapter 208. The fog in the Grand Canyon was denser than anywhere else. It was so dense that one couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. Even with everyone's perception, they could only sense a radius of a few dozen meters. Beyond a few dozen meters, they couldn't sense anything. As the group walked along the Grand Canyon, the sky gradually darkened. As the fog intertwined with the night sky, everyone's perception dropped again. This walk lasted for an entire night. The next morning, the rays of the morning sun might not be able to penetrate the fog, but it gave the fog a milky white color. After some time, they arrived at the end of the canyon. It was said to be the end, but no one knew if it was really the end. All they knew was that a whirlpool of fog appeared in front of them. This whirlpool of fog was massive and completely obstructed their path. It was impossible to pass through it. Could the fog of the land of fog originate from here? Li Fuchin guessed. Fan Qiansong shook his head. The land of fog is much more mysterious than you can imagine. This whirlpool of fog can be found in other places in the land of fog. The largest whirlpool is like a white sun suspended in the sky. No one knew how the fog appeared, just like how no one knew what happened a few hundred years ago. After a slight hesitation, the group stepped into the whirlpool of fog. There wasn't any dizziness or any abnormalities. They passed through the whirlpool of fog and arrived at a world without fog. Looking back, there was only thick fog, but the fog vortex was gone. Such a mystical place. Li Fuchin's eyes revealed confusion and astonishment. Creak, creak. An ear-piercing sound made everyone's ears bleed and felt dizzy. Everyone quickly revolved their chi to protect their ears. Lifting their heads, they saw a huge, bat-like, demonic beast flying towards them. Class 3 high-tier demonic beast. Giant bat beast. Class 3 high-tier demonic beasts had different ability levels, just like the difference between a normal person and a prodigy. The giant bat beast was an elite class 3 high-tier demonic beast. The difficulty of killing it was similar to passing the 3rd floor of the direct inheritance tower. If it was a one-on-one fight, no one here was a match for it. Only someone on the level of a motionless sword, Xuefeng, could kill the giant bat beast. And it had to be Xuefeng who passed the 3rd floor of the direct inheritance tower. It's the giant bat beast, kill it quickly. Wei Shanhe knew of the giant bat beast's prowess and quickly released a chi force at the giant bat beast. Hearing this, the rest of the people quickly released their energy. The giant bat beast was extremely fast. If he did not kill it, he would not be able to focus on finding the tomb. 11 streaks of energy shot through the air. Except the giant bat beast was incomparably agile. Its figure drew out one arc after another in the air, easily avoiding the 11 streams of energy. Creak! A sound wave visible to the naked eye rushed over, and everyone felt as if their heads were about to explode. The speed and range of the sound wave was too wide. Even Rain couldn't dodge it in time. Everyone disperse. Rain executed her movement technique and took the lead to float dozens of meters away. Wei Shanhe followed, closely behind. In the blink of an eye, everyone was divided into 4 groups and attacked the giant bat beast from 4 different angles. The giant bat beast was very crafty and knew the logic of taking them down one by one. It was the first to dive towards Li Fuchin and the others. It was obvious that it intended to engage in hand-to-hand combat. After all, this was a demonic beast's forte. Get lost! Fan Chen Song waved his metal rod, and a rain of rods enveloped the giant bat beast. Crackle! Like the sound of the rain hitting the pipa, the giant bat beast didn't dodge or evade. It took the full brunt of the attack. Traces of wounds appeared on its body, but they were just superficial wounds. Its claws then clawed at Fan Qiansong. Once it clawed, Fan Qiansong would surely die. Brother! Fan Qianyu's weapon was a pair of Mandarin duck battle axes. With a swing, countless blades slashed at the giant bat beast. Get lost! Fan Qiansong had already prepared his kill, moved the moment the giant bat beast swooped down. Executing the rotating flow sword style, a ring of flames crashed onto the giant bat beast, causing it to pause for a moment. Using this split second, Fan Qiansong dodged. At the same time, Fan Qianyu's attack landed on the giant bat beast. Attack quickly! Wei Shanhe, Song Qinghe, and Li Wuxue unleashed a torrent of attacks. Only Fu Chongshan, Su Heishan, and Li Wuxue didn't put in much effort. They couldn't wait for Li Fuchen's group to be killed by the giant bat beast. A jade green blade light flashed. It was unknown when Su Muyu appeared on the right side of the giant bat beast. She brandished her jade green scythe and nearly severed the giant bat beast's wing, causing fresh blood to spurt out. Such strength! I'm afraid she isn't far from a motionless sword Shuefeng. Li Fuchen's eyes shrank. Su Muyu's ability was undoubtedly the second strongest Earth realm martial artist he had ever seen. The first was a motionless sword Shuefeng. Of course, this was mainly because he didn't meet many Earth realm martial artists. He had never met Sword Maniac or Sword Tiger before. The giant bat beast staggered. Under the inertia of the dive, it couldn't flap its wings and flew. It fell hard onto the ground and slid. The giant bat beast that fell onto the ground was considered decent if it could utilize 30% to 40% of its original ability. Under the chaotic attacks of the group, it was quickly killed. After dissecting its stomach, there wasn't any demon core. Following that, the group encountered a few more Class 3 high-tier demonic beasts. Some were strong, while some were weak. But with everyone working together, it was enough to kill an existence like a motionless sword Shuefeng. Without the fog, the route on the map came into effect. After half a day, the group finally found the entrance to the tomb. The entrance was a small hill. The entire hill seemed to have been hollowed out and was used to construct a huge metal door. There were 2 pillars outside the door. Die! In just a split second, Li Fuchen's side and Li Wuxue's side made their move. Li Fuchen's group's target was Su Heishan, while Li Wuxue's group's target was Fan Qianyu. But what they didn't expect was that Li Fuchen's group seemed to know that their target was Fan Qianyu. Hence, they formed a formation with 2 at the front and 1 at the back. Li Fuchen and Fan Qiansong were at the front, while Fan Qianyu was at the back. The 3 of them formed an inverted triangle. The first wave of attack was very simple. The 6 of them each threw out their own lethal items. Li Fuchen threw out dozens of sky blast bombs, which were worth a few 100,000 contribution points. Fan Qiansong and Fan Qianyu threw out metal balls one after another. These metal balls would explode the moment they came into contact with unstable air currents, shooting out countless of steel balls. These scarlet steel balls were like tiny meteors that carried a strong, penetrative force. On the opposite side, Fu Chongshan and the other 2 threw out sky blast bombs. The Azure Water Sect, Violent Saber Sect, and Heaven Fiend Sect were located in the same region. Closer to this region was a formidable sect called the Thunderbolt Sect. The Thunderbolt Sect specialized in producing firearms. Thunderbolt bombs and Sky Blast bombs were all firearms produced by the Thunderbolt Sect. The 3 major sects would frequently visit the Thunderbolt Sect to purchase a batch of firearms. Of course, The highest firearms that the Thunderbolt sect sold to the outside world was the Sky Blast Bomb. The power of a single Sky Blast Bomb could easily blast a regular low-leveled Earth realm martial artist to death. Rumble. Intense explosions echoed continuously. Within a radius of 100 meters, it was filled with bursting flames and spitting tongues of flame. Along with the random shooting of scarlet red steel balls, the ground was riddled with holes. Su Muyu and her group had already retreated from this region. After taking a quick glance, they didn't have any interest to continue watching and walked towards the metal door. The smoke dispersed. In front of the metal door, it was a mess. A few dozen meters away, Li Fuqin and the other two were each wielding a large shield, forming a hemisphere to cover their bodies. On the opposite side, Fu Chongshan and the other two were in a sorry state. Chapter 209. It was obvious that both sides didn't achieve their objective. The Carefree Sect's origin break bomb might be incredible and specialized in breaking chi protection, but the steel beads were too small. Unless dozens of them hit the enemy at the same time, it would be hard to kill the enemy. In terms of power, it wasn't comparable to the Sky Blast Thunder. Of course, there were pros and cons. The Sky Blast Thunder might be powerful, but it was easy to defend. A Mystic-class shield would basically guarantee that the wearer wouldn't receive too much damage. Both sides were just probing each other with this attack. They didn't use their trump cards. But even if it was a test, regular people wouldn't be able to withstand it. The 6 of them had tossed out a total of a few million gold coins. If they were used against regular low-leveled Earth realm martial artists, it would be enough to kill a few hundred of them. Just as the 6 of them were preparing to fight again, Creek, Rain, and her group used an unknown method to open the metallic door. Boundless blue radiance gushed out from the metallic door and drowned Rain and her group. It also drowned Li Fuqin's group. The boundless blue radiance retracted and the metallic door closed. Everyone vanished. This is the interior of the tomb? In the dusky stone hall, Li Fuqin appeared. He lifted his head and looked around. The stone hall was extremely ancient and probably had a history of a few hundred years. There was a giant lamp that was around 8 meters above his head. When Li Fuqin appeared, flames started to burn and emitted a cold and resplendent radiance. Is the tomb of a reincarnation realm martial artist so mystical? Li Fuqin expressed his doubts. It was already extraordinary to be able to construct a tomb in the land of fog. The blue radiance that appeared earlier was probably beyond the capability of a reincarnation realm martial artist. Li Fuqin extended his hand and drew one of the flames from the lamp. PFFF. The layer of qi that Li Fuqin set up was immediately burned through by the flames. The egg-sized flame landed on the ground and didn't even produce a single spark. It was a blue flame, and it was extremely pure, like a crystal. In the center of the flame was a drop of blue viscous liquid. Could this be the blood of the Class 6 demonic beast? Blue flame, desolate blood beast? Li Fuqin was bewildered. He had seen an ancient demonic beast guide. It recorded extremely powerful demonic beasts, and one of them was the blue flame, desolate blood beast. The blue flame, desolate blood beast's body was shrouded in blue flames. A single wisp of flame could incinerate a reincarnation realm cultivator. Even after the blue flame, desolate blood beast died, the flames on its corpse wouldn't extinguish until its blood dried up. The Class 6 demonic beast, blue flame, desolate blood beast, was a formidable existence that could kill a reincarnation realm martial artist with a single breath. But this tomb was actually using its blood as fuel to provide light. Even if someone told Li Fuqin that this tomb was a reincarnation realm martial artist tomb, Li Fuqin wouldn't believe it. Li Fuqin wanted to keep this flame, but he could only slightly guide the flame, unable to control the flame. Once his true spirit got close to the flame, it would immediately be burned into nothingness. The next moment, a strange suction force came from the lamp, and the blue flame was drawn back to one of the lamps. I wonder what level of expert this tomb belongs to. Li Fuqin was very curious. When the super expert disappeared, the records about them were also vague. Perhaps the shedding body realm martial artist could access more information, but the rest of the people undoubtedly knew nothing. There was nothing special in the hall, so Li Fuqin walked out. The graveyard was huge, and there were many passageways that made it look like a maze. After an unknown period of time, Li Fuqin discovered a room. Just as he was about to enter the room, he was sent flying. Li Fuqin frowned and pressed his right hand towards the void at the entrance. An invisible and untouchable wall blocked Li Fuqin's palm. When Li Fuqin pressed down with force, it was still elastic and caused Li Fuqin's palm to go numb. Could this be a martial Dao intent? Li Fuqin's heart shivered. Earth-class martial Dao intents could exist independently from martial arts. It was obvious that there was a defense intent at the entrance of the room. If Li Fuqin didn't break this defense intent, he wouldn't be able to enter the room. Li Fuqin drew his black gold sword and thrust at the void at the entrance. The void distorted, and the powerful elasticity made Li Fuqin's footing unstable. There is a reaction. Li Fuqin was delighted. Since there was a reaction, it meant that he could break this defense intent. Starfire sword intent. Rotating flow sword intent. Li Fuqin realized that in order to break the defense intent, he had to use his own intent to wear it down. If he didn't use his intent, he wouldn't be able to shake this defense intent. 1 hour later, the defense intent was finally broken by Li Fuqin. Walking into the room, Li Fuqin saw a long table, and in the center of the table was a beast pelt scroll. It should be a martial arts manual. Li Fuqin walked over, picked up the beast pelt scroll, and opened it. Primary elixir technique, mystic class, mid-tier technique. Upon completion, the body will be able to form a Qi primary elixir. It can extend one's lifespan and allow one to easily live past 100 years old. Looking at the introduction on the beast pelt scroll, Li Fuqin raised his brows. Techniques that could extend one's lifespan were considered rare. Most of the techniques pursued lethality and explosive power. It was a huge pressure on the human body. Unless one was at the reincarnation realm, 100 years of age was basically the limit. Like the true Inferno technique, it was extremely taxing on the human body. Those who didn't cultivate a body refinement technique would never be able to cultivate it. If not, they would self-immolate before they could even cultivate it. The yellow class, peak tier, 3 elements technique that I gave to father and mother previously is still too low grade. This primary elixir technique is just right for them to cultivate. Although father and mother weren't at the Earth realm yet, they would definitely become Earth realm martial artists in the future. As for Earth realm martial artists, if they cultivated yellow class, peak tier techniques, they would need many years to advance by 1 level. But with a mystic class mid-tier technique, it would be a different story. The cultivation speed would be greatly increased. Keeping the beast pelt scroll, Li Fuqin walked out of the room. At the same time, in other places of the tomb, everyone else came across the first room. Except for Rain, the rest of them didn't grasp any mystic class, mid-tier intent. Within a short period of time, they wouldn't be able to break the defense intent at the entrance of the room. As Li Fuqin was walking, he suddenly heard a voice coming from the front. Damn it! Why is this defense intent so tough? It has already been 2 hours, and it still hasn't been broken. Su Heishan was enraged. The meteor hammer in his hand was frenziedly striking at the air, producing a thunderous sound. His ears twitching, Su Heishan quickly turned his head. A black light pierced through the air and vanished in an instant. Danger! Su Heishan's scalp went numb as he shifted his body by an inch. PFFF! Fresh blood spurted out from his back as the black light struck the wall of the tunnel, letting out a crisp clang. Die! A figure rushed at him. It was Li Fuqin. Li Fuqin, you are courting death. Su Heishan was severely injured, but he was still an 8th level Earth realm martial artist. He quickly used his metal rod to block. Resplendent sparks burst out as Su Heishan flew backwards, vomiting large mouthfuls of fresh blood. Li Fuqin wasn't disappointed that he wasn't able to kill Su Heishan easily. Previously, he was able to kill the silver cloth sex Lu Guangfeng because he didn't detect Li Fuqin's presence. But this time, Su Heishan sensed the danger in advance and shifted his body by an inch. If not, his heart would have been pierced by the metal shard. Li Fuqin, you dare to kill me. My Heaven Fiend sect will not let you off. Su Heishan's expression was filled with hatred and panic. Chapter 210. If I don't kill you, will your Heaven Fiend sect let me off? Li Fuqin laughed as though he was looking at an idiot. A person's strength of character would be completely exposed at the moment of death. An expert must not only be strong, but also have a strong heart. Clearly, Su Heishan was not an expert. He was just a weakling who used his power to bully others. If you kill me, you will completely offend the Heaven Fiend sect. I hope you don't make a mistake. Su Heishan's injuries were very serious. That metal shard was extremely powerful, and if he guessed correctly, that metal shard should be an Earth-grade weapon shard. Furthermore, it was not an ordinary one. In the face of death, the only thing Su Heishan could do was to threaten Li Fuqin. Even if you talk your way out today, you won't be able to escape death. Li Fuqin walked step by step towards Su Heishan. Li Fuqin, if you kill me, no one in this world can save you. My Heaven Fiend sect will exterminate your entire clan. Su Heishan gritted his teeth and retreated step by step. You still dare to threaten me when you're about to die? When Su Heishan wasn't injured, Li Fuqin was slightly weaker than him. But now that Su Heishan was severely injured, Li Fuqin didn't have to fear him. Executing the Starfire sword style, the sky was filled with starfire. Seal! Su Heishan spun the metal rod in his hand, and the meteor hammer that was connected to the chain spun at a high speed. It was like a huge windmill blocking off the sparks. Puff! Puff! Unfortunately, Su Heishan was heavily injured, and his defense was no longer as tight. 2 streaks of starfire broke through his defensive perimeter. In an instant, a fist-sized charred hole appeared on Su Heishan's abdomen and left shoulder. Li Fuqin, please don't kill me. I know I was wrong. From now on, I will never be your enemy again. I swear. Su Heishan was afraid. He hadn't lived long enough. He still had a bright future ahead of him. Once he died, he would have nothing left. Li Fuqin's eyes were cold, and his sword moves were getting more and more ruthless. Pu. Fist-sized, charred, and bloody holes appeared on Su Heishan's body. Li Fuqin, I curse you to die a horrible death. Finally, at the moment his life force dissipated, Su Heishan despaired and let out a venomous roar. Sheathing the long sword, Li Fuqin slowly let out a breath. The path of the martial Tao was filled with hardships and slaughter. No one could reach the pinnacle of martial arts without a hitch. In the future, there would be no lack of such killings. There would be more and more of them. But Li Fuqin wasn't afraid. With a suction force, Su Heishan's storage bag landed in Li Fuqin's hand. Zhang Xian infused his Jinqi into the storage pouch and opened it. There were a few golden cards, quite a few pills, and a crystalline stone that emanated resplendent starlight. This stone! Li Fuqin searched for useful memories. Soon a name appeared. The Star Stone was the key to enter the Star Road secret domain. It was said that star stones came from the heavens. When a meteor shower appeared over the realm of 100 battles, 1 or more star stones might fall from the sky. In the 100 battle region, martial artists would pick up star stones by chance. As star stones were only useful for Earth realm martial artists who were below the age of 35, some martial artists who didn't meet the requirements would auction the star stones. They would often be auctioned off for a high price of hundreds of thousands or even millions of gold coins, becoming rich overnight. This Su Heishan actually has a star stone. His luck isn't bad. A pity that he has luck, but not fate. It is all for naught. Li Fuchen had never entered the Star Road secret domain before. After this trip to the tomb, he intended to enter the Star Road secret domain to take a look. Keeping the storage bag, Li Fuchen looked at the door of the room. Without a doubt, there was a defense intent set up at the door of this room. Had it not been for attacking this defense intent, Su Heishan wouldn't have been able to sneak attack by Li Fuchen. 1 hour later, Li Fuchen broke the defense intent and entered the room. Just like the room that Li Fuchen entered before, this room also had a long table. In the center of the table was a beast pelt scroll. Opening it up to take a look. Life Spring Technique. 3-star secret technique. Able to stimulate one's life force potential and instantly recover a portion of injuries. Too domineering. Use with caution. It is actually a recuperation secret technique. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with delight. On the path of cultivation, injuries were inevitable. Minor injuries could be ignored, but severe injuries would definitely affect the martial artist's state. If one cultivated the life spring technique, they would be able to instantly recover a portion of injuries. To a certain extent, the effects weren't inferior to 4-star or 5-star secret techniques. Of course, everything has its pros and cons. Every activation of the life spring technique would deplete one's life force. Once the life force was depleted, the lifespan would naturally be depleted as well. It could be said that the life spring technique overdrafted one's life force to recover from injuries. Even so, this 3-star secret technique was still very precious. If one lost their life, who would care about that little bit of life force? As long as one was still alive, there would be endless possibilities. With this secret technique, it is the same as having half an extra life. Li Fuchen solemnly kept the beast pelt scroll of the life spring technique. What Li Fuchen didn't know was that not long after he left, the dead Su Heishan opened his eyes. His eyes were fixed on Li Fuchen, and the sclera of his eyes had turned completely black while his pupils had turned white, which was the opposite of a normal person. His flesh squirmed as the charred wounds on Su Heishan's body began to heal. In just a short moment, he was completely recovered. Kiki, it feels great to have a body, but this body is still too weak and needs to be nourished. Su Heishan licked his lips. His tongue was half a foot long. Li Fuchen. When Li Fuchen arrived at a passage, he saw Fan Qinyu. Fan Qinyu saw Li Fuchen too. Still not broken? Li Fuchen asked. Fan Qinyu nodded. This defense intent needs to be worn down by one's own intent. My intent is too weak. Let me help you. Li Fuchen drew his black gold sword and used the Starfire sword intent to attack the defense intent. In just a short moment, the defense intent crumbled. Many thanks. Fan Qinyu's eyes lit up. She could already feel that this tomb wasn't a reincarnation realm martial artist tomb, but a battle spirit realm martial artist tomb. The items in the tomb of a battle spirit realm martial artist were definitely good stuff. You go in first. I will wait for you outside, Li Fuchen said. All right. Fan Qinyu walked in. A moment later, Fan Qinyu walked out and waved the beast pelt scroll in her hand. This is a 3-star secret technique called the face nurturing technique. It can maintain one's youthful appearance. It seems the tomb owner knows how to maintain his health. Li Fuchen laughed. The primary pill technique, life spring technique, and face nurturing technique were all related to life force. What secret technique did you obtain? Fan Qinyu asked. Li Fuchen replied. I obtained a mystic class mid-tier technique, the primary pill technique, and a 3-star secret technique, the life spring technique. The latter can instantly recover a portion of injuries, but it requires life force. Once we get out, we will cultivate it together. The life spring technique might be precious, but it wasn't necessary to monopolize it. But he had to make an agreement with Fan Qiansong and Fan Qinyu to not reveal the contents of the secret technique to a fourth person. Do you think there will be a 4-star or 5-star secret technique in the tomb? Fan Qinyu asked. Chapter 211. The graveyard was huge, and it was already a stroke of luck for them to bump into Fan Qinyu. For the next 2 hours, both of them didn't bump into anyone else. Correspondingly, they didn't even see a single room. The deeper they went, the more they lost their sense of direction. He could only follow his feelings. Another 2 hours passed, and the two of them finally met someone. Unfortunately, he was the last person they wanted to see. This place seemed to be one of the central areas of the graveyard. It extended in all directions and occupied a vast area of about 100 meters. In one of the passageways that connected to the central area, Fu Chongshan and Li Wuxue slowly walked in. Li Fuqin, I have to say that your luck is really bad. Encountering me again and again, it seems like even the heavens want to take care of you. Li Wuxue took out a small blood-colored flag from his storage bag. The blood color rippled as he grinned sinisterly. Li Fuqin said, "It is still unknown who will emerge victorious. Perhaps you will be the ones to die. Shameless boasting. Even if you have plenty of artifacts, you will not be able to escape death today." Fu Chongshan stared at Li Fuqin as though he was looking at a dead man. In his eyes, Li Fuqin was a dead man. If Fan Qiansong was here, there might be some twists and turns. But with Li Fuqin around, there wouldn't be any twists and turns. Fu Chongshan, I shall leave Li Fuqin to you. Leave Fan Qinyu to me. Li Wuxue was rather tactful. He might have plenty of precious artifacts, but his personal ability wasn't high, and it was hard for him to utilize the power of his artifacts to the limit. He didn't dare to guarantee that he would be able to deal with Li Fuqin, but it should be more than enough to deal with Fan Qinyu. Don't worry, I only need 10 strikes, Fu Chongshan said confidently. In fact, if Li Fuqin didn't have any artifacts, he would only need 3 sabers to eliminate Li Fuqin. Li Fuqin transmitted a message to Fan Qinyu, "Leave first." He didn't wish for Fan Qinyu to fall into a dangerous situation. Since it was his own problem, he would take care of it himself. After all, Fan Qinyu wasn't Fan Qiansong, and her strength was relatively weaker. If anything were to happen to her, he wouldn't be able to answer to Fan Qiansong. Fan Qinyu shook her head. A life and death battle is also a form of training for me. Furthermore, I have some treasures, so I might be able to deal with Li Wuxue. Oh, she was at the 4th level of the Earth Realm, while Li Wuxue was at the 3rd level of the Earth Realm. If he were to escape before the fight even started, then what was the point of her cultivation? Then be careful. Li Fuqin didn't try to persuade them anymore, because Fu Chongshan and Li Wuxue were preparing to make their move. If he continued to persuade them, it would only cause chaos. Yes. Fan Qinyu nodded, and a pair of crescent moon axe appeared in her hands. Kill. Li Wuxue was the first to attack Fan Qinyu. With a wave of the blood-colored flag in his hand, boundless blood qi gushed towards Fan Qinyu like a waterfall. The blood-red flag was obviously a special weapon. It could greatly increase a martial artist's strength, much more than an ordinary weapon. Moreover, the blood-red flag's grade was not low. It was at least a high rank, profound rank. Break. Fan Qinyu brandished the Meridian Mandarin Duck axe with both of her hands. The sky was filled with blades of light that danced and slashed at the blood qi. I advise you to surrender. That way, I can still leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, you won't even be able to keep your corpse intact. Without looking at Li Wuxue and Fan Qinyu, Fu Chongshan spoke to Li Fuqin coldly. Li Fuqin said, "Do you think it is possible?" While speaking, Li Fuqin instantly activated the mystical dragon's secret technique. The true inferno qi within his body was transmuted into the magma-like, mystical dragon chi. Die. Fu Chongshan slashed with his saber. This slash was incomparably fast and ruthless, as if it was going to cut through the void. Kacha! The pebbles on the ground flew in all directions as Fu Chongshan's saber missed. Fu Chongshan could obviously feel that Li Fuchen's speed was much faster than when he fought with Su Heishan in dense fog city. Light body technique, intent, and leg arts intent. Fu Chongshan frowned. With two intents stacked together, the increase in speed and agility wasn't just 1 or 2 points, it was more than double. Revolving the wind shadow steps and executing the shadowless leg, the current Li Fuchen was no different from a ghost. Be it the ground, the walls, or the ceiling, it was as though he was walking on flat ground. There was no obstruction or delay. With the wind shadow intent and shadowless intent intertwined, Li Fuchen could no longer feel the existence of weight. The reason why he gave up on revolving the true Inferno technique was because Fu Chongshan's ability was too strong. If he were to clash head-on, there was no chance of victory. Why not take a risk and revolve the wind shadow steps to increase his speed and agility? He believed that within a short period of time, he wouldn't be hit by a single saber. I am not Su Heishan. If you think you can render me helpless, then you are gravely mistaken. Fu Chongshan's body didn't move. His ears and eyes were using their senses to sense Li Fuchen's movement trajectory. Here. Fu Chongshan cleaved at the void. In the void a figure appeared, but quickly flew backwards and dodged the saber. Swish, 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 swish. Fu Chongshan consecutively cleaved at the void for a dozen times, each blade landing on Li Fuchen's movement trajectory. Fortunately, Li Fuchen's reaction was fast enough and was able to detect Fu Chongshan's saber trajectory in advance. 10 sabers have passed. Li Fuchen's voice echoed from all directions. Humph. Fu Chongshan snorted and didn't have a pleasant expression. Inescapable net stance. Fu Chongshan executed his kill move. Once the saber move was executed, the void was filled with saber lights. Like a dense net, it sealed off all directions of Li Fuchen. At this moment, Li Fuchen's senses were pushed to the limits. His body either shifted horizontally, twisted, or folded. In an instant, he executed at least 7 or 8 movements. Crackle, crackle! The saber net sliced the ground into pieces of gravel, but Li Fuchen wasn't injured at all. Impossible! Fu Chongshan got a shock. He had never seen anyone who could dodge his inescapable net stance. Even if there was, it shouldn't be Li Fuchen, but an expert like Rain. Li Fuchen's eyes were bright. Fu Chongshan's inescapable net stance might seem flawless, but in fact there was a difference in the order of the saber lights. They weren't executed at the same time. If they were executed at the same time, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to dodge them. This is the time. Li Fuchen's eyes burst with killing intent. A crossbow appeared in his hand, and the devil break arrow was already knocked on the bowstring. Pouring chi into the bow, the devil break arrow was shot out. Not good. Fu Chongshan's hair stood up. Executing a kill move had its pros and cons. He needed time to store his energy, and also needed time to recover his chi. Now that he was recovering his chi, his movements were undoubtedly slower than usual. Shatter. Without enough time to use his saber to block, Fu Chongshan's chi protection rapidly thickened and reached a thickness of 1 foot. It was like a chi wall blocking the devil break arrow. PFFF. The devil break arrow specialized in breaking chi protection. A single arrow pierced through Fu Chongshan's chi protection and penetrated deep into his body, causing fresh blood to splatter. Li Fuchen, I want you dead. Fu Chongshan howled miserably as countless saber lights shrouded Li Fuchen again. The effect isn't bad. Li Fuchen quickly dodged. The reason why he didn't use the Earth-class weapon shard was because he wasn't confident in it. But the devil break arrow wasn't as important. As long as he could find the flaw of his opponent, a single arrow would be able to penetrate his chi protection. PFFF. All of a sudden, a saber light flew over. It was so fast that it was like a flickering light. Li Fuchen tried his best to dodge, but was still grazed by the saber light, causing blood to flow out from his left chest. When he looked at Fu Chongshan again, Fu Chongshan's chi presence was raised to a new peak. It was obvious that Fu Chongshan had activated his secret technique. Chapter 212. Fu Chongshan was too conceited. He thought he didn't need to activate his secret technique to deal with Li Fuchen, and that he could finish Li Fuchen within 10 blades. The truth gave him a harsh slap on the face. After activating the 3-star secret technique, his strength increased dramatically, and so did the speed of the blade. Li Fuchen, who was caught off guard, was instantly hit. If it wasn't for his quick reaction, this blade was enough to split him into 2 halves. He didn't revolve the true Inferno technique, and his body protection chi was extremely weak. Quickly consuming a mystic-class, low-tier recuperation pill, Li Fuchen pushed his speed to the limits and narrowly dodged the second saber from Fu Chongshan's secret technique. Bang! Li Fuchen threw out a large amount of white miasma bombs, causing a thick smoke to pervade the air. Scatter! Fu Chongshan's left hand was like an enraged dragon, coiling the smoke and blasting towards a passage. Huff, huff, huff! A violent gale blew away the thick smoke in just a few breaths. Fu Chongshan's ability was too strong. The devil break arrow might have injured him, but it wasn't considered a serious injury and had a limited effect on his ability. With the secret technique activated, his ability didn't decrease but increased instead, forcing Li Fuchen into a perilous situation. While his wounds were slowly healing, Li Fuchen's heart sank. It was imaginable that the effects of the devil break arrow would be minimal. Now that his opponent was on guard, he wouldn't give him much of a chance. But if he were to use the Earth-class weapon shard, he would only have one chance. If it didn't work, there wouldn't be another chance. On the other side, Fan Qinyu was also at a disadvantage. The blood-colored flag in Li Wushue's hand was too incredible. It seemed like it contained a tremendous amount of energy. With just a little bit of qi, it could burst out with a terrifying power. Without a choice, Fan Qinyu kept the Meridian Mandarin Deckaxe and took out a steel umbrella. The steel umbrella was also a special weapon that could be used for both offense and defense. For a short period of time, it wasn't a problem. PFFF. Another wound appeared on Li Fuchen's body as fresh blood splattered. In the face of an absolute saber speed, no matter how elusive one's body technique was, it was useless. One had to know that Fu Chongshan was not Su Heishan. Su Heishan was only a silver-class direct disciple, while Fu Chongshan was a gold-class direct disciple. Regardless of cultivation technique realm, secret technique realm, or martial arts realm, Fu Chongshan was much higher than Su Heishan. Why can't I kill him? Fu Chongshan was also a little anxious. Even though the devil-piercing arrow didn't injure him severely, his injuries weren't light either. If he were to continue fighting, his injuries would become serious sooner or later. Once he was seriously injured, all his attributes would deteriorate, especially his reaction speed. Li Fuchen had been enduring and refraining from shooting the Earth-class weapon shard. He needed a chance to heavily injure his opponent. As for whether or not he could kill his opponent, he no longer held any hope. After all, an Earth-grade weapon fragment was just a fragment. It wasn't some kind of ultimate treasure. Being able to heavily injure the other party was already a success. Skynet style! Fu Chongshan unleashed another killer move. Storm of the City. The pole rain descended and clashed with Fu Chongshan's killer move. After a series of explosions, the rain of rods that filled the sky dissipated, and the web-like saber light dimmed a lot, full of flaws. It was Fan Qiansong. Fan Qiansong, who was at the 5th level of the Earth realm, was much stronger than Li Fuchen in a direct confrontation. If he mustered his full strength, he would still be able to clash head-on once or twice. With no time to lose, while Fan Qiansong was blocking Fu Chongshan's killer move, Li Fuchen swung his arm and shot out the metal shard. A black light flashed and vanished. When it reappeared, it was already in front of Fu Chongshan. Fu Chongshan let out a loud roar and burst out with qi. PFFF. The metal shard's ability to penetrate qi protection was slightly weaker than the Devil Break arrow, but it had the advantage in power. It penetrated through the qi and instantly penetrated into Fu Chongshan's body. Fu Chongshan vomited a large amount of fresh blood and was sent flying. The metal shard's qi was able to neutralize most of the force. The remaining force wasn't enough to penetrate his body, but it still sent his body flying. Wind and rain whirlwind kill. Fan Qiansong was extremely ferocious as he shot towards Fu Chongshan. The metal rod in his hand constantly drew circles in the air. As the circles got smaller, the power got stronger. Just like a drill, it ruthlessly drilled at Fu Chongshan. Urgent like starfire. Li Fuchen executed his strongest move too. A spark was shot at Fu Chongshan. Go to hell! Fu Chongshan brandished his saber and neutralized Fan Qiansong and Li Fuchen's killer move. Fresh blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. PFFF. Another Devil Break arrow pierced into Fu Chongshan's body, and the arrow quaked. Damn it, damn it. All of you deserve to die. Fu Chongshan's heart was filled with grievance, violence, and anger. All sorts of emotions were driving him insane, especially Li Fuchen. He wished he could eat his flesh and drink his blood. Taking advantage of his weakness, Fan Qiansong pointed his rod at Fu Chongshan's chest. Kacha! A few of Fu Chongshan's ribs were broken as he was sent flying again. Starfire burst! Among the 3 Mystic-class, mid-tier sword arts that Li Fuchen grasped, the Starfire sword style had the greatest lethality. The Starfire burst might seem insignificant and had a weak glow, but once it made contact with Fu Chongshan's qi, it immediately exploded with a shocking power, causing Fu Chongshan to vomit blood. You forced me to do this. Blood cleave! Fu Chongshan's body erupted with a blood light which flowed into his long saber. With a swing of his long saber, a blood-colored saber light covered a radius of a few dozen meters with an extreme speed. PFFF, PFFF. Li Fuchen and Fan Qiansong were both sent flying with blood dripping from their bodies. Fan Qiansong was still fine as his injuries weren't considered severe, but Li Fuchen was instantly severely injured. Luckily, when Fan Qiansong rushed over, Li Fuchen had already stopped revolving the wind shadow steps and switched to the true Inferno technique. If not, this saber strike would have killed him. But this saber strike from Fu Chongshan was obviously a 3-star secret technique that ignited one's blood to burst forth with extreme combat strength. I cannot give him a chance to catch his breath. Li Fuchen endured the dizziness and coordinated with Fan Qiansong to attack Fu Chongshan again. Die. The final Devil Break arrow was shot by Li Fuchen. This arrow was extremely lethal as it pierced into Fu Chongshan's lungs. The lungs were an extremely important part of the body, as the circulation of qi required the coordination of the lungs. With an arrow pierced into the lungs, the burst strength was reduced by at least half. Die. Fan Qiansong's veins were popping out on his forehead as he repeatedly struck at Fu Chongshan's body. With a series of crackling sounds, at least half of Fu Chongshan's bones were broken. His body went limp and his qi presence weakened. Crack! Fan Qiansong's rod shattered Fu Chongshan's forehead. Not good. On the other side, Li Wuxue saw this scene and felt fear in his heart. Before this, he didn't expect the situation to reach this stage. From his perspective, even if Li Fuchen and Fan Qiansong worked together, they wouldn't be a match for Fu Chongshan. Let's go! Li Wuxue waved the blood-colored flag and sent Fan Qinyu flying. He then scurried towards one of the tunnels. I will give chase. Fan Qiansong still had the majority of his combat strength to chase after Li Wuxue. As for Li Fuchen, he found it hard to even stand up. He consumed another Mystic Class, low-tier recuperation pill and sat down to recuperate. In just a short moment, Fan Qiansong returned. "Brother, did you kill him?" Fan Qinyu asked. Fan Qiansong shook his head. "This person has plenty of artifacts on him. He escaped. With Fu Chongshan dead, I don't think he will be able to do anything." Fan Qinyu replied. Fan Qiansong said, "It is best to kill him. Leaving him alive will always be a calamity." Chapter 213. After spending several hours, Li Fuchen's injuries had only recovered by 30% to 40%. This injury was the heaviest he had ever suffered. If he had been careless, he would have lost his life. What a close shave! Exhaling a breath that reeked of blood, Li Fuchen slowly opened his eyes. Fu Chongshan's ability was too overwhelming. He used all his methods, and even with Fan Qiansong's help, he was only able to barely win against Fu Chongshan. It was hard to imagine if it wasn't for Fan Qiansong. To what extent would he be forced into? After all, he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. With Fan Qinyu around, he couldn't possibly abandon Fan Qinyu and escape alone. "Li Fuchen, you are awake." Fan Qiansong and Fan Qinyu looked over. Li Fuchen nodded. "Many thanks to the two of you." Fan Qiansong waved his hand and said, "I have yet to see Fu Chongshan's storage bag. Let's see what he has and split it together." Li Fuchen replied, "There is no need for that. Fu Chongshan's storage bag belongs to the two of you. Don't reject it if you still treat me as a friend." No matter what was in Fu Chongshan's storage bag, Li Fuchen didn't really care. "All right, then I shall thicken my face and accept it." Fan Qiansong hesitated for a moment and nodded. Relying on Mystic Class, low-tier pills wouldn't be able to recover within a short period of time. Li Fuchen gritted his teeth and took out a Mystic Class, mid-tier recuperation pill from his storage bag. A Mystic Class, mid-tier recuperation pill was worth a few 100,000 contribution points. If converted to gold coins, it would be double the value. Before Li Fuchen came out, he only redeemed 2 Mystic Class, mid-tier recuperation pills. It was fortunate that after killing the Silvercloth Sect's Lu Guangfeng and the Heaven Fiend Sect's Su Heishan, he obtained a total of 3 Mystic Class, mid-tier recuperation pills. If not, he would be feeling even more heartache. Not only was he feeling heartache over the value of the pill, he was also feeling heartache over what to use next time. In the outside world, it was still difficult to purchase a Mystic Class, mid-tier recuperation pill. Only some auctions would have such pills. The Mystic Class mid-tier recuperation pill was indeed worthy of being called a Mystic Class mid-tier recuperation pill. In just 15 minutes, Li Fuchen's injuries had recovered by 70% to 80%. The surging medicinal effects were like a stormy sea, repeatedly scouring Li Fuchen's wounds and nourishing his blood qi. His body's recovery ability was at least 10 times stronger in a short period of time. "Let's go." Li Fuchen stood up. They had wasted too much time here. Good things didn't wait for people. "Let's go." Fan Qiansong was in a good mood. The wealth in Fu Chongshan's storage bag was more than he had imagined. After giving a portion to his sister, the remaining portion was enough to save him a lot of time. Half a day later, Li Fuchen and the others finally exited the maze and arrived in front of a lake. There was only a single wooden bridge over the lake, which was about 500 meters long. The lake water on both sides of the single log bridge was dark green, with bubbles rising from time to time. Fan Qinyu threw a piece of metal into the lake. Visible to the naked eye, the moment the metal touched the water, it had already started to corrode. The degree of toxicity had already reached a horrifying degree. Just the rising poisonous gas was enough to deter the 3 of them from touching it. The lake water is highly toxic. We must not touch it, and I reckon we can't cross it either. A distance of 500 meters wasn't considered far. With the trio's ability, they could easily cross it. The crucial point was that the tomb owner wouldn't have thought of this and would not allow them to cross so easily. Let's give it a try. Li Fuchen swung his hand and threw a piece of metal towards the opposite shore. Pa! The metal shattered, as though it was shattered by an invisible force. The degree of dominance was even more than the toxicity of the lake water. Seems like we can only cross the single log bridge. Li Fuchen frowned. Crossing the single log bridge might not be safe, but in order to cross it, it was the only way. Enveloping his entire body with the scarlet fire intent, Li Fuchen took the lead and crossed the single log bridge. He was certain that the toxic gas in the lake and the vibrating force in the air above the lake were all intense. Since it was intense, he had to use it to protect himself. It would at least increase his chances of survival. Stepping onto the single log bridge, Li Fuchen's scarlet fire intent suddenly fluctuated. As expected, be it the poisonous gas or the vibrating force, they were both intense. Luckily, with the scarlet fire intense protection, Li Fuchen could still withstand it. Stepping off the single log bridge, Li Fuchen said to Fan Qinyu, "You have yet to comprehend a technique intent. Let's do it together." Fan Qiansong had already comprehended a technique intent, but Fan Qinyu hadn't. Li Fuchen felt that his technique intent was much stronger than Fan Qiansong's and could protect Fan Qinyu. Fan Qinyu nodded and followed behind Li Fuchen. Expanding the scarlet fire intent, Li Fuchen placed Fan Qinyu within his protection. When they were halfway across the single log bridge, the scarlet fire intent fluctuated violently. When they were halfway across, the scarlet fire intent almost collapsed. Luckily, the two of them arrived at the opposite shore unscathed. "Bro, be careful," Fan Qinyu said to Fan Qiansong. Fan Qiansong nodded. Using the carefree technique intent to protect himself, he stepped onto the single log bridge. Similar to Li Fuchen when they were halfway across, Fan Qiansong felt the carefree technique intent fluctuating violently and his blood boiling. Luckily, he only had to protect himself. If he was like Li Fuchen and had to protect Fan Qinyu, he probably wouldn't be able to cross the single log bridge. After a dozen breaths, Fan Qiansong arrived at the opposite shore. This tomb should be the tomb of an expert at the battle spirit realm or above. Only an expert at this level would be able to use the martial Dao intent to such a superb level. It is truly unimaginable. Fan Qiansong laughed bitterly and said, Li Fuchen asked, "Above the reincarnation realm is the battle spirit realm?" Fan Qiansong nodded. "That's right. Do you know about the Dolin clan? This clan's battle spirit bone frame is rumored to be related to the battle spirit realm. That's why this clan is so prosperous. With their clan strength, they are able to stand at the pinnacle of the East Unicorn Continent. Battle spirit realm? Dolin clan?" Li Fuchen realized that his knowledge was still too shallow. Fan Qinyu said, "Originally, the East Unicorn Continent was also filled with experts, but for unknown reasons, there was a great war that broke out in the East Unicorn Continent. Almost all the absolute experts participated in it. Immediately after, all these absolute experts vanished. It was rumored that they were banished. As for the truth, no one knows. We only found out after flipping through some ancient records from the Carefree sect." Fan Qiansong said, "These are still too far away from us. Let's not bother about this first. There seems to be a grand hall ahead." There was indeed a grand hall ahead. The door of the grand hall was already opened and there were figures flashing inside, seemingly chasing after something. "Let's go in and take a look." Li Fuchen walked towards the grand hall. Within the grand hall, there were spots of light that looked like little fairies dancing in the sky. Su Muyu, Song Qingha, and Wei Shanha were all chasing after the spots of light. Could these be inheritances? Fan Qiansong raised his brows. Inheritances were very special. They were like information. Before obtaining it, no one would know what this information was. Inheritances were divided into major inheritances and minor inheritances. Chapter 214. There were dozens of light spots in the Grand Hall. These light spots seemed to have their own spirituality. When Su Muyu and the others approached, they would immediately fly far away. Sensing the arrival of Li Fuqin and the others, Su Muyu and the others turned a blind eye. Their only thought was to quickly catch up to the light spot and obtain the inheritance. It wasn't hard to imagine how formidable a martial art or secret technique that could form an inheritance would be. It would probably be considered an elite direct inheritance in the sect. With their current ability, they were still unable to obtain a higher-level direct inheritance from the sect, which was why the inheritance here was an opportunity, a chance to strengthen themselves. I like that sparkling and translucent light spot. Fan Qinyu joined the group of people chasing after the light spot. This white light spot should be good. Fan Qiansong took a glance and locked onto his target. No one knew what was inside the light spot and could only rely on their intuition. Li Fuqin didn't immediately join in. These light spots had different colors and gave off a subtle feeling. He didn't know if others could feel the subtle difference, but he could feel it. There were dozens of light spots, and Li Fuqin went to sense every single light spot and carefully experienced it. After a long time, Li Fuqin's eyes landed on a golden light spot. This golden light spot was extremely arrogant, like a monarch. No other light spots dared to approach it. Executing the wind shadow steps, Li Fuqin suddenly soared into the sky and skimmed towards the golden light spot. The golden light spot flashed and got far away from Li Fuqin. Interesting. Li Fuqin activated the mystical dragon secret technique and increased his speed. Like a phantom, he chased after the golden light spot. It was obvious that everyone had a different difficulty in chasing after the light spot. Song Qinghe, Wei Shanhe, and Fan Qinyu all had the same difficulty in chasing after the light spot. They were just a step away from catching up. Following behind was Fan Qiansong. Next was Su Muyu. Lastly was Li Fuqin. To a certain extent, the ability to choose the light spot was related to one's innate potential. The higher the innate potential, the stronger the intuition towards the inheritance light spot. Su Muyu was chasing after a green light spot. This light spot was second only to the golden light spot and was rather arrogant. Haha, I caught it. Song Qinghe was the first to catch the light spot. As he grabbed it, the light spot fused into his body. In the next moment, his body froze in place, as though he was in a meditative state. Let's see where you can run to. Wei Shanhe also grabbed a spot of light, and his body froze in place. Immediately after, Fan Qinyu grabbed onto the sparkling and translucent light that she had her eyes on. In just a short period of time, only Fan Qiansong, Rain, and Li Fuqin had yet to catch the light spot. Looks like it's impossible to catch the golden light with conventional methods. Li Fuqin frowned. So far, the closest he had been to the golden light spot was a few meters away, and judging from the golden light spot's appearance, it was clear that it was doing it with ease. Stopping the pursuit, Li Fuqin landed on the ground. Since I can't catch it, I'll lure it over. With this thought flashing in his mind, Li Fuqin burst out with his qi presence. Li Fuqin naturally didn't intend to use his qi presence to deter the golden light spot. If he really intended to do so, then he was undoubtedly a joke. The golden light spot was so arrogant. How could his qi presence be able to deter it? Even a Heaven Realm martial artist's qi presence wouldn't be able to do so. Li Fuqin wanted to use his spirit will to attract the golden light spots. His spirit will was indestructible. As his sword, Dao, deepened, it contained the sharpness of the sword. His spirit will also contained a trace of the golden amulet's power. It might be weak, but it was truly there. When Rain saw what Li Fuqin was doing, her eyes flashed with contemplation. But she was prepared to observe for a while longer. Perhaps it was because of Li Fuqin's tough spirit will, or maybe it was because Li Fuqin's spirit will contain the power of the golden amulet, but the golden light spot seemed to waver. It wanted to approach Li Fuchen, but couldn't make up its mind. It hovered in the air above Li Fuchen. It actually worked. Rain couldn't help but admire Li Fuchen. This person didn't just have exceptional innate potential. His way of thinking was also unique. Without feeling embarrassed to imitate Li Fuchen, Rain landed on the ground and burst out with her own chi presence. Since everyone else is doing this, I shall learn from them. Intuition told Fan Qiansong that following Li Fuchen and Rain wasn't wrong. Next, the three of them burst out with their chi presence and used their spirit will to attract the light spots that they fancied. After 15 minutes, an interesting scene occurred. 3 light spots revolved around the 3 of them like mischievous children. They were teasing and testing the 3 of them, but they weren't willing to submit so easily. Explode! Rain yelled out delicately. Her chi presence flourished even more. The life and death chi presence rippled out. Swish! The green light spot was like a swallow returning to its nest as it burrowed into Rain's body. In the next moment, Rain closed her eyes. After a short moment, Fan Qiansong followed closely behind and got his wish of attracting the light spot into his body. Finally, Li Fuchen was the only one left tangling with the golden light spot. What are you hesitating for? Li Fuchen looked at the golden light spot. The golden light spot gradually approached. Within my body, there is an existence that far surpasses you. If you don't become my arm, then when are you going to? Li Fuchen burst out with a shout. Within his spirit will, the sharpness of his sword intensified and the golden amulet's power was also fluctuating. This time, the golden light spot didn't hesitate anymore and burrowed into Li Fuchen's body. Boom! Boundless radiance burst out from Li Fuchen's mind. A huge amount of information was like a tidal wave squeezing into Li Fuchen's mind. The information was very messy, giving Li Fuchen a splitting headache. But soon enough, the information automatically reorganized itself and gathered into paragraphs of words. Incomplete chapter of Sword Essence, 6-star secret technique. Using the bone marrow as a tool to condense the tool pattern. Once the tool pattern is formed, the sword essence is formed. Don't use the saber or sword, but the body is the sword. Black iron sword essence. Condense the black iron sword pattern. Bronze sword essence. Condense the bronze sword pattern. As the information was gradually completed, Li Fuchen was shocked. It was actually a 6-star secret technique. In the East Unicorn continent, 6-star secret techniques were nearly lost. The Azure Water sect relied on the 5-star secret technique, sect origin, swords to guard their sect. What kind of concept was a 6-star secret technique? What's more, this incomplete chapter was already a 6-star secret technique. If it was a complete one, what grade of secret technique would it be? 7-star, 8-star, or even the legendary 9-star secret technique? Using the bone marrow as a tool to condense the tool pattern. Could it be refining the entire skeleton into a weapon? The content of the information shocked Li Fuchen as well. Apart from the quality of the materials used to forge a weapon, the most important factor was the quality of the tool pattern. Take, for example, Li Fuchen's black gold sword. The material used was only a few kilograms, but with the tool pattern, it weighed up to 50 kilograms. This was the same as changing the nature of the black gold iron. It wasn't hard to imagine what would happen once Li Fuchen refined his bone marrow into the black iron sword essence or even the bronze sword essence. When that happened, his bone hardness would probably reach an extremely horrifying level. Even demonic beasts and demons wouldn't be able to compare. But hardness was just the most basic. The sword essence wasn't just for hardness. Its main purpose was to attack. I didn't get the sect origin swords, but who would have thought that I would obtain an even more incredible 6-star secret technique, the incomplete chapter of sword essence? Li Fuqin made up his mind to never divulge this secret technique. Even if it was the sect, he wouldn't divulge any information about the incomplete chapter of Sword Essence. Chapter 215. After an unknown period of time, the information on the incomplete Sword Essence was finally completed. Li Fuqin realized that the incomplete Sword Essence only had the complete black iron Sword Essence and bronze Sword Essence. There was only a small portion of the silver Sword Essence. According to the records, the value of the black iron Sword Essence wasn't inferior to any 4-star secret technique. The bronze Sword Essence was a 6-star secret technique. What's more, the Sword Essence secret technique's greatest use wasn't considered an attack, but a support attack. Just like an artifact sword, it couldn't kill by itself, but in the hands of a swordsman it could kill. The logic of the Sword Essence was similar. Once Li Fuqin cultivated the Sword Essence, he would be able to use his bone marrow as a sword and release sword chi at will. There wasn't even a need to use an artifact sword to activate it. If it was complemented with an artifact sword, the sword chi's power could be further increased, making it extremely terrifying. Of course, the difficulty of practicing the Sword Essence secret technique was extremely high. Even if it was the bronze Sword Essence, the difficulty of practicing it had to reach the level of a 5-star secret technique. It was impossible to practice it in a short period of time. One could only practice it slowly over time. Opening his eyes, Li Fuqin realized that he was the first to wake up. Just as Li Fuqin opened his eyes, Sumuyu woke up too. She didn't look at Li Fuqin and thought in her heart, 6-star secret technique is enough for me to break the rules of the East Unicorn Continent. But I must never reveal to anyone that I have a 6-star secret technique. Even the Eternal Spring Valley didn't have a 6-star secret technique. Once it was leaked, it would cause the various sects in the East Unicorn Continent to go crazy. I wonder what secret technique this person obtained. Su Muyu looked at Li Fuqin. In her opinion, Li Fuqin's secret technique should also be a 6-star secret technique. It might even be better than hers, which could be seen from the previous signs. As for the others, they were probably 4 or 5-star secret techniques. After obtaining the incomplete Sword Essence secret technique, Li Fuqin intended to chase after the other light spots. But he soon realized that these light spots were dispersing and fusing into the walls of the Grand Hall. It seems like one person can only obtain one secret technique inheritance. Li Fuqin thought to himself, Kiki, we are all here. Eating all of you should make our bodies stronger. Just as everyone woke up, familiar figures walked in from the Grand Hall's entrance. They were Fu Chongshan, Su Heishan, the 2 direct disciples of the Earthfire clan, and Li Wuxiue. The pupils of these 5 people were different from ordinary people. The sclera of their eyes was black, while the pupils were white. It was very strange. What's going on? Aren't they dead? Fan Qiansong and Fan Qinyu were shocked. Something isn't right. Li Fuqin frowned. Junior brother Gao, junior brother Lu, what's wrong? Song Qinghe looked at the 2 successor disciples of the Earthfire sect and asked immediately. Previously, the 2 of them had also wanted to come over. However, they were unable to cross the single log bridge. Who is your junior brother Gao? The young man, called Junior Brother Gao, licked his lips. His forked tongue looked extremely strange and disgusting. Rain said solemnly, their bodies have been taken over by evil beings. She had seen many things, so her horizons were broader than everyone else's. Evil creature? Li Fuqin was in deep thought. It seemed like after Li Wuxiue escaped, he didn't end up well. It saved him the trouble of killing Li Wuxiue. But Li Fuqin wasn't very happy, even though Li Wuxiue didn't exist anymore. But compared to Li Wuxiue, these evil beings were much harder to deal with. How could an existence that could take over a person's body or corpse be simple? Get out of my junior brother Gao's body. Song Qinghe roared and sent a fist at his opponent. Kiki, You overestimate yourself. The shadow behind junior brother Gao wiggled. With a snap, the air was torn apart. A long black shadow ruthlessly whipped at Song Qinghe, sending him flying. PFFF. Vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood, Song Qinghe was overwhelmed with shock. His ability might not be considered elite, but it wasn't weak either. But he was actually sent flying in a single strike. What level was his opponent's ability at? Tail. Li Fuchen's eyes shrank. He could clearly see that junior brother Gao had a tail growing out from his back. It was a giant snake tail that was covered in scales. It was just like the tail of a python, powerful and powerful. Snap, snap, snap. Junior brother Gao swung his tail, causing the air to be torn apart. I know, it's a demon spirit. Fan Qiansong yelled out. Hearing this, Li Fuchen and the others looked at Fan Qiansong. Fan Qiansong explained, Class 6 demonic beasts produce a demon spirit. As long as the demon spirit isn't extinguished, even if the physical body is destroyed, it can still be reincarnated, or it can take over the body of a recently deceased person. But the martial artist whose body is taken over will be corroded by the demon qi, turning into an existence that is neither human nor ghost. I see. Su Muyu nodded. She too felt that these people had their bodies taken over by demon spirits. The one that attacked Song Qinghe earlier was obviously a snake-type demonic beast's demon spirit. You are rather knowledgeable to actually know about demon spirits. I thought that in the current East Unicorn continent, only reincarnation realm martial artists would know about such things. Su Heishan opened his mouth, revealing a mouth filled with sharp teeth. His tongue was 1/2 foot long and was extremely thick. There were even sarcomas on it. If it is a demon spirit, then it will be troublesome. Wei Shanhe's expression was extremely unpleasant. The demon spirit was a Class 6 demonic beast when it was alive. Even if it was just a demon spirit, it was still extremely formidable. At least it had incredible combat skills. If they were to recover to their peak condition, they wouldn't even be able to withstand a single move from the demon spirit. Demon spirits might be formidable when they were alive, but after they reincarnated, their ability is closely related to the ability of the body they took over. Su Muyu explained. That's right. That's why we are going to eat you all to strengthen our ability. Swish! Su Heishan's clothes were ripped apart as his body instantly expanded. In just a breath's time, a lizard man appeared in everyone's vision. Why is there a demon spirit in this tomb? Didn't Class 6 demonic beasts go extinct in the East Unicorn continent? Fan Qinyu was extremely anxious. Be obedient and become food. Su Heishan roared and rushed at them. Go back. A scythe appeared in Su Muyu's hand. As she brandished the scythe, a jade green light burst out. Rumble. A chi flow exploded as Su Muyu and Su Heishan flew backwards. Interesting. Rather strong. Su Heishan licked his lips. Buzz, buzz, buzz. An intense vibrating sound could be heard. A pair of transparent wings appeared on the back of Li Wuxue. As the wings flapped, his body soared into the sky. His mouth rapidly lengthened and sharpened, turning into a needle in the blink of the eye. This was a mosquito-type demonic beast. Enter the side hall. Li Fuchen didn't have any intention to clash with these demon spirits. He called out to Fan Qiansong and Fan Qinyu before sprinting towards the side hall. The rest of the group woke up from their stupor and ran towards the side hall. Where do you think you're going? Of the 5 great demon spirits, Li Wuxue's speed was the fastest. In an instant, he had caught up to Song Qinghe, who was the slowest. The needle pierced through Song Qinghe's protective Jinqi, as well as Song Qinghe's body. With a single breath, Song Qinghe's body quickly shriveled up, while Li Wuxue's body swelled up, filled with a blood-red light. Chapter 216. The strength of a demon spirit was too strong, and it could unleash 30% of its strength. As a gold-class direct disciple of the earthly fire clan, Song Qinghe's strength wasn't much weaker than Fu Chongshan's. However, under Li Wushue's suction, he was instantly sucked dry, dying a horrible death. After sucking Song Qinghe's blood dry, Li Wushue didn't chase after Li Fuqin and the others. His body floated in the air while his body was flashing with a blood-colored radiance, as though he was digesting the power within the blood. After entering the side hall, Li Fuqin scanned with his awareness and immediately found an exit. He skimmed through the exit. "This is our territory. Where can you run to?" Fu Chongshan had transformed into a tiger man, and his eyes were filled with ferocity. After exiting the side hall, the space instantly widened. However, the space for the demon spirits behind him also increased. Seeing that a demon spirit was about to catch up to Fan Qinyu, Li Fuqin quickly took out his crossbow and shot a devil-break arrow. The devil-piercing arrow was extremely fast and instantly pierced into the demon spirit's body. Roar! This demon spirit was Song Qinghe's junior brother Liu. The half-human, half-beast him pulled out the devil-piercing arrow and broke it into two. What a pity! Li Fuqin felt that it was a pity. The devil-break arrow could be retrieved. Although it would consume a portion of the devil-break crystal's energy, it could still be used a few times. He reckoned that it would all be used in the tomb this time. Of course, no matter how pitiful it was, Li Fuqin had no other choice. It was already extremely fortunate for him to be able to escape this time. He really didn't know how he was going to avoid the pursuit of the 4 demon spirits. Am I going to die here? Li Fuqin was extremely unwilling. At this moment, he felt how weak he was. If he was a little stronger, he would be able to fight against these demon spirits. Among the group, Rain was the only one who could fight against the demon spirits. If it wasn't for the fact that there were too many demon spirits, Rain wouldn't even need to run. If there was an expert on the same level as Heartless Sword Shuefeng, he might be able to fight 2 demon spirits alone. If there was a sword maniac among them, it wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with 4 or 5 of them. Power. Everything is about power. Without power, it would be hard to advance. My cultivation base is still too low. The cultivation of the 2nd level of the Earth realm couldn't be any lower. Li Fuqin had heaven-defying perception, but there was too little time for his perception to be utilized. Before his soul spirit turned light blue class, his perception was already not inferior to regular 6-star bone frames. Right now, his perception was undoubtedly beyond the 6-star class. As long as he was given enough time, he would be able to break the iron laws of the East Unicorn Continent. Is it good or bad to come out to train so early? Li Fuqin started to doubt his own choice. Laughing bitterly, Li Fuqin shook his head. He actually started to doubt himself. It seemed that his state of mind wasn't strong enough. He could face it calmly in the past because he didn't have much experience. Training could bring him enough experience, but it also brought him enough danger. That's right, the poison pill. Li Fuqin recalled that the silver-cloth sex Lu Guangfeng still had a few poison elixirs in his storage bag. The poison pill was a special type of pill. It could not be used to assist in cultivation, but it could be used to deal with enemies. Previously, Li Fuqin didn't dare to use it on Fu Chongshan because he was afraid he would be poisoned too. Unless it was a matter of life and death, he did not intend to use poison pills. He couldn't care less now. Taking out a poison pill, Li Fuqin poured his qi into it and threw it at the pursuing Fu Chongshan. Bang! The poison pill exploded and a huge amount of poison gas diffused out. Just by inhaling a trace of poison gas, Li Fuqin felt dizzy. Consuming a detoxification pill, Li Fuqin said to the others, "Hurry up and consume the detoxification pill." Hearing this, the rest of them took out the detoxification pills from their storage bags and consumed them. The poison gas diffused at an extreme speed, and all 4 demon spirits were infected by the poison gas. Especially Fu Chongshan, who was caught off guard and swallowed quite a bit of the poison gas, instantly having a reaction. Unknowingly, the speed of the 4 demon spirits decreased by a lot. It is indeed effective. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. Be it martial artists or demonic beasts, they were all afraid of poison. Only demonic beasts that were naturally venomous wouldn't be afraid of poison. After thinking for a moment, Li Fuchen threw 2 more poison pills behind him. Red and blue poison gas diffused, causing the 4 demon spirits to be covered in dirt. All of them had their speed greatly reduced as they dodged the poison gas. Making use of this opportunity, the 5 of them entered a stone hall with extreme speed. Rumble. After the 5 of them entered the stone hall, they quickly pressed on the mechanism and a stone door sunk in. Huff, huff, huff. The 5 of them were gasping for air. Li Fuchen, it is all thanks to your poison pills. Fan Qiansong had a lingering fear in his heart. Li Fuchen replied, I just thought of it too. Bang! Outside the stone door, an intense collision could be heard. The ones who crashed into the stone door were Gao Shidi and Su Heishan from Songqinghe. One of them was a snake-type demon spirit, and the other was a venomous lizard. Both of them had a certain level of immunity towards poison. If they didn't possess a human's body, they wouldn't need to fear the poison gas. After all, their current bodies were still a little afraid of the poison gas. What do we do now? Fan Qinyu asked. Li Fuchen replied, there is no other way. We can only wait and see. Going out was definitely not an option. It would be courting death. If they didn't go out, they would have to wait here. Su Muyu sat down cross-legged at the side. She intended to comprehend the secret technique she obtained. If she could make some progress, she might be able to escape. Fan Qiansong said, everyone has a storage bag with plenty of rations. Why don't we go into seclusion here? In the inheritance hall, he obtained a 5-star secret technique and was looking for an opportunity to comprehend it. This is the only way. Wei Shanhe and Fan Qinyu nodded. As for Li Fuchen, he didn't intend to comprehend the incomplete sword essence secret technique. He wanted to see if he could break through to the 3rd level of the Earth Realm. After obtaining Lu Guangfeng's and Su Heishan storage bags, there were plenty of good items. Some of them were extremely useful for cultivation. Just like that, everyone each occupied an area and began to cultivate or comprehend. At the southeast corner of the hall, Li Fuchen took out 2 storage bags. They were Lu Guangfeng's and Su Heishan's storage bags. This is the Golden Wind Jade Dew Flower. It can increase one's mental state by quite a bit. This is the Spirit Wind Herb. It can increase one's cultivation speed. This is the Mystic Class Mid-Tier Pill 100-Flower Pill. It can nourish the Dantian. Li Fuchen took out all the items that were beneficial for cultivation and organized them one by one. Finally, Li Fuchen took out an earth-shattering fruit from his own storage bag. This was the earth-shattering fruit that he specially left for himself. The first earth-shattering fruit had a 100% chance of helping one break through. The second earth-shattering fruit only had a 10% to 20% chance. Even though it wasn't high, but when complemented with the other items, Li Fuchen felt that there was a high chance. Taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen consumed the Spirit Wind Herb and began to revolve the true Inferno technique. As the effects of the Spirit Wind Herb dispersed, Li Fuchen felt his body producing a trace of hunger. His cultivation speed was much faster than usual. After the Spirit Wind Herb was completely refined, Li Fuchen began to consume the Golden Wind Jade Dew Flower and 100-Flower Pill. Finally, Li Fuchen consumed the earth-shattering fruit. As the earth-shattering fruit entered his stomach, a majestic energy burst out. Chapter 217. In the Earth Realm, each level was harder to advance. Even direct disciples would need at least a year to advance a level. Those who could advance a level within a year were either elite 5-star bone frames or 6-star bone frames. Of course, there were always exceptions. There were some fated encounters that could allow a person to increase their cultivation level rapidly. like rare herbs like the earth-shattering fruit, or genius hidden domains like the Star Road hidden domain that could allow a person to increase their cultivation level rapidly. Within a short period of time, Li Fuchen's body was filled with all sorts of medicinal effects. Each of these medicinal effects had their own functions and coordinated with Li Fuchen's breakthrough. It felt like a few big fishes were pulling Li Fuchen's small boat against the current, going against the current to forcefully break through. Peak of the second level of the Earth realm. The limit of the second level of the Earth realm. When he reached the limit of the second level of the Earth realm, Li Fuchen felt a bottleneck. This bottleneck was like a lock that blocked Li Fuchen's path of ascension. If he wanted to open this lock, he would either have the key, or he would sever it. Li Fuchen chose the second option. The first option was to go with the flow and break through. But it was obvious that he wasn't going with the flow. His chi and mental state turned into sharp swords, slashing at the lock again and again. Cracks gradually appeared on the lock. After an unknown period of time, all sorts of assistance was used up, but the lock still hadn't been severed. Li Fuchen only had one thought at this moment, which was to sever the lock. Everything else was neglected by him. Clang, clang, clang. With the fusion of chi and mental state, the sword was getting sharper. Crackle. With a flash of lightning, the lock was severed. At that moment, the chi within Li Fuchen's body was surging and howling. Li Fuchen didn't dare to be negligent and consumed a yellow class, peak tier pill to replenish the chi required for the third level of the Earth realm. After all, this wasn't the 100 herbs hidden domain. The heaven and earth energy wasn't as concentrated, and he had to rely on pills to quickly increase his chi. When Li Fuchen broke through, the rest of the people felt the blazing chi wave. He broke through? Sumiyu opened her eyes and looked over. Among everyone, Li Fuchen was undoubtedly the only person she acknowledged. There weren't many people that she acknowledged. There weren't many in the entire East Unicorn continent. That's fine. With his current strength, he should be able to hold off a demon spirit. As someone that she acknowledged, Rain naturally didn't treat Li Fuchen as an ordinary person. For people at their level, every time they broke through a realm, the increase in strength would be even greater. When a regular Earth realm martial artist broke through to the next level, their strength would only increase by 1%. When a Sex Silver class direct disciple broke through to the next stage, their strength would increase by 2 times. A Gold class direct disciple strength would increase by 3 times. On the other hand, they could increase it by at least 4. This was the difference. Closing her eyes, Rain continued to comprehend the 6-star secret technique that she had obtained. Great, Li Fuchen broke through. Fan Qiansong and Fan Qinyu were overjoyed. In their eyes, Li Fuchen was undoubtedly a monster. A monster's advancement by 1 level wasn't like an ordinary person's advancement by 1 level. They were very curious about Li Fuchen's current strength. Who? Spitting out a mouthful of hot turbid air, Li Fuchen slowly opened his eyes. 3rd level of the Earth realm. Feeling the surging energy within his body, Li Fuchen's heart was at peace. After breaking through to the 3rd level of the Earth realm, his ability had a huge increase. He was confident that even if he were to meet Fu Chongshan again, he would be able to go head-on. The increase in cultivation didn't just mean an increase in strength, it also meant an increase in speed and reaction speed. But it shouldn't be enough to deal with a demon spirit. I can at most hold it back. The ability of a demon spirit was extremely formidable and wasn't inferior to Rain. But even though there was only a difference of 1 level between him and Rain, but the true difference wasn't just a single level. Rain was also 19 years old, but when she progressed to the Earth realm, she wouldn't be older than Yan Qingguo, which meant to say that she progressed to the Earth realm at the age of 16 or 17, while Li Fuchen only progressed at the age of 19. There was a difference of 2 to 3 years. 2 to 3 years was enough for a lot of things to happen. As a 6-star bone frame, 2 to 3 years was enough for Rain to progress further on the path of martial Dao. Li Fuqin could feel that Rain's mystic class mid-tier intent was much more profound than his mystic class mid-tier sword intent. Even if Li Fuqin progressed to the 4th level of the Earth Realm, he still wouldn't be a match for Rain. His accumulation wasn't comparable to her. No matter how strong one's perception was, it would still require time to accumulate and break through. Bang, bang, bang. The stone door was constantly shaking and dust was spreading. There wasn't much time left for everyone. This stone door was, after all, just a stone door. No matter how sturdy it would still crumble one day. After stabilizing his cultivation, Li Fuqin began to comprehend the 3-star secret technique, life spring technique. The difficulty of comprehending the 6-star secret technique, sword essence remnant section, was extremely high. He didn't dare to guarantee that he would be able to make any progress within a short period of time. Rather than betting everything on the sword essence remnant section, why not try the life spring technique first? The life spring technique could stimulate one's life force potential and instantly recover from injuries. It was extremely useful in a life or death battle. It could at least ensure that he was in a good condition and wouldn't have his ability drop due to injuries. The life spring technique required the opening of the life spring, and the only place to open the life spring was the gate of life acupoint. The gate of life acupoint was one of the fundamental acupoints of the human body. It contained innate qi, and according to ancient records, innate qi represented the innate lifespan and innate life force. Postnatal nourishment could increase one's lifespan and life force, but it was hard to increase one's innate lifespan and innate life force. Only rare herbs could increase one's innate qi. Once the innate qi was used up, it would be useless no matter how postnatal nourishment was used. The life spring technique was to open up the life spring at the gate of life acupoint and stimulate the innate qi to instantly recover from injuries, which meant to say, every time Li Fuqin activated the life spring technique, he would need to consume a portion of his innate qi. Once the innate qi was depleted, Li Fuqin would die. So this is a dangerous secret technique. Li Fuqin raised his brows. Innate qi was too hard to come by. Martial artists had to cultivate to the reincarnation realm in order to increase their innate qi. Before that, the innate qi was fixed. As for those treasures that could increase innate qi, they were too hard to come by and could only be found by chance. When opening up the life spring, one had to be careful. If one was careless, the innate qi would leak out and his life would be in danger. After spending a total of 3 days, Li Fuqin finally opened up the life spring. It might be dangerous, but it is rather quick to cultivate. It isn't as time-consuming as the primary clear hand. Opening up the life spring meant that the life spring technique was at the subcompletion stage. The next step was to recover from injuries in an instant. If it was at the completion stage, it was possible to recover from all injuries in an instant. But the prerequisite was that there was enough innate qi. Boom, boom, boom. The stone door was sturdier than expected. It had been a few days and there were no cracks. The Heaven and Earth Evergreen technique has 7 ranks. Even though I have only comprehended the first rank, it is enough to increase my ability a little. In just a few days, with her 6-star bone frame's incredible perception, Rain finally comprehended some superficial knowledge of the 6-star secret technique, the Heaven and Earth Evergreen technique. Boom, crack. The stone door trembled like never before, and a crack extended. Chapter 218. After absorbing Song Qinghe's essence blood, Li Wuxue had a drastic increase in strength. With a single attack, the stone door that was fine for a few days suddenly had a crack. Bang! Li Wuxue blasted another attack on the stone door. There were now 3 cracks on the stone door. Not good. The stone door is about to crack. Fan Qianyu was alarmed. Once the stone door was broken, none of them would be able to escape and would have to fight with the demon spirits. But could they fight against the demon spirits? Standing up, Li Fuchen said to Su Muyu and the others, I have a way to eliminate half of the demon spirits at once. If we are lucky, we might be able to eliminate all of them. What is it? Hearing this, Rain's face was filled with shock. The demon spirits were extremely strong, and she wasn't confident she could kill them in a one-on-one fight. But Li Fuchen had a way to eliminate all of them. Li Fuchen raised his head and pointed at the giant lamp. The flame on it is the blood flame of the Class 6 demonic beast, Blue Flame, Desolated Blood Beast. It shouldn't be a problem to burn a few demon spirits to death. These demon spirits might not be inferior to the Blue Flame, Desolated Blood Beast at their peak, but they were still demon spirits now, and their strength wasn't even 100% at their peak. This is the blood flame of the Blue Flame, Desolated Blood Beast? Su Muyu's heart skipped a beat. With a suction force from her palm, one of the flames was absorbed. Just like Li Fuchen, Su Muyu's chi layer was instantly burned through without any delay. Such a tyrannical flame. Everyone took in a deep, cold breath, let alone an Earth realm martial artist. Even a regular heaven realm martial artist would be burned to death by this flame. The flame was then drawn back by the lamp. Li Fuchen said, when they enter, we will do our best to absorb the flame. As for the result, it will be up to the heavens. I feel that this method is feasible, and it is the only way. Su Muyu nodded. Crackle! The stone door was finally shattered, and Li Wuxue and the other 4 demon spirits appeared in everyone's vision. Let's see where you are going to escape this time. Oh. Fu Chongshan raised his tiger claw and laughed sinisterly. Behind the lamp, Li Fuchen and the others looked at each other and nodded silently. Go! The 5 demon spirits shot at Li Fuchen and the others. Make your move. Seeing the 5 demon spirits passing under the lamp, Li Fuchen yelled out and extended his hand to pull at the lamp. The other 4 also extended their palms towards the lamp. There were dozens of flames on the lamp. These flames could not be controlled, but under the effect of the suction force, the flames fell off one by one, like a rain of fire, falling from the sky towards Li Wuxue's group of 5. Not good. Fu Chongshan was horrified. He quickly halted his advance and retreated backward. Ah no, the demon spirit that occupied junior brother Lu's body was hit by a blue flame. His body instantly ignited with blue flames, and in a few breaths' time, he turned into a pile of ashes. Following that, Su Heishan was also hit by a blue flame, followed by junior brother Gao. In the blink of an eye, the 3 demon spirits turned into ashes. To be exact, their bodies had turned into ashes. As for whether the demon spirits themselves were injured or dead, it was unknown. Only Li Wuxue's speed was the fastest, as he instantly escaped from the envelopment of the rain of fire. Fu Chongshan was slightly slower, and one of his arms was hit by the flames. At the crucial moment, he severed his own arm. Rain and the others heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the results. If there were only 2 demon spirits, he could still put up a fight. He actually used the blue flames of desolate blood to deal with us. Fu Chongshan's expression was extremely unpleasant. After so many years, they had already forgotten that the flames in the hall were the blue flames of desolate blood. Otherwise, they wouldn't have given Li Fuchen and the others a chance. I will deal with Li Wuxue. You guys deal with the other one. Rain wielded her jade green scythe and activated her secret technique. With a flash, she skimmed towards Li Wuxue. Among everyone present, she was the only one who could barely contest against Li Wuxue. The rest of them couldn't. You actually want to deal with me alone. Li Wuxue reached out his keratinized palm and used it to block Rain's scythe slash. So hard. Rain's eyes shrank. Under the attack of her scythe, even an elite class 3 high-tier demonic beast wouldn't be able to withstand it with its body. But Li Wuxue withstood it with ease. Swish! With his right hand blocking Rain's scythe slash, Li Wushue's left hand elongated like a black spear and pierced towards Rain's chest. Rain was indeed a 6-star bone frame, as she had also grasped the light body technique intent. Turning into an afterimage, she retreated. But when she looked down, the clothes on her chest had a tear. Half of her breasts were revealed, and a drop of fresh blood dripped down. After devouring Songqing's blood essence, his ability is much stronger than the other demon spirits. Rain thought to herself, with Rain dealing with Li Wuxue, Li Fuqin and the others had a much easier time. No matter how strong Fu Chongshan was, he was only comparable to Su Muyu. But the current Li Fuqin's ability wasn't much inferior to the previous Fu Chongshan. With the addition of Fan Qiansong and Wei Shanhe, who were on par with him, the three of them worked together to fight against Fu Chongshan brilliantly and even subtly suppressed him. As for Fan Qinyu, she assisted the three of them in their attacks. With a steel umbrella in her hands, she could attack and defend at the same time and wasn't in much danger. PFFF. But right at this moment, an unexpected scene happened. The tip of the umbrella pierced into Fan Qiansong's back and came out from his chest, causing fresh blood to spurt out. Turning his head, Fan Qiansong stared at Fan Qinyu and couldn't understand. Sister, Fan Qinyu laughed. Sister, who is your sister? Li Fuqin felt a chill in his heart as he shouted, She has been possessed by a demon spirit. The scene he was most worried about had happened. The blue flame of desolate blood could incinerate the body of a demon spirit, but it couldn't injure or exterminate the demon spirit. Haha, you shall die too. Wei Shanhe gave up on attacking Fu Chongshan and swung his right hand. A dark green whip lashed at Li Fuqin. Li Fuqin retreated and dodged the whip. Wei Shanhe has been possessed too. Li Fuqin's heart sank. Even though he didn't know the exact process of possession, it was probably related to one's spirit will. Those with a weak spirit would be easily possessed, which was why Fan Qinyu and Wei Shanhe were possessed, but Li Fuqin and Fan Qiansong weren't. Originally, there were only 2 demon spirits left, but now there were 4 of them. With the addition of another demon spirit that was lurking in the dark, the situation was extremely dire. What should I do? Li Fuqin pushed his maneuvers to the limits and dodged every attack from the demon spirit. Now that his cultivation was at the 3rd level of the Earth realm, his light body technique was even more incredible. Wait for an opportunity to leave. The moment when Li Fuqin crossed paths with Su Muyu, her voice was transmitted into Li Fuqin's ears. Their light body techniques were incredible and were barely able to contend against each other. Clenching his fist, Li Fuqin wasn't willing to give up. He didn't want to leave Fan Qiansong and Fan Qinyu behind. But now he couldn't even protect himself. Go. Su Muyu couldn't be bothered with the others. With a flash, she skimmed towards the entrance of the hall. Huff! But right at this moment, an extremely intense, cold wind blew in from the entrance. There was a faint silhouette of a tall human figure that could be seen. Su Muyu's face turned pale as she flew backwards again. Master. Chapter 219. Master. Li Fuqin and Rain looked at each other. An existence that could make a demon spirit call master was naturally an existence that was higher than them. If the demon spirit was a Class 6 demonic beast when it was alive, wouldn't the master of a Class 6 demonic beast be a Class 7 demonic beast, or an expert that surpassed the battle spirit realm? Before they came, they did not doubt him, thinking that the cemetery on the map was the cemetery of the shedding body realm martial artist. If they had known that this tomb was so terrifying, they would have thought twice and would not have barged in so recklessly. The chilly wind whistled, freezing one's heart and soul. Right now, Li Fuqin and Rain found it hard to move as their muscles were stiff. I can't resist it. Is this person a demon spirit or the true spirit of an expert? Li Fuqin was still conscious. From what he knew, Class 6 demonic beasts were able to produce demon spirits, while battle spirit realm experts were able to produce true spirits. If a soul loses its body, it will dissipate. However, if a demon spirit or true spirit was born, the soul could last for a very long time. Under special circumstances, it was even possible for the soul to last for thousands of years. Perhaps there was something in this graveyard that could nourish demon spirits and true spirits, allowing demon spirits and true spirits from countless years ago to be preserved. How many years has it been? I can't even remember. This tomb has finally been found. In the cold wind, the human-shaped shadow sighed. That hoarse and cold voice made people shudder. Master, with these bodies, we can walk out of the tomb and create glory again. Fu Chongshan knelt on the ground and said respectfully. Li Wushue said, back then all the super experts were either banished or killed. Now that we're out, it won't take long for us to become invincible. No one, no power will be able to stop us. With endless resources, it's only a matter of time before we return to the peak. The human-shaped shadow said coldly, if I hadn't been ganged up on, how could I have been destroyed to the point where only my true spirit was left? Fortunately, I was prepared and built a tomb here. Otherwise, after so many years, I would have long disappeared. The two of you, get out of your bodies, the humanoid illusory figure continued. He was obviously speaking to Wei Shanha and Fan Qinyu. As for Li Wushue and Fu Chongshan, their bodies had long been corroded by the demonic aura, and there was no way to reverse it. Yes, the two demon spirits retreated from Wei Shanha and Fan Qinyu's bodies. Bang! Wei Shanha and Fan Qinyu were lying on the ground, unconscious. The boundless chilly wind converged as the human-shaped illusory figure turned into a spot of light and shot into Fan Qinyu's glabella. 4-star bone frame. Too weak. His soul spirit isn't that strong either. He isn't even worth anything. Fan Qinyu said indifferently, he's choosing a body? Li Fuqin and Su Muyu were appalled. The two of them wanted to move, but they couldn't move at all. An incomparably cold power had wrapped around them. The speck of light seeped out and plunged into Wei Shanha's glabella. This body is even worse. It is basically impossible to return to the pinnacle with the help of his body. At most, he can only reach the battle spirit realm. Wei Shanha frowned. He looked at Fan Qiansong, and a light dot shot out. This body is still all right. It has a 5-star bone frame and a rather strong soul spirit. It might be a huge gap from my previous self, but with the memories of my previous self, it shouldn't be difficult to return to the pinnacle. But the other two bodies seem to be better. Good things should always be left for last. Fan Qiansong looked at Su Muyu and Li Fuqin with a strange gaze. Class 6 demonic beasts, demon spirits, would usually choose the weaker ones to take over. If the spirit will was too strong, it wouldn't be able to take over the body in an instant. Instead, it might even be injured by the opponent's spirit will. These two spirit wills were undoubtedly the strongest. It was so strong that Class 6 demonic beasts didn't even dare to test it out. Li Fuqin's forehead was filled with beads of cold sweat. In his soul spirit, the golden amulet was revolving at an unprecedented intensity, as though it sensed danger. What should I do? Li Fuqin didn't want to become the carrier of another's true spirit. It was worse than death. Even though he didn't know if his consciousness would still exist after the other party took over his body. Or perhaps he was just suppressed by the other party. But no matter what, it wasn't a good thing. As Fan Qiansong collapsed, Su Muyu suddenly let out a scream. The current Su Muyu wasn't as calm and composed as before. Her face was filled with fear, despair, and a trace of struggle. Such a strong bone frame, such a strong soul spirit. Even though I am superior to a regular true spirit, I am still unable to take over her body in an instant. This is too wonderful, too wonderful. Su Muyu grinned and laughed. Don't even think about taking over my body. Su Muyu's eyes revealed an unyielding look. This unyielding look suppressed the fear and despair. If I was only a battle spirit realm true spirit, I might really be suppressed by you. A pity that I am not a battle spirit realm true spirit. As time elapsed, Sumuyu's eyes grew dimmer. Her chi presence was gradually disappearing and was replaced by a gloomy and cold chi presence. Sumuyu, wake up! At this moment, Li Fuchin was finally able to speak and shouted. Sumuyu didn't react. After a few breaths, Sumuyu turned around and looked at Li Fuchin. It's strange. Your willpower seems to be stronger than hers, but your body's aura isn't as pure as hers. I really don't know if I should take over your body. Rain was a little hesitant. Seizing a body consumed a lot of true spirit. It wasn't a big deal to seize a body with a weak spirit will, but seizing Sumuyu's body with a strong spirit will would exhaust some of his true spirit. He was worried that if he seized Li Fuchin's body, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses, and he would exhaust a portion of his true spirit for nothing. After all, willpower was something that could be nurtured later in life. It did not mean that one's innate potential was great. Looks like after so many years my courage has shrunk. If I don't try, how would I know if his aptitude is poor? Perhaps his aptitude is what I've been dreaming of. Rain licked her lips, her eyes filled with greed. Whoosh! A light spot skimmed out and entered Li Fuchin's forehead. The next moment, Rain's eyes were tightly shut and she fell to the ground, unconscious. The light spot arrived at Li Fuchin's mind. It turned into a human-shaped shadow. Looking at Li Fuchin's pale blue soul spirit, the human-shaped shadow shuddered. What class of soul spirit is this? Why does it have color? Such a wonderful chi presence. This soul spirit is too pure. Is this still a human soul spirit? Get out of my body. In his mind, Li Fuchin's figure appeared. This was his consciousness. Under the pressure of the human-shaped shadow, his consciousness revealed itself and did something that Earth realm martial artists and even Heaven realm martial artists couldn't do. Consciousness revealed itself. Seems like you are indeed the most special one. The human-shaped shadow grinned. He still wasn't able to check Li Fuchin's bone frame, but just based on Li Fuchin's soul spirit, he decided to give up on Rain and choose this person's body. With this powerful soul spirit, he had a feeling that he could easily surpass the peak, let alone returning to the peak. Get out. A sword appeared in Li Fuchin's hand as he slashed at the human-shaped shadow. Your spirit will is indeed strong, but it can't do anything to me. The human-shaped shadow sent out a fist and sent Li Fuchin flying. Get out. Chapter 220. Interesting. I reckon that taking over your body will consume half of my true spirit. But what's there to be concerned about? Your body is the true priceless treasure. The human-shaped illusory figure punched out with a gigantic fist. This fist felt as though it was going to fill up Li Fuchin's entire mind. Bang! The long sword shattered, and Li Fuchin was sent flying. Such a powerful force. Li Fuchin was panting violently. The long sword was formed from his consciousness. Now that the long sword had shattered, his consciousness had dissipated a little. Extinguish! The human-shaped shadow's body expanded and was indomitable. Immediately after fist was smashed at Li Fuchin with terrifying prowess. Li Fuchin was like an ant that was sent flying without any ability to resist. I have experienced the dissipation of my spirit soul. I will not give up even if I die. If it was someone else, they would have already given up resisting. Once they gave up resisting, their spirit willpower would weaken. But Li Fuchin had an obsession in his heart. This obsession had condensed into a sword that was filled with cold chi. PFFF. Li Fuchin's sword pierced a hole on the human-shaped shadow's fist. You actually injured me. The human-shaped shadow roared. When the true spirit was exhausted, it could be slowly recovered. But when the true spirit was injured, it would be extremely difficult to recover, and it would be detrimental to his future cultivation. It might just be a small injury, but it was enough to infuriate him. You have a sword, so do I. A giant sword appeared in the human-shaped shadow's hand as it slashed at Li Fuchen. Swish! Li Fuchen felt as though his mind was about to be split open. This sword was condensed to the extremity. Crackle! The sword formed by the obsession was shattered. Li Fuchen's figure was blurry, and there were traces of mist that drifted away. This was a sign that his consciousness was about to collapse. I am unwilling. I am unwilling, Li Fuchen murmured. My strength isn't strong enough, but why is my spirit willpower so weak? So what if it is a true spirit that exceeds the battle spirit realm? I, Li Fuchen, will never admit defeat. I will not admit defeat, even if I die. Oh. Li Fuchen's consciousness condensed again. But this time, the consciousness wasn't Li Fuchen's figure, but a sword that was filled with dense sword chi. The sword contained Li Fuchen's spirit, will, consciousness, and that unresolvable obsession. This sword was Li Fuchen's full strength. He had already forgotten himself, forgotten everything. The only thought in his mind was to fight to the end and swear to die without regrets. Whoosh! With the union of man and sword, Li Fuchen blasted towards the human-shaped shadow. The humanoid shadow brandished his sword to block. Puff! With the union of man and sword, Li Fuchen's movements were extremely agile. He easily dodged the human-shaped shadow's sword and immediately penetrated the human-shaped shadow's body. The humanoid figure threw his head back and roared. There was a huge hole in his chest, and the true spirits inside had all been destroyed. The injuries he suffered this time were 10 times, or even dozens of times worse than before. What made him even more infuriated was that he, a true spirit that surpassed the battle spirit realm, was actually injured by a little brat. This was simply a slap to his face, and it was an extreme humiliation. You have completely infuriated me. The human-shaped shadow shrunk and released a horrific true spirit pressure that enveloped Li Fuchen's sword. The true spirit pressure could only be released by burning the true spirit power. Furthermore, only true spirits that surpassed the battle spirit realm were able to do it. The true spirit pressure had the effect of freezing the void and contained a trace of heaven and earth law. When enveloped by the true spirit pressure, Li Fuchen's sword couldn't budge. Crackle! When the sword was brandished, Li Fuchen's sword was shattered. It meant that Li Fuchen's consciousness had also been shattered. Humph! A mere brat dares to be so impudent in front of me. Don't blame me for erasing your consciousness. The human-shaped shadow sneered. He had only restrained the consciousness of the first few individuals as he was planning to slowly search through their memories. But this person's consciousness had already been erased by him, and not even a god could save him. Looking at the pale blue spirit soul, the human-shaped shadow couldn't help but praise. If he could absorb such a powerful spirit soul, his perception would reach an unimaginable level. By then, no one would be able to destroy him. With a flash, the human-shaped shadow floated towards the pale blue spirit soul. From start to end, he didn't see the existence of the golden amulet. The golden amulet was something that only Li Fuchen could see. Bang! Just as he was about to enter the pale blue spirit soul, there was a sudden release of golden light, and the human-shaped shadow was sent flying. The pale blue spirit soul was gradually turning transparent, while the golden amulet was emitting boundless golden light. Under the illumination of the golden light, Li Fuchen's disintegrated consciousness had signs of reassembling. At the same moment, the human-shaped shadow couldn't budge. Golden amulet, what is this thing? The human-shaped shadow was appalled. He was a true spirit that surpassed the battle spirit realm, but was actually suppressed and couldn't budge at all. Mere ants dare to lay their hands on the body and spirit soul of the person that I have chosen. You are courting death. The golden amulet spoke for the first time. Who are you? The human-shaped shadow was shivering. This feeling was even more fearful than facing the great Tao of heaven and earth. The great Tao of heaven and earth was high above and could only be felt but not seen. The golden amulet gave him a feeling that it was above the great Tao of heaven and earth. Mere ants aren't qualified to know of my existence. Extinguish. The golden light was intense and melted the human-shaped shadow. I am not resigned to this. In the blink of the eye, the human-shaped shadow melted into a drop of liquid that was emitting a faint radiance. This drop of liquid was extremely pure. Even if it was magnified by 1,000,000,000 times, there wouldn't be any trace of impurities. The moment the human-shaped shadow melted, Li Fuchen's consciousness was restored again. Didn't my consciousness dissipate? The moment his consciousness was destroyed, Li Fuchen felt that everything had sunk into darkness. Immediately after, he lost all consciousness. After sizing up his consciousness body, Li Fuchen realized that his consciousness was 10 times more condensed than before. This condensing wasn't caused by the spirit will, it was the body itself. The spirit will and consciousness weren't absolutely related. It was correct to have a powerful spirit will and a powerful consciousness. But a powerful consciousness didn't mean that the spirit will was also powerful. Just like before, Li Fuchen's consciousness might not be inferior to a Heaven Realm martial artist, but his spirit will was actually inferior to a Heaven Realm martial artist. This drop of liquid. Li Fuchen shifted his eyes away from his consciousness body and looked at that drop of liquid in his mind. This drop of liquid was extremely pure and had an endless attraction force that made Li Fuchen want to devour it. Step by step, Li Fuchen approached it. Just as Li Fuchen was one body away from the liquid automatically entered Li Fuchen's consciousness body. In the next moment, Li Fuchen's consciousness crumbled and reconstructed again. Time was already meaningless because Li Fuchen couldn't feel the lapse of time. It was unknown how much time had passed, but Li Fuchen's consciousness body finally stopped crumbling and reconstructing. A faint radiance was emitted from Li Fuchen's consciousness body. My consciousness is more than 100 times more condensed. Li Fuchen was stunned. Chapter 221. What were the benefits of having a strong consciousness? There were too many of them. With a stronger consciousness, Li Fuchen's perception grew stronger as well. With a stronger consciousness, Li Fuchen felt that his ability to think was stronger, and thinking was deeply related to perception. Opening his eyes, Li Fuchen woke up. Congratulations, Master! Seeing that Li Fuchen had woken up, Li Wuxiwei and the other 5 demon spirits congratulated in unison. Although Li Fuchen's Qi presence didn't seem to be their masters, they didn't think that their master would fail. Li Fuchen spoke indifferently. Your master is dead. You aren't my master? Impossible. Li Wuxiwei and the other demon spirits revealed an expression of disbelief. Master is dead? Their master might only be left with his true spirit. But his true spirit was still very weak when compared to his master's prime. But it should be absolutely safe to possess an Earth Realm martial artist. Even if it was a Heaven Realm martial artist, with his master's ability, he should be able to possess successfully. Dai, Li Wuxiwei, and Fu Chongshan lunged at Li Fuchen. Clang! The sword was unsheathed and the sword light was bent. Li Wuxiwei and Fu Chongshan's attacks seemed to have sunk into a quagmire. They didn't even have 30% to 40% of their original strength, which was easily blocked by Li Fuchen. His powerful consciousness allowed Li Fuchen to instantly determine the attack trajectories of Li Wuxiwei and Fu Chongshan. He then took the initiative to intercept their attacks, preventing them from using their full strength. He actually blocked our combined attack. Fu Chongshan was shocked. Previously, his opponent's ability was still much weaker than his. What exactly happened that allowed his opponent's ability to increase so much? PFFF. The 9 revolution sword style could be used for defense and also for counterattack. With 9 revolutions, it was enough to neutralize any force and return all the force back. To a certain extent, the stronger the opponent's attack, the more force it would have to withstand. Two sword lights were reflected, causing Li Wuxue and Fu Chongshan to spurt out blood. How can he be so incredible? Li Wuxue and Fu Chongshan were stunned. How could they know that Li Fuchen's awareness was greatly enhanced? His sword moves might not have any changes, but his combat skills were more than twofold stronger. He was able to utilize 20% of his strength. After repelling the two demon spirits, Li Fuchen first launched an intense attack at Fu Chongshan. Once the Starfire sword style was executed, every Starfire had its own spirituality. It was extremely crafty and vicious, scorching bloody holes on Fu Chongshan's body. Soundlessly, a transparent demon beast silhouette floated out of Fu Chongshan's body. You can see it? Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. Previously, he couldn't see the demon spirit, and the tomb owner's true spirit was probably intentionally allowed to be seen. He didn't expect that after his consciousness increased, he would be able to see demon spirits directly. Since he could see the demon spirit, it made things easier. Li Fuchen used the rotating flow sword style to blast at the demon spirit. Demon spirits weren't afraid of ordinary attacks, but they were afraid of martial Dao intent. When Li Fuchen's rotating flow sword intent blasted on the demon spirit, it instantly distorted. But it was obvious that Li Fuchen's sword intent wasn't able to severely injure the demon spirit. Therefore, it was impossible to eliminate them in a short period of time. Since that is the case, let me try my consciousness. Li Fuchen's consciousness swept out and rushed at the demon spirit. The demon spirit flickered before it suddenly dissipated. Success! Li Fuchen revealed a delighted expression. He didn't expect his consciousness to be able to attack demon spirits. After all, the tomb owner's true spirit had entered his mind, which was why he was able to use his consciousness to fight. He had never tried it in the outside world. But he didn't understand that a regular person's consciousness wouldn't be able to shake the demon spirit. But his consciousness was extremely tenacious, which was why he was able to eliminate the demon spirit. Seeing Li Fuchen eliminate one of the demon spirits, the other 3 floating demon spirits panicked and quickly wanted to burrow into the bodies of the 3 people nearby. How could Li Fuchen allow them to do as they wished? His consciousness rushed out in a fan shape, causing the 3 demon spirits to dissipate. Finally, only Li Wuxue was left. Li Wuxue had the intention to retreat. With a flash, he skimmed towards the outside of the hall. "Where are you going?" Li Fuchen's consciousness rushed over. Li Wuxue's body shook for a moment before he continued to flee. "It seems like my consciousness can only target pure demon spirits and true spirits. It isn't able to target demon spirits with bodies." Li Fuchen understood and executed his movement technique to chase after Li Wuxue. After Li Wuxue left Sumuyu, Wei Shanhe, Fan Qiansong, and Fan Qinyu slowly woke up. What happened? Fan Qinyu didn't understand. Where is Li Fuchen? Sumuyu frowned. She only remembered that the tomb owner's true spirit burrowed into her body and she fought with him for the body. After that, she didn't know anything else. Outside the hall, Li Wuxue was flying at lightning speed, much faster than Li Fuchen. "Come down." Li Fuchen executed the Starfire sword style. The sky full of sparks seemed to have their own consciousness, as they scorched chicken egg-sized blood holes on Li Wuxue's body. "Risk it." For a moment, Li Wuxue wasn't able to shake off Li Fuchen. If he continued to flee, he would only become a target. Turning around, Li Wuxue pounced at Li Fuchen. He wasn't afraid of getting injured. At most, he would just lose this body. But as long as Li Fuchen was injured, he still had a chance. Li Wuxue attacked Li Fuchen in a frenzy, using the method of exchanging life for life. It was a pity that Li Fuchen's every move wasn't able to hide from Li Fuchen's awareness. Li Fuchen was able to instantly determine countless ways to counter Li Fuchen's every move. Every time, Li Fuchen would have the feeling that Li Fuchen had the strength but wasn't able to use it. Furthermore, the injuries on Li Fuchen's body would increase. PFFF. With a flash of a sword light, Li Wushue's head flew up. A phantom of a demonic beast drilled out. Die. Just as Li Fuchen was waiting for his opponent to come out, his consciousness rushed out, and with a PFFF, the demon spirit vanished. After killing the last demon spirit, Li Fuchen let out a breath of relief. If he didn't kill his opponent, he wouldn't be at ease. The demon spirit was a Class 6 demonic beast when it was alive. If he allowed it to continue growing, he would definitely be the one to die. With a suction force, Li Wushue's corpse's storage bag flew into his hand. Li Fuchen then turned and rushed towards the hall. Inside the hall, Su Muyu and the others were all present. Li Fuchen, is that you? Fan Qiansong and Fan Qinyu weren't too sure. Of course it's me, Li Fuchen replied. What happened next? The one who asked was Su Muyu. Li Fuchen replied, I am not too sure either. He naturally wouldn't tell the truth. Su Muyu frowned and didn't continue asking. Her intuition told her that everything was definitely related to Li Fuchen. It seemed like he was hiding a huge secret. It's good that you are fine. You scared me to death just now. Fan Qiansong quickly sat cross-legged and consumed a recuperation pill. He then began to circulate his qi to recuperate. Li Fuchen let out a breath and continued to study his consciousness. If it was in the past, his consciousness would need to be released along with his qi. But now he didn't need to use his qi and could directly release it. Furthermore, the range was rather far, and it was enough to detect things that were a few hundred meters away. After some time, Fan Qiansong's injuries recovered slightly. Next, the 5 of them walked out of the hall and prepared to find an exit from the tomb. Chapter 222. Following the original path, the 5 of them finally exited the tomb. Turning back to look at the metal gate of the tomb, the 5 of them had lingering fears. The path of the martial Tao was too dangerous. Who would have thought that they were so close to being possessed? Even though they had left the tomb, the 5 of them knew that the tomb was only a small part of the land of fog. Only by exiting the land of fog would they be truly safe. Along the way, the 5 of them encountered another giant bat beast. The giant bat beast was a Class 3 high-tier demonic beast. Before they came, it required 11 of them to work together to deal with it. During that time, they mainly relied on Rain's strength. But now Li Fuchen and Rain were able to completely suppress the giant bat beast. And this was because Li Fuchen didn't use his full strength. In terms of attack power, Li Fuchen was much weaker than Rain. But in terms of ability, the current him had undoubtedly surpassed Rain. His ability. Rain wasn't a fool. She could see the changes in Li Fuchen's ability. Li Fuchen's speed and strength didn't have any changes, but his combat skills were exceptional. As he strolled in the courtyard, the sword in his hand left wounds on the body of the giant bat beast. Every wound was as though it was measured with a ruler, not an inch too long or short. If I were to fight with him, I would probably lose to him. Even though she didn't want to admit it, Rain didn't want to lie to herself. In terms of combat skills, she was still inferior to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's every move had a purpose. It wasn't an instinctive reaction of the body, nor was it a sudden thought. From the start to the end, it was as though he was putting on a show and everything was under his control. Fearsome awareness. Rain couldn't help but frown. After dealing with the giant bat beast, the 5 of them continued forward. Soon enough, the 5 of them arrived at the edge of the fog. With just a slight hesitation, the 5 of them still walked into the fog. In the fog, one couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. Only their perception could be used. Apart from Li Fuchen, The rest of them only had a perception range of a few dozen meters. Li Fuchen was different. After releasing his awareness, his perception range was a few hundred meters. Anyone or any demonic beast that entered this range would immediately be detected by him. This walk took them more than 10 days. After 10 days, the fog gradually thinned and the naked eye could now see a few dozen meters. This was the range of perception. We are leaving the land of fog. Wei Shanha was overjoyed. It's our luck to be able to make it out alive. This trip to the graveyard is worth remembering forever. Fan Qiansong sighed. Half a day passed, and there was no longer any mist around them. At this time, it was time to part ways. Before leaving, Su Muyu transmitted a message to Li Fuchen. In the tomb, I owe you a favor. I will repay you in the future. She believed that it was Li Fuchen who saved everyone. Li Fuchen smiled and didn't say anything. After Wei Shanha and Rain left, Fan Qiansong said to Li Fuchen, "Let's find a city to stay in." Sure. Li Fuchen nodded. He really needed time to digest what he had obtained from the graveyard. A few days later, the trio arrived at the nearest city, Autumn Rain City. This was an ownerless city, and the order of the city was controlled by the 3 great families. After staying in an inn with a courtyard in the Autumn Rain City, Li Fuchen and the others went into seclusion. The incomplete sword essence secret technique had immense power. Even if he only cultivated the black iron sword essence, it was enough for Li Fuchen's ability to skyrocket. The trip to the graveyard made Li Fuchen understand that his ability was still too weak. If he didn't quickly increase his ability, he might not be as lucky the next time he went on an adventure. He vaguely knew that the Tomb Master's true spirit was probably destroyed by the Golden Amulet. Only the Golden Amulet had the ability to do so. The Annette occupied an area of 100 hectares had hundreds of courtyards. Li Fuchen and the others each picked a courtyard. In one of the courtyards, Li Fuchen sat cross-legged and was comprehending the black iron sword essence. Sword essence used the bone marrow as a sword to condense sword patterns. Sword patterns were a type of tool patterns. But in order to condense sword patterns, one must first understand sword patterns. In the black iron sword essence, there was a huge amount of sword pattern knowledge. Li Fuchen felt that if he could comprehend the black iron sword essence, he might be able to condense sword patterns on his artifact sword and become a sword pattern master. Sword pattern masters and sword forgers were related, but they weren't the same. Sword pattern masters could condense sword patterns, but they didn't necessarily know how to forge swords. But sword forgers could forge swords and also condense sword patterns. Of course, pure sword pattern masters were in the minority. Some swordsmen who couldn't improve on their sword Dao would choose to learn sword patterns to see if they could advance to the next level. So complicated. In the black iron sword essence, there were over 800 types of yellow class, low-tier sword patterns. In order to comprehend the black iron sword essence, one would first need to grasp over 800 types of yellow class, low-tier sword patterns. After grasping over 800 types of yellow class, low-tier sword patterns, one would need to combine them into over 200 types of yellow class, mid-tier sword patterns. These 200 types of yellow class, mid-tier sword patterns would then be combined into 48 types of yellow class, high-tier sword patterns, 9 types of yellow class, peak-tier sword patterns, and 1 type of mystic class, low-tier sword pattern. This type of mystic class, low-tier sword pattern, was the black iron sword pattern. With Li Fuchen's strong awareness and exceptional deduction ability, coupled with his astounding perception, he spent a week to finally grasp over 800 types of yellow class, low-tier sword patterns. If he wanted to now, he could condense a sword pattern on a sword. Let me try the process of condensing a sword pattern. Li Fuchen broke off a branch from a large tree in the courtyard. He held onto the branch and poured his chi into it. On the branch that had the thickness of 2 fingers, there were straight patterns that extended out. The The patterns were emitting a faint glow, causing the branch to look different from the rest, as though it was a work of art. In the blink of the eye, the patterns on the branch vanished. TSS. Holding on to the branch, Li Fuqin thrusted it into the air. At this moment, Li Fuqin could clearly feel the sharpness of the branch, a sharpness that only an artifact sword would have. It had the feeling of turning something rotten into something magical. Pa! The branch automatically crumbled and turned into a pile of sawdust. Li Fuqin didn't mind and thought to himself, tool patterns are extremely domineering. The material must be tough enough, otherwise it would not be able to bear the tool pattern. It is the same for sword patterns. Breaking off another branch, Li Fuqin changed it to a yellow class, low-tier sword pattern. The sword pattern was condensed. The branch in his hand still had the sharpness, but the sharpness was secondary. The hardness of the branch was obviously a few folds tougher than the previous branch. It was as hard as a metal rod. Pa! Even though it was tough, it couldn't last for long, and the branch still crumbled. There are over 800 types of yellow class, low-tier sword patterns. In summary, there are only a few types of effects, but there are some subtle differences. I wonder what are yellow class, mid-tier sword patterns like? Li Fuqin was much more interested in sword patterns, as though he had seen a whole new world. After spending another week, Li Fuqin grasped over 200 types of yellow class, mid-tier sword patterns. A yellow class, mid-tier sword pattern was formed by combining a few yellow class, low-tier sword patterns. It was more perfect and stronger than a yellow class, low-tier sword pattern, but it was also more domineering. The branch was unable to bear the weight of a yellow class, mid-tier sword pattern. Before the formation was completed, the branch would crumble or even explode. At this moment, it was necessary to use a tougher wood or metal to condense the sword pattern. Chapter 223. To be serious, Li Fuqin was only learning sword patterns and not comprehending them. There were over 800 types of yellow class, low-tier sword patterns. Li Fuqin wasn't very clear on the theory behind each of them, but with a few combinations he could form countless yellow class, mid-tier sword patterns. But Li Fuqin had only learned over 200 types of yellow class, mid-tier sword patterns from the Black Iron Sword Essence chapter. He didn't intend to become a sword pattern master or sword pattern grandmaster in a short period of time anyway. He just needed to condense the Black Iron Sword pattern. If he wanted to comprehend it completely, this amount of time wasn't enough. Li Fuqin didn't have much time to waste on comprehending sword patterns. In the courtyard, pieces of yellow class metals were placed. They ranged from yellow class, low tier, to yellow class, peak tier. These were purchased by Li Fuqin in Autumn Rain City for the sake of learning and condensing sword patterns. Arriving in front of a piece of yellow class, low tier metal, Li Fuqin extended his hand and pulled the metal into his hand, executing the iron smelting hand. This piece of yellow class, low-tier metal turned red and soft at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a dozen breaths, an unfinished sword appeared in Li Fuqin's hand. In a single breath, Li Fuqin used the iron smelting hand to create a dozen unfinished swords. The reason why it was called an unfinished sword was because the outer appearance was too coarse and there weren't any condensed sword patterns inside. All right, I can try out the yellow class, mid-tier sword pattern now. Even though there wasn't a need to completely comprehend the sword pattern, it was necessary to know the characteristics of the sword pattern. It was just like obtaining an item. You had to know what it was used for and what it was used for. As for its structure, it wasn't that easy to understand. Holding onto the unfinished sword, Li Fuqin began to condense the sword pattern. Visible to the naked eye, straight patterns that emitted a faint glow appeared on the unfinished sword. These patterns were either vertical or horizontal, but each of them were incomparably upright. As the patterns faded, the unfinished sword in Li Fuqin's hand suddenly doubled in weight. The coarse, unfinished sword now had a sharpness that it never had before. All sword patterns had a characteristic, which was sharpness. If a certain sword pattern didn't have this characteristic, then it wasn't considered a true sword pattern. Li Fuchen had a slight understanding of it. There wasn't a need to experiment with every single yellow class, mid-tier sword pattern. After experimenting with 7 or 8 types, Li Fuchen began to learn how to combine yellow class, high-tier sword patterns. The yellow class high-tier sword pattern contained a few types of yellow class mid-tier sword patterns and over 10 types of yellow class low-tier sword patterns. Its patterns were even more complicated, and it wasn't vertical or horizontal anymore. It started to have diagonal patterns. But when Li Fuchen tried to condense the yellow class high-tier sword pattern onto the yellow class low-tier sword, the yellow class low-tier sword immediately cracked. Looks like low-tier yellow class metals limit is mid-tier yellow class tool patterns. Anything beyond that is impossible. Li Fuchen thought to himself. Switching to a yellow class mid-tier unfinished sword, Li Fuchen began to condense yellow class high-tier sword patterns. Roar! The moment the sword pattern was completely condensed, a cold light flashed across the sword billets. This unfinished sword began to have the aura of a sword and was no longer a piece of scrap metal. Yellow class high-tier sword patterns are already so mystical. I wonder how mystical peak-tier and mystic class low-tier sword patterns would be. Li Fuchen's interest increased day by day, almost forgetting the time. The pale blue soul spirit allowed Li Fuchen's perception to be extremely strong, allowing him to comprehend anything quickly. With his powerful awareness, Li Fuchen's deduction ability was outstanding, allowing him to find countless ideas from the sword patterns that he learned previously. In less than a month's time, Li Fuchen finally grasped 9 types of yellow class peak tier sword patterns. Now he only lacked the last mystic class low-tier sword pattern, which was the black iron sword pattern. Once he learned the black iron sword pattern, he could attempt to condense the sword pattern on his bone marrow and cultivate the black iron sword essence. Once the black iron sword essence was formed, he could casually release sword chi. What Li Fuchen didn't know was that when he was comprehending the incomplete sword essence manual in Autumn Rain City, the Heaven Fiend sect patriarch was going crazy. The Heaven Fiend sect patriarch placed a secret technique on Li Wushue's body. This secret technique was a mother-child secret technique. It had a connection with the Heaven Fiend sect patriarch. 2 months ago, when Li Wushue died, the Heaven Fiend sect patriarch found out and personally rushed over to the 100 Battle region. He was currently searching for relevant information in the 100 Battle region. A pity that the 100 Battle region was too big and had more cities than the Heaven Fiend region. Without a choice, the Heaven Fiend sect patriarch dispatched a large number of Heaven Realm and Earth Realm martial artists to search for information in the 100 Battle region. He had to know how Li Wushue died. No matter who killed Li Wushue, he wanted the culprit to pay in blood. Finally, a few days ago, he found out that Li Wushue came to Blood Color City. Blood Color City. Ma Clan. In the Ma Clan's Grand Hall, Ma Tianba and Ma Tianyang were shivering. They didn't even dare to look at the Heaven Fiend sect patriarch who was seated at the host seat. What kind of existence was a reincarnation realm martial artist? Don't even mention a single Ma Clan. Even if there were 10 Ma clans or 100 Ma clans, they still wouldn't be enough to be crushed. A faction without a reincarnation realm martial artist was undoubtedly an ant in front of a reincarnation realm martial artist. An ant that could be casually stepped on. Young Master, Li did come to Blood Color City, but he left soon after. We don't know who killed him. Ma Tianba lowered his head and said, the Heaven Fiend sect patriarch had an indifferent expression on his face. Do you know who he had a grudge with? Ma Tianba replied, he once asked my Ma clan to issue an arrest warrant for a person named Li Fuchen. He is a direct disciple of the Azure Water sect. Because of this incident, an inner sect elder from the Azure Water sect specially came to our Ma clan to warn us. Azure Water Sect. The Heaven Fiend Sect Patriarch's eyes flashed with a frightening cold light. Do you know where is that Li Fuchin? He didn't care if Li Fuchin was the murderer or not. He would rather kill 1,000 innocents than to let off any suspicious individuals. To him, it was enough to have a suspicion. I don't know. He should have left Blood Color City before young Master Li. Ma Tianba replied honestly. He didn't dare to hide anything. Either the Azure Water Sect or the Heaven Fiend Sect was a titan to his Ma clan. He couldn't afford to offend the Heaven Fiend Sect because of the Azure Water Sect, nor could he afford to offend the Azure Water Sect because of the Heaven Fiend Sect. He could only speak the truth and believe that the Azure Water Sect wouldn't find trouble with his Ma clan just because he spoke the truth. I hope you are speaking the truth. If not, don't blame me for being merciless. Waving his hand, the Heaven Fiend Sect Patriarch spoke coldly. You may leave. Yes. Ma Tianba and Ma Tianyang left respectfully. Right now, they didn't even realize that this was the Ma clan. Why did the Heaven Fiend Sect Patriarch treat this place as his home ground? Of course, even if they realized it, they couldn't do anything about it. Their only thought was to hope that the Heaven Fiend Sect Patriarch would leave quickly so that they wouldn't have to worry. After Ma Tianba and Ma Tianyang left, a Heaven Realm martial artist from the Heaven Fiend Sect walked in. Sect Patriarch, there is the latest news. Our Heaven Fiend Sect's direct disciple, Su Heishan, came to look for young Sect Patriarch. It was because of Su Heishan's visit that young Sect Patriarch left Blood Color City. The Heaven Realm martial artist spoke. The Heaven Fiend Sect Patriarch nodded and spoke in a stern tone, passed down the order. The entire 100 Battle region is to issue a bounty for the Azure Water Sect's direct disciple, Li Fuchin. Anyone who can provide accurate information will be rewarded with 10 million gold coins. Wouldn't this cause the Azure Water Sect to retaliate? The man asked. Chapter 224. Li Fuchin naturally didn't know that he was wanted by the Heaven Fiend Sect. In fact, Li Wushue's death had nothing to do with him. He might have wanted to kill him, but he ultimately died in the hands of a demon spirit. After spending half a month, Li Fuchin finally combined the 9 yellow class, peak tier sword patterns into the black iron sword pattern. The black iron sword pattern was extremely complex and contained a trace of heaven and earth's mysticism. Taking out a yellow class, peak tier unfinished sword, Li Fuchin began to condense the black iron sword pattern on it. Visible to the naked eye, patterns that emitted a black brilliance slowly crawled up the surface of the unfinished sword. Some of these patterns were straight like swords, some were curved like sabers, and some were densely packed like tadpoles. At the same time, there was a strange wave that rippled out. This time, Li Fuchin took a full 10 hours to complete the condensation. The moment the condensation was completed, the sword qi surged through the unfinished sword. The unfinished sword's weight instantly increased by 5 times and wasn't as light as before. So this is the black iron sword pattern. As the sword pattern faded, the unfinished sword in Li Fuchin's hand had a drastic change. The parts that weren't sharpened seemed to be much sharper. There was a chilling flash that made it look like an unfinished sword and had the aura of an artifact sword. It might not be comparable to the sword pattern on the black gold sword, but it is much more comprehensive. The black gold sword pattern contained sharpness, weight, and toughness. The black iron sword pattern didn't just contain sharpness, weight, and toughness. It also contained the ability to condense and conduct qi. With a shake of his wrist, Li Fuchin thrusted the sword into the air. Before the sword arrived, the qi arrived first. In the air, the sword qi flashed and vanished. The black iron sword pattern is much easier to condense sword qi. It is also much smoother to release the sword qi. No wonder it is called the black iron sword pattern. Li Fuchin nodded silently. Since he had grasped the black iron sword pattern, the next step was to condense the black iron sword pattern on his bone marrow. Li Fuchen didn't know if his bone marrow could withstand the black iron sword pattern, but he still had to try. Sitting cross-legged, Li Fuchen closed his eyes. In the inner vision state, Li Fuchen's qi flowed out from his dantian and meridians, flowing towards his bone marrow. After a few breaths, Li Fuchen couldn't help but gasp. Condensing the black iron sword pattern on his bone marrow was much more painful than he had imagined. Not only was it painful, but it was also very itchy. It was as if countless man-eating ants were gnawing on his bone marrow, causing him to wake up from the inside out. Enduring the pain, Li Fuchen continued to condense the sword pattern. At this moment, if anyone could see through the skin and flesh, they would see that on Li Fuchen's bones, there were patterns that were emitting black brilliance that were extending. I should be able to withstand it. Seeing that the bone marrow was fine, Li Fuchen let out a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that his bone marrow would disintegrate before he could condense the black iron sword pattern. If there was a bone marrow problem, it would be a big problem. What Li Fuchen didn't know was that a martial artist's bone marrow might not be as hard as high-grade metals, but because it was constantly nourished by qi, it was more suitable to condense tool patterns. The only flaw was that not all tool patterns were suitable to be condensed on the bone marrow. If Li Fuchen randomly found a mystic class, low-tier sword pattern to condense on his bone marrow, there would definitely be a big problem. But the black iron sword pattern was different. It was a sword pattern that was suitable for the human bone marrow after a long period of research. As long as one followed and comprehended it, there wouldn't be any big problems. Condensing the black iron sword pattern on the bone marrow wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. After spending an entire day, Li Fuchen's bone marrow was only able to condense 10% of the black iron sword pattern. The bone marrow in the black iron sword essence chapter actually meant bone. It didn't matter if it was a bone with or without bone marrow, it was all the same in the black iron sword essence chapter. Because the bone marrow was very intricate, the black iron sword pattern had to be very intricate too. There shouldn't be any carelessness. After all, this wasn't the same as condensing a sword pattern on a metal. Metal had a simple structure and wouldn't have much of an impact. But the bone marrow had a huge impact on the human body. If anything went wrong, the bone marrow would die and the person would instantly become a cripple. 10% of the black iron sword pattern. It feels like my bone marrow is much heavier, but it isn't clumsy at all. My burst power is much stronger too. Withdrawing his qi from his bone marrow, Li Fuchen carefully felt the abnormality of his bone marrow. Qi, lifting his palm and extending a finger. A wisp of sword qi burst out from the tip of his finger, which was extremely sharp. With a thought, the sword qi was shot out. PFFF. A few dozen meters away, a deep hole that was the size of a finger appeared on the ground. The power doesn't seem to be weak. Li Fuchen took a deep breath and revolved the true Inferno qi. Wisps of sword qi were emitted from his body, and in the blink of the eye, there were dozens of sword qi revolving around his body. Go. With a thought, dozens of sword qi were shot out, turning the ground that was a dozen meters away into a hornet's nest. No wonder it is the black iron sword essence. It is actually able to create an effect similar to the sect origin swords. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with a terrifying radiance. The sect origin swords was extremely powerful. When cultivated to the level of Grand Elder Zhao Jin, the secret technique would be able to produce thousands of sword qi in the air, leaving the enemy with nowhere to hide or hide. Be it a frontal attack or an area of effect attack, it was enough to shock the world. And the black iron sword essence obviously had the same effect. Right now, Li Fuchen was only able to condense 10% of the black iron sword pattern. If he was able to condense the complete black iron sword pattern, it wouldn't be a problem to release hundreds of sword qi to attack the enemy, let alone a few thousand sword qi. As the days passed, the black iron sword pattern on Li Fuchen's bone marrow was getting more complete. Half a month later, Li Fuchen had already condensed 90% of the black iron sword pattern. Out. The true Inferno Qi revolved and poured into the bone marrow. In the next moment, dozens of sword Qi surrounded Li Fuchen's body. These sword Qis were faintly iron black, as if they were real iron swords. Clang, 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 clang. On the opposite side, there was a piece of yellow class peak tier metal that was the height of a human. Sparks were flying everywhere. After the sword Qi was used up, the yellow class peak tier metal was already like a hornet's nest, filled with holes and crisscrossed sword marks. Interesting. Li Fuchen's eyes were bright. The black iron sword Qi was extremely powerful, but it was a pity that it couldn't contain sword intent. If it could, the power would be even greater. But it didn't matter. With the black gold sword, he could still execute sword arts. Li Fuchen drew the black gold sword and poured the black iron sword Qi into it. Buzz! The black gold sword vibrated and emitted a sharp sword Qi. Go! With a blast of the rotating flow sword style, the bumpy yellow class peak tier metal was blasted into a lump of molten iron. Its power was more than 2-folds stronger than before. In the future, the black iron sword essence can be used as a trump card. Unless it is a crucial moment, it is better not to reveal it. The black iron sword essence was too powerful, because it didn't need to be stimulated like the mystical dragon secret technique. It could be stacked with the mystical dragon secret technique. As long as the mystical dragon Qi was poured into the black iron sword essence, it would be able to produce a stronger sword Qi. Chapter 225. After the black iron sword essence was completely cultivated, the characteristics of the black iron sword pattern were fully activated. At this moment, Li Fuchen felt that his body was much heavier, and at the same time his body felt indestructible. Of course, Li Fuchen's bone marrow wasn't 5 times heavier. The human body was different from an inanimate object and couldn't be generalized. True spirit revolved. Hundreds of black iron sword Qi lined up in the void. The imposing manner, very terrifying. Li Fuchen estimated that the 10,000 swords returned to origin cultivation to small accomplishment is like this, of course, 10,000 swords returned to origin sword Qi. This is a bit difficult to compare. The black iron sword essence contains sharpness, weight, toughness, Qi condensation, and Qi conduction. The first 3 focus on the bone marrow itself, while the last 2 focus on Qi. It can be said to be a dual cultivation, which isn't something the sect origin swords can compare with. The sect origin swords was a pure offensive type secret technique. Its only use was to kill, but the black iron sword essence wasn't just for killing. Even though he had cultivated the black iron sword essence, Li Fuchen didn't give up on growing stronger. Be it the mystical dragon secret technique, primary clear hand, or the sword essence secret technique, they were all additional strength. Additional strength was still strength, but it wasn't enough for the martial artist to have any achievements on the martial Dao. Only one's own cultivation level and martial arts rank were true strength, which allowed the martial artist to have some achievements on the martial Dao. It is time to experience the Star Road hidden domain. Li Fuchen took out the Starstone and crushed it. An azure blue light blossomed and enveloped Li Fuchen. It then suddenly collapsed and shrank, finally condensing into a point and vanishing. This was a vast starry sky. There were countless stars above and below. In the starry sky, there was a black crystal path that was blooming with starlight, extending into the depths of the starry sky. At the starting point of the black crystal path was a floating island. An azure blue light appeared and a figure landed. This is the Star Road hidden domain. Looking into the distance, Li Fuchen couldn't help but take a deep, cold breath. No wonder the Star Road hidden domain was the most mystical place in the East Unicorn continent. Just the starry sky scene was enough to stun anyone. not to mention the black crystal path that was laid out in the starry sky. Perhaps it is just an illusion. Even though he could see countless stars, Li Fuchen didn't think that this was really the starry sky and might just be an illusion. Of course, even if it was an illusion, this star road hidden domain was still the most mystical place in the East Unicorn continent. After all, this illusion was too realistic, and it brought about an endless impact. Taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen walked on the black crystal path. The moment he stepped forward, a heavy pressure descended upon him. This pressure not only affected his body, but also his spirit. Is this the aura of the Star Road? The Star Road chi field was similar to an imposing manor, containing the double oppression of the soul and aura. Only those with greater potential would be able to go further on the path to stardom. This was mainly because the stronger one's potential was, the stronger one's willpower would be. The stronger one's willpower was, the easier it would be to resist the pressure of the Star Road's chi field. Just like when Li Fuchen was at the 7th level of the Origin Realm, he was able to withstand the chi presence of the Liao clan's 2nd level Heaven Realm martial artist and inner sect elder, Liao Tianyan. If it was any other 7th level Origin Realm martial artist, they would have been severely injured by the chi presence. Of course, Liao Tianyan didn't think of killing Li Fuchen. He just wanted to cripple Li Fuchen. If he burst out with his full strength, it was unknown if Li Fuchen could withstand it. However, other than willpower, one's aura was also very important. An aura was closely related to one's cultivation level. For someone who didn't have as much potential as you, but had a much higher cultivation level, he might be able to go further than you. In addition, chi amplification techniques, like the mystical dragon secret technique, could also increase one's chi presence. Li Fuchen was now at the 3rd level of the Earth Realm. Activating the mystical dragon secret technique was equivalent to the 4th or 5th level of the Earth Realm. With an extremely strong willpower, the Star Road's chi field was like a gentle breeze to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen walked briskly. Azure Water Sect. Azure Water Grand Hall. Sect Patriarch, the Heaven Fiend sect, has put up a bounty for our gold class direct disciple, Li Fuchen, in the 100 battle region. They even announced that anyone who can provide accurate information on Li Fuchen will be rewarded with 10 million gold coins. In the Grand Hall, Inner Sect Elder Yu Hua spoke with concern. In the main seat of the Grand Hall, a white-clothed middle-aged man sat there. His name was Ouyang Wentian, the current patriarch of the Azure Water Sect's number 1 clan, Ouyang clan, and also the Azure Water Sect patriarch. For the Azure Water Sect to elect a sect patriarch, one must first look at one's innate potential. Secondly, one must have great talent and strategy. Thirdly, one must obtain the approval of more than half of the Supreme Elders. As the Azure Water Sect patriarch, Ouyang Wentian's potential when he was young wasn't inferior to the likes of a motionless Sword Shuafeng. If not, he wouldn't have been able to sit in this position. Beside Yu Hua, Zhao Wujin spoke. The Heaven Fiend sect is too much of a bully. They don't even put our Azure Water sect in their eyes. If Li Fuchen is captured by them, the consequences will be unimaginable. Our Azure Water sect's prestige will be greatly damaged. Be it for official or personal reasons, he didn't wish for Li Fuchen to be captured by the Heaven Fiend sect. Sect Patriarch, from what I know, the Heaven Fiend sect's young master, Li Wuxiwa, is dead. This matter is most likely related to Li Fuchen. It is better to investigate clearly before contending with the Heaven Fiend sect. If not, the Heaven Fiend sect will go crazy. An inner sect elder objected. This person was the Liao clan's founder, Liao Haiwang. Zhao Wujin glared at the opposition. Liao Haiwang, if the sect can't even protect a gold class direct disciple, then what's the point of existence? Back when the Liao clan sent men to pursue Li Fuchen, he asked Yu Hua to help. He also warned the Liao clan that if there was a second time, he wouldn't let the Liao clan off so easily. This was the reason why the Liao clan behaved themselves. Liao Haiwang's expression didn't change. The sect is a whole entity. We cannot easily provoke enemies because of a single individual. If every direct disciple caused trouble outside and needed the sect to take the blame, then the sect would collapse sooner or later. There are plenty of sects in the East Unicorn Continent. Do you want to wrestle with every single one of them? Zhao Wujin sneered. Liao Haiwang, don't you forget that Li Fuchen is our Azure Water Sect's gold class direct disciple. He isn't a regular silver class direct disciple. Any gold class direct disciple is the future pillar of the Azure Water Sect. Losing even one of them would be a huge loss. Liao Haiwang said there are still plenty of doubts regarding his gold class direct disciple status. I am just temporarily giving him the status of a gold class direct disciple. It won't be too late to talk about it when he progresses to the heaven realm. For a one-star bone frame, every realm was a huge obstacle. If they couldn't cross it, then they wouldn't have any hope in this lifetime. But for a 5-star bone frame, as long as they didn't perish, progressing to the heaven realm was as easy as eating or drinking. There wasn't any suspense. Humph! The innate potential that he displayed has already surpassed Sword Maniac. If he doesn't even dare to take this risk, then he would be too conservative. With his current rate of improvement, the chances of progressing to the heaven realm is definitely not small. Zhao Wujin argued with reason. Ouyang Wentian waved his hand, indicating for everyone to be quiet. Clearing his throat, he spoke slowly, informed the Heaven Fiend sect to immediately stop the bounty of our gold class direct disciple. Otherwise, our Azure Water sect will go all out to capture one of the elite gold class direct disciples from the Heaven Fiend sect. Forget it. I shall make a trip personally. After thinking about it, Ouyang Wentian decided to personally make a trip to the 100 Battle region. Only Reincarnation Realm martial artists could converse with Reincarnation Realm martial artists. Those below the Reincarnation Realm didn't even have the qualifications to speak. Chapter 226. The Star Road was extremely long and filled with loneliness. While walking on the Star Road, Li Fuchen could feel his own insignificance at all times. As compared to this vast starry sky, the East Unicorn Continent was probably just a speck of dust. A dazzling radiance shone. In the starry sky, there was a huge explosion of meteors. One of them brushed past the Star Road. At that moment, Li Fuchen could clearly feel the heat of the meteor, as though it was a giant burning fireball. Is it reality or an illusion? At this moment, Li Fuchen couldn't understand it either. As he continued walking, Li Fuchen finally saw a figure. It was a 27 or 28-year-old youth and was at the 3rd level of the Earth realm, similar to Li Fuchen. He was struggling to walk step by step, and his clothes were drenched in sweat. What a strenuous journey. Li Fuchen didn't rejoice in his misfortune. Previously, he didn't have a reference. Hence, he didn't know how strong the chi field of the Star Road was. Now that he saw how hard it was for the youth and compared it to his own leisurely walk, Li Fuchen confirmed that the stronger one's potential was the further one could walk on the Star Road. Bang! After walking a few steps, the youth couldn't take it anymore and fell head first onto the ground. In the next moment, the Star Road radiated and the youth was teleported out of the Star Road hidden domain. Not long after, Li Fuchen saw another figure. Without thinking too much, Li Fuchen immediately overtook the youth. Not far ahead of the Star Road, a group of youths were walking together. The youth in the lead had a jade-like face, broad shoulders, and long legs. When his eyes opened and closed, there was a sharp and domineering glow. Han Shixiang, you are still the best. You are still fine after walking so far. The youth at the side flattered him. Han Shixiang is one of the Celestial Star 7 from the Celestial Star Sect. How can he be immortal? Don't even talk about this small path. He can even pass the first stage with ease. That's right, Han Shixiang is at a disadvantage because of his age. If he had 1 or 2 more years of cultivation, he would be at the pinnacle of the entire youth generation. A few of them flattered him. The entire East Unicorn Continent was filled with experts. They might not be considered much, but in the near future, they would also become experts. As for the senior Han that they spoke of, he would become an absolute expert. If they were to build a good relationship now, it would be considered as having some relations in the future. The Han Shixiang that everyone was talking about was called Han Feng and was one of the celestial star sects Celestial 7. He was 23 years old this year and was at the 5th level of the Earth realm. Among the Celestial 7, his innate potential was one of the best. He let out a faint smile. This star road hidden domain is indeed mystical. I have always been in seclusion in the sect. If I knew that this place was so mystical, I would have come earlier. If he had come earlier, he might have already advanced to the 6th level of the Earth realm. No, I can't hold on any longer. Elder Brother Han, my name is Lan Guanglong. If there's a chance in the future, I'll treat Elder Brother Han to a meal and a drink. The young man named Lan Guanglong lay on the ground, transformed into a blue light, and disappeared. Seeing this, the rest of the people felt sad. This place was still a distance away from the first stage of the Path of Stars. If they wanted to reach there, it would be extremely difficult. Who is that? He's so fast. He's about to catch up. Suddenly, one of them pointed to the back and exclaimed. Hearing this, everyone turned around to look. A few thousand meters away, a figure was skimming over at lightning speed. His clothes were fluttering, and he had an extraordinary aura. Who else could it be but Li Fuchen? Li Fuchen's speed was too fast. If the rest were jogging, then he was sprinting. To be able to sprint meant that the Star Road's chi field didn't have much pressure on him and was far from his limit. It was a known fact that the Star Road's chi field wasn't unchanging. As the distance got further, the Star Road's chi field would gradually increase. Even though the increase was small and couldn't be felt within a short period of time, but sprinting was still rather stressful for most of the people. A single mistake might cause them to give up in advance. Li Fuchen, who was sprinting indeed, didn't feel any pressure. Right now, he had already adapted to the Star Road's chi field. If he were to suddenly leave the Star Road, he might not be able to adapt. 1,000 meters, 800 meters, 500 meters. Li Fuchen was getting closer to Han Feng and the others. Han Feng frowned. As one of the Celestial 7, he assumed that he was in the 2nd tier among the entire East Unicorn Continent's youth generation. As for those in the 1st tier, they were either 6 starbone frames or heaven-defying 5 starbone frames. There were very few people in the 1st tier. How many 6 starbone frames could there be in the East Unicorn Continent? As for heaven-defying 5 starbone frames, there were even fewer than 6 starbone frames. To be able to be called heaven-defying 5 starbone frames, all of them had horrifying perception. To a certain extent, they were even more terrifying than 6 starbone frames. Han Feng had information on those 6 starbone frames and heaven-defying 5 starbone frames, but he was certain that Li Fuchen wasn't one of them. What's more, Li Fuchen's cultivation was too low and was only at the 3rd level of the Earth realm. He was already so fast at the 3rd level of the Earth realm. This ignited Han Feng's fighting spirit. Everyone, we need to increase our speed too. As he spoke, Han Feng increased his speed. Follow Han Shixiang. The few of them gritted their teeth and increased their speed. Just like that, both parties maintained a distance of 500 meters and sprinted with one at the front and one at the back. Li Fuchen naturally noticed their sudden increase in speed, but he didn't bother and continued to maintain his own pace. He didn't come to the Star Road hidden domain to be competitive, but to test his own limits. He wanted to see how far he could go. Not good. I can't hold on any longer. There was a surge of blue light as one of them vanished from the Star Road. Half an hour later, another person disappeared. At the front, a lone island appeared, and it was the location of the 1st stage. Ultimately, there were only 4 individuals who made it to the 1st stage. They were Han Feng, his group, and Li Fuchen. The 2 beside Han Feng had already attempted the Star Road and passed the 1st stage. After all, Their cultivation levels weren't low and were either at the 7th or 8th level of the Earth realm. It wasn't too difficult for them to pass the first stage. Of course, as they ran too fast, the two of them were panting and had pale complexions. The first stage's roar targets the spirit will. Those with a weak spirit will immediately faint. Han Shixiang, even if this person is able to pass it, he might not be able to endure it. Once he reaches the second segment of the Star Road, his speed will be at least 10-fold slower. One of the youth with a stalwart figure said. Han Feng didn't say anything and began to traverse the lone island. Roar! The entire lone island was like a giant demonic beast, bursting out with a shocking roar. Under this roar, the two beside Han Feng were trembling and had extremely pale complexions. The roar targeted the spirit will. Their cultivation levels were higher and their spirit will was strengthened. Furthermore, they had been here once and thought that they were mentally prepared. But at this moment, they still felt that they couldn't endure it, and it wasn't any inferior compared to the first time. On the contrary, Han Feng's expression was normal. It was obvious that this roar couldn't do anything to him. At the back, Li Fuchen sized up the surroundings curiously. He was observing where the roar came from. Finally, he came to a conclusion. The roar came from the void above the lone island. It felt as though the entire void was roaring. How mystical! Li Fuchen continued to walk and soon passed through the lone island. He is perfectly fine. The stalwart youth had an expression of disbelief. You have some skills. Han Feng let out a faint smile. He wanted to see how far his opponent could go. When he passed through the lone island, there was a formless wave that rose from the lone island. This wave split into two and entered the body of Han Feng and Li Fuchen, respectively. Chapter 227. With the support of the Star Road energy, my cultivation talent will receive a drastic increase. Not only that, this wave is also cleansing my body of impurities, loosening my bottleneck. Li Fuchen's awareness was extremely powerful. He could now easily feel the bottleneck of the 4th level, 5th level, and even the 6th level of the Earth realm. In the past, he could only see the bottleneck of the next 2 levels. Among the 4 of them, only Han Feng and Li Fuchen received the support of the Star Road energy. The other 2 had already passed the first stage and couldn't receive the support of the Star Road energy unless they could pass the second stage. On the second Star Road, the Star Road's chi field suddenly doubled. Even when Han Feng walked on it, he could feel traces of pressure. As for the 2 beside Han Feng, they had a twisted expression. Still all right. Walking on the second Star Road, Li Fuchen didn't feel much. If the first Star Road's chi field was like a gentle breeze, then the second Star Road would be like a gentle breeze. Whether it was a gentle breeze or a gentle breeze, to a person who was in a hurry, there wasn't any difference. It would at most blow your hair. Without reducing his speed, Li Fuchen began to sprint. So fast. The tall and sturdy youth had an expression of disbelief. The other youth, who was slightly skinny, sneered. Try to be brave, he will cry later. In the Star Road hidden domain, one must never try to be brave. Maintaining a comfortable pace would allow one to walk further. If one were to shorten the time, they wouldn't be able to walk further and would only tire themselves out. Seeing how fast Li Fuchen was, Han Feng's expression turned cold. He felt that Li Fuchen was doing it on purpose, intentionally trying to embarrass him. Against such people, Han Feng would only use his actions to tell them what was the meaning of asking for humiliation. As long as it isn't those people from the first echelon, I, Han Feng, have no need to fear anyone. Han Feng didn't even greet the 2 beside him. With a burst of speed, he instantly overtook Li Fuchen. After a few breaths, Han Feng had left Li Fuchen far behind. Han Shixiang is indeed formidable. To be able to maintain such a fast speed on the second Star Road, this person must be a retard. From what I see, he just wants to show off and embarrass Han Feng. A pity that he picked the wrong target. Let's just run slowly like this. The Star Road has a wide field of vision, and there isn't any impurities in the air. Even a few dozen miles away can be seen clearly. Yes, run slowly. Maybe we can catch up to him later. The two of them didn't think highly of Li Fuchen and felt that Li Fuchen was just trying to show off. Of course, it was mainly because they had too much confidence in Han Feng and didn't think that Han Feng would lose to Li Fuchen. Seeing that Han Feng had surpassed him, Li Fuchen didn't mind. His current speed was the most comfortable speed for him, and there wasn't any pressure at all. What he had was the enjoyment of the Star Road's chi field, cleansing his body and mind. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen's speed didn't decrease. This person has some tricks up his sleeves. He can still maintain this speed until now. The two people at the back had already been thrown more than 10 li away, and their bodies were already covered in sweat, just like ordinary people who had just gone through strenuous exercise. Unfortunately, it's impossible for him to surpass Senior Brother Han. Senior Brother Han is already 7 or 8 miles ahead of him. Why don't we slow down a bit? That way, we'll be able to stay longer on the Star Road and see how far Senior Brother Han can throw him off. At this moment, the two of them had already given up on competing with each other, since it wasn't possible for them to pass the second stage of the Star Road, and Li Fuchen's potential was indeed much better than them. This was something they had to admit. Gradually, Li Fuchen and Han Feng's figures had already turned into 2 black dots in their eyes. 15 miles. Let's see how you surpass me. Han Feng's mood was much better now, even though he was feeling a trace of fatigue. After letting down his guard, Han Feng's speed had also decreased slightly. After a period of time, it decreased again. Unknowingly, Han Feng's speed had already fallen behind Li Fuchen. 15 miles. 13 miles, 12 miles, 10 miles. When Li Fuchen was 10 miles behind Han Feng, Han Feng's expression was extremely unpleasant. Taking a deep breath, Han Feng suppressed his desire to increase his speed. 9 miles, 7 miles, 5 miles. Seeing that Li Fuchen was already 5 miles away, Han Feng couldn't hold it in any longer. Damn it. Without a choice, Han Feng increased his speed again, which was even faster than before. He was like an afterimage as he flew on the Star Road. After pulling the distance to around 10 miles, Han Feng gradually slowed down. But after a period of time, the distance between the two had shrunk to 5 miles again. Does he not know fatigue? Han Feng's mind was unbalanced. He was like a gambler on the gambling table. At the start, he was calm and collected, but now he was mindful, and now he couldn't control his emotions anymore. For miles, 3 miles, the distance between the two was constantly shrinking. Panting heavily, Han Feng wanted to increase his speed, but he suddenly realized that he wasn't able to increase his speed by much. The previous sprint had exhausted quite a bit of his energy. Furthermore, the chi field of the Star Road was already extremely strong, and to him, it was almost equivalent to a Gale class. I can't carry on like this. A fast speed might allow me to maintain a lead for a moment, but it won't last for long. Once he catches up, I will have to travel at a similar speed as him. Han Feng thought to himself. In just a short moment, Li Fuchen caught up. Han Feng looked at Li Fuchen, and his eyes involuntarily contracted. Li Fuchen's body didn't have a trace of sweat. He had a carefree and relaxed look and didn't seem to be fatigued. Maintaining the same speed, Han Feng and Li Fuchen advanced side by side. 100 miles behind, the stalwart youth and the skinny youth were flabbergasted. Li Fuchen actually caught up to Han Feng and maintained the same speed as him. What kind of tempo was this? Huff, huff, huff. Han Feng's breathing was getting heavier, and his sweat had gradually drenched his clothes. Beside him, Li Fuchen maintained a clean and tidy appearance. Half a body length. 1 body length. This was the first time Li Fuchen surpassed Han Feng. Han Feng gritted his teeth and chased after Li Fuchen while maintaining the same speed. 15 minutes. 30 minutes. Han Feng had already used all his energy, but he realized in despair that he couldn't keep up with Li Fuchen's tempo. Impossible. How can Han Feng, lose? He must have some artifact on him that allows him to cheat. Han Feng had a sinister expression. When the distance between him and Li Fuchen increased to 10 meters, Han Feng couldn't hold it in any more. Despicable little b******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** the Star Road. Han Feng suddenly made his move and immediately used a kill move, which assaulted Li Fuchen with extreme speed. Li Fuchen frowned and instantly burst with speed, which was much faster than Han Feng's previous top speed. Boom! The chi force explosion didn't affect Li Fuchen. I need to leave him far behind in one go. Li Fuchen continued to maintain his high speed. On the Star Road, he didn't wish for any unnecessary fights, as it was meaningless. 1 li, 5 li, 10 li, 20 li. In just a short moment, Li Fuchen left Han Feng behind by 10 li. Han Feng had a face of shock and disbelief. He felt as though he was given a ruthless slap in the face. He felt as though he was being teased.